Excuse me. Is this thing on? What's up, everybody? Is this thing on? Oh, we got everybody. We got me twice. There we go. How did you? Wait, you guys didn't hear that. That's cool. Desktop was not on. Look, desktop is not moving. Let me play something. Let me just make sure everything is working. What's up, guys? Good morning. I'm Justin. This is the Ivy League live stream. We're going to go through some levels. We're going to go through some of the news that's going on today. And today is FOMC day. Today is Fed day. Today and this week.
Basis points. That usually happens when there is some sort of an emergency or we feel like we're really behind the curve.
When you don't have a stream moderator. So you have to kind of make sure everything is working yourself. So do me a big favor. We are on our way to 10,000 subscribers. I'm doing a giveaway. Once we get to 1,000 subscribers, do me a big favor and hit that like button, subscribe. Please share this stream. That's all we ask. Donation contributions to help continue to keep this stream free, because we're only going to be on here for maybe another week and a half. Maybe. This might be the last week. I'm not sure. We'll come on Tuesdays and Thursdays, maybe like Monday and Friday, or Monday and Thursday, something like that. But it is greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. Let's go. Run it up, chat. Let's go. Hit that like button right now. Subscribe. Let's get right into it. So, we've been watching this level on the QQQ. It's kind of what we've been mainly focusing on, because there's been a bit of weakness. It's not really, trying and making any real attempts to make new highs. Monday, if you were with us, over 200%, I don't know, within, 15 minutes, right? Monday, off of this level at 474. Yesterday, we wrote down, we said 474, does it hold? We were looking for rejections up here at 478 for a pullback to 474, and it broke. Right, so if you notice here, you've held it one time. That one time has failed. Oh, twice, and it failed. So we're just waiting for today. I mean, you can see even this pre-market trading. Look at the algorithm sitting here on the Qs at this level. Right, you can see they're just sitting at this level today. Look at that. Support, resistance goes down, and I wonder what standard deviation that is. But yeah, that's 0.2%. So double bottom. So you can see the algorithms are on that. We did get a piece of news. I think you got some home data, some real estate data. I think I haven't really looked. I'm not really too worried about it, because it's pretty obvious what we need to be focusing on, and that is how the market reacts and what Powell has to say. So we talked yesterday really quickly. We came into interest rate hikes, 75, 50, 20, pause, 25, whatever, 25, 50, 75, 50, 25, pause, 25, done. Do they do the opposite, right? 25, 25 until, just to leave themselves some room? I expect that, unless they have talked to CEOs and they know things that we don't. I don't have much time, because the markets are getting ready to open up. But really quickly, okay? Really quickly. Some of the movers this morning that we need to be on focus. U.S. Steel. They advanced more than 3% after Reuters reported the Committee of Foreign Investment United States granted a request to push back a review of Nippon Steel bid for U.S. Steel. General Mills down 1%. After profit for the packaged foods company dropped 14% last quarter. I'm not eating cereal, or you? So I've been saying this. McDonald's and Burger King and Taco Bell and all those chains need to watch out. Sure, there'll be some people there. Sure, there'll be a little bit of money to be made. Sure, there'll be a balance sheet. But I'm not eating there. I don't eat there anymore. You don't have to. Okay? First off, they're charging way too much. and you can go to better places that serve at least a little bit more realer of food, I would consider. If that's, obviously not a word, but you get 2 servings. You can potentially get 2 servings. Right? Between you and your spouse or whatever, Maybe you save it for later. I don't know. Or maybe you did it all at once. Who knows? But with the options that are out there now, I think they could be a thing of the past, right? A thing of the past. I really do. All right, the big one we need to talk about, Microsoft and BlackRock. Shares traded marginally higher after the companies plan to raise $100 billion to invest in artificial intelligence data centers and power efforts. This is how they used to do it in the old time. Right? The government didn't have to force raising taxes or doing anything of that nature. People, businesses would get together and raise that money for highways and different things that they wanted. Okay? This is a perfect example. Microsoft and BlackRock, obviously their shares are trading marginally higher. I don't see how this, unless they have something to gain, I'll have to read more into this. After the companies plan to raise $100 billion together to invest in artificial intelligence data center and power efforts. But that's how things were done back in the day, guys. Literally. Right? Men, women of wealth, businesses of wealth, and not wealth. You would just put what you had in the pot for different things. So, all right. So we have that. Palantir. Let's go take a look at Microsoft really quickly. I have to kind of hurry up. Please, guys, hit that subscribe button. Like the stream for me. I'm trying to do a giveaway to you guys. And if you guys learn anything, have any questions, if I help you become a better trader, if we help you guys make some money today, we're going to be streaming the FOMC event. We're going to be here all day. Contributions and donations to the stream, not to me, to the stream, which would go to bringing people on here, updating the platform, and there's a lot of different things that I haven't said here on the mic because I don't want the ideas to be taken away. There's a lot of things that I would like to do, and with your help, we can get there a little bit faster. Okay, I'm only one person here. As far as being able to have the capital to do a lot of those things. A lot of the people that I'd like to bring on and a lot of the things that I would like to do. There is a place that I would like to take this. I need to get better. I've had a lot going on recently, but it's all good. All right, so Microsoft. Let's go take a look at Microsoft. The overall indexes, again, we're just trading in a range. The Qs, I'm going to watch 474 again. We're playing with this level at 474. We're bouncing in between it. So either today we are going to, we'll see what the FOMC meeting has to say. All right, we'll just say that, and we'll go through the levels before the meeting. Right now, you do have the, let's see, 5, 30-minute. All right, 5. Let me throw up a 5 here. So let's see, what is our leader? Recently, I really have to say the Dow's been the outperformer. The IWM has been also doing really well. What's going on here? What the heck just happened? But I think yesterday, the little bit that I saw, the IWM started to give it up a little bit. Not necessarily give it up. Let's find out. Let's not take any guesses. Why is it not staying right there? That's so weird. Okay. So, dude, what is going on? My stuff is bugging out. I'm sorry, you guys. If you guys are seeing the screens. Okay, so you can see the IWM is trying to test prior lows, right? And Monday's high. Like, it looks like it's trying to crack. It's testing prior day's low. Let's go to look at the Dows. The Dow definitely, in my opinion, has been our leader. It's been making new highs right now. It feels like the markets are together. Markets are together. All right, right above that pivot high. Is it the SPY? No, yeah, kinda. This is weird. I think the Qs are leading us. Yeah, look. So if we're using this bull flag from yesterday, all right. If we're using this bull flag, see, I had a 5-minute chart up, then it switched to a 3. Dude, what the fuck is going on? I don't like that. We are a little bit lower than Monday, and the Dow is above Monday's high. The Qs are below Monday's high, but as far as from prior day's close, we are about tied up in all the indexes. We're kind of just sitting right above that bull flag from yesterday, and the IWM to me is your weaker link. Yes, it is below it. So you guys can see here, you can see this bull flag that was put in. It's going to look a little bit different on different streams or different time frames. But for the most part, you can see the bull flag being put in right there, or bear flag. All right, so you can see the IWM is testing prior day's low, and everything else is right above it. All right. All right, so let's go into the news. So you can see this flag there. Oh my God. You can see we're above it, so. All right, if that helps you guys out, all right, I don't see real strength or weakness outside of the IWM to really give you that, to persuade yourself that one part of the market is moving more than the other. Right now, the Dow, Qs, and SPY are tied up. All right, Microsoft, Walmart, what a trade yesterday. Hit that like button, guys. Please subscribe. Hit the like, subscribe. Get us to 1,000 subscribers. Get us to 10,000 subscribers. I know we can do it. I know we can do it, guys. YouTube may have a thing against me. I don't know. It's really, for some odd reason, it's really hard for me to get any viewers.
Well, ever since Facebook was able to postpone going public for several years beyond what it would normally have done, people have recognized there's enough private capital out there to keep a company going in a private setting, even though it normally would have gone public. So there's plenty of capital out there. I think at some point, founders of Stripe, I can't speak for them, two brothers.
Today, let's go look at our probabilities. 4-7 to 5, so we have a 63% chance of a quarter basis point, or no, 50. What? Hold up. Hold up.
Well, everybody in the world is watching what happens in the market today. I suspect, I don't know for certain, but I suspect that 50 basis points is what the market is assuming. So something less than 50 basis points would probably be a bit of a disappointment, and probably the markets may go down.
So, yeah, we have that. We already know this.
What the markets around the world are probably expecting today, given where the economy is and the statements the Fed has made. But we'll see at 2:30.
Thanks for the promo, David. Appreciate it. 2 p.m. for the decision. 2:30 for the news conference. A little bit later on. David Rubenstein of the Carlyle Group. You can watch
And what do we have? 2 more meetings left? We have 2 more meetings left until the end of the year.
on Bloomberg Television. Were you trying to find out if John Collison was
2 or 3, right? I'm not sure. Oh, shit. Ty, what's up, bro? Sorry, I was doing a couple things. Nice job, bro. Yeah, I seen that. Yeah, I seen that, buddy. We actually looked at, I needed to look at the chat, damn it. See, sorry, guys, there's so much going on. I'm not going to be ready for today. It's all good, though. Yesterday, trade of the day. Huge trade. And you still got a second leg on it. We shorted Walmart. Gave you guys 2 entries. Okay, not really 2 entries, but this zone. Pretty much this zone right here. Alright, prior day's low from 820 to 860. Alright, that was the areas, which was prior day's low. Or this little area here that was support at 840. Or prior day's close, which was at 860. Okay. So we got the pop off the bell, and we got the rejection of prior day's low, and you're coming in possibly, it's trying to hold right now, but you could possibly be coming in with the gap down, possibly. All right, this was a really nice move. Our target for this, our target was down here at $78. All right, $78. So today, if you get a bounce into 79, maybe you get another opportunity with that. But this thing's gone, man. This thing's just falling out of bed right now. So, congratulations if you were able to take that trade with us yesterday. Huge trade. Top idea of the day. There were some really nice opportunities. There's been a lot of nice opportunities this week. I got to be frankly honest with you guys. The Qs, right? That put from Monday. This was a really nice trade. And then today's Wednesday. Yes, it is. Today is Wednesday. Let me make sure. Sorry, I know I'm going off track. Off that 473, right? You tested 474, broke pre-market lows, and then that bounced back to pre-market lows. We took that short. That was 200%. This trade here was like 20-some cents to 60 or 80. I'm pretty sure for Walmart. So another at least 150 to 200, 300%. This was a big trade yesterday. At the 79 puts. Pretty sure they were started out the day. At least by VWAP when we were getting in from the day. Yeah, it was like 25, 26 cents or so. And I think they went all the way up to 90, guys. So give me 1 second. I gotta put her out here. She wants to joke. I'm sorry, babe. I know.
We take a similar approach. We're bringing in our partners across the bank and tailoring a solution, whether that's capital raising, lending, strategic advice to protect assets like the grand ole operating.
It's just my cat. She was just having trouble getting in her, trying to get out and go to the bathroom. Let her in the window. So let's go look at Microsoft. We've been talking about Microsoft here lately. Let's go to the charts first. I gotta hurry up, guys. I want to get my watch list. I told myself I'm staying away from Tesla. Tesla had a move to 235 yesterday. I was surprised when it pulled all the way back $4 to 230 and then bounced again. I was like, damn, because it took back like that whole up move and was able to hold. So. All right, so we have the 100-day moving average, 50-day all lining up here. So the area we've been watching for a pullback is 430, 429.50 on Microsoft. Let's go here. And this was another idea, by the way. Bounces into 440. We were getting short at 440 on Microsoft. This was another idea. It wasn't a top idea, but it was an idea. There was news out yesterday. This was in the pre-market. It's all recorded. The stream should still be up. Short Microsoft up here. If we could not hold, or if we got the rejection at 440, we were looking for that gap. That's what the dotted line is for. So this was the second idea that we had yesterday. Now today, I would watch for the prior day's pre-market low. We have to be careful on how the overall markets move. So, this thing has been a runner. Like, honestly, guys, this thing's been a runner. I just think Microsoft is a bit overdone. I do. I think we're going to see it. We could see a pullback here. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. That's all good. It's probably our new range here. So today I would look for Microsoft if you guys want to trade this. You know, honestly, I would use. Let me go here real quick because I wanted to see. We have our moving averages coming up to this level. We pulled back to that high there. I think you got to watch 435
FIGS fix expands its
if you can't hold, right? If you're rejecting pre-market prior, you know, if you reject this 437 level, I would put 435 on watch, right? And if let's see, even how about this? Let's see today, do we double top up there at 440, right? And then it starts to pull back again, because right now you're holding 435. So I could see us putting in a bit of a double top here up at 440. To break above and hold 440 is going to be pretty serious. I don't know what, I mean, this thing has news. So there is a catalyst to, you know, break it above and to hold that level, you know, and you may end up getting up to 445. So keep an eye on the volume. That's what I would do. I'd keep my eye on the volume. He had a nice pullback, and keep 435 on watch. All right, because if it can't break, if it can't hold prior day's close, I really don't like the pattern. I got to be honest with you. I don't like the pattern a lot, but if 435 breaks, you could use that for the short entry or the long entry, in my opinion. I would wait and see if it tries to put in a bit of a double top up there. And it may not, guys. It may not.
APDN, applied DNA.
I mean, it is setting up like it could. I think you might get that. I gotta be honest. I think you could get that. 438, 440. All right, so that's Microsoft just on a run lately. Microsoft's on a run. Okay, so that's Microsoft consolidation. When you see these consolidations, you got, you know, doesn't it look like this thing is about to roll over though? And this is kind of like messing that up. Like you can say you're putting in lower lows and like it just feels like it's like trying to fall to the bottom right. Is it just me? I'm not sure if you guys see that either or not. So we have a nice range here. You pulled back and held prior day's close. That's enough. That's all I really have for Microsoft, you guys. I mean, really, your support level is here at 428, so I wouldn't mind seeing like a bit of a double top up here and just get a pullback to the 50-day or so. But yeah, I'm done with that. So let's go. Let's go here. One second. Dude, look at that. That's so weird. Like look at this line here. It seriously looks like there's a wedge forming. You guys can't see it, but you can see that it's trying to curve itself. Do we have something here? You have some support there. No, it's resistance. I would keep that trend line there. Another trade idea from yesterday. I'm going to keep my eyes on JP Morgan. I'm glad they just said this on Bloomberg because yesterday. All right, yesterday, and let's go here. It was a nice break and hold yesterday. It's trying to break out, but I would be careful. See where we open up today, but you have our 50-day, 20-day, and stuff. Guys, I got to be honest. Like, I don't have much of a watch list. I'm kind of just going to get ready for FOMC and more or less probably trade the indexes. Just been a little bit busy here as of late. Okay, so you guys can see the top end of this range, correct? All right, you guys see this? You guys see this? It's like 209, 210. Well, we have the 50-day moving average there as well. All right, and we're bouncing into it. And you have this prior low here at 212. Right, that prior pivot low that we broke on volume. So what do we say? Anytime that we break a support level on volume, it should turn into resistance. And what's weird about this is that 215 to 217 is your resistance area. Let's see, resistance, support, boom. That's a level I can watch too. All right, so you have double topped up here at 210. So 210, we'll use 210 for right now. Just understand that you have the 50-day coming in on you. You can see your 20-day moving average. You guys can see the 20-day moving average is moving right in at that double top right there. Okay, see that looks different, right? Doesn't that look different than this? Like that's right on the money. It's right on the damn money pretty much at 215. Just looks weird. I don't know. Can't explain it. It's because the monitor's too big. So, let's see here. Do we get rejections up here? And do we get a pullback? You know, you could probably look for a pullback to 207. You know, unless these interest rates, you know, have something a little bit more for the banks, which could be the case. All right, let me actually look at the chart really quickly. Damn. I might just have to go long to 215 in that 20-day. I might just have to go long to up here.
Supercom shares hitting $3.90 at the high.
Yep. So if you want, write that down. 210, right? 210, and the 50-day moving average is what I'm going to watch. Do we fail to get above there? And if we do, we can look for a pullback to take profits in front of 208 and see if we break 208. All right, see if we break 208 on JP Morgan.
Supercom secured first new contract in New York State.
I think you are going to get a pullback, if you want me to be honest. And I think, depending on how we do it, I think this holds. I think 208 holds. I think it holds. Like a pullback to 206 would be awesome. That would be awesome. Because I'm looking at it, I'm like, man, 208 is way too close. Like I could see like a 206, and now that I have pre-market off and after hours off, there's a nice level here of support and resistance at 206. So let's see if we can get 208 to break and see if we can't get back down into Monday's low. All right, I want to look for Monday's low at 206 as the target. You have a gap there at 204 to 205. Really, no, it's 204 to 206. Yeah, that's a dollar gap. 204.40 or no, 204.4 to 205.83. 204 to 206. This sucks. I don't have fucking NBC on here. I mean, I have NBC, but Shopify got above and was able to hold $74. Look for a move back to 76. All right. after we hit the like button and subscribe. We're going to get to 1,000 subscribers because I want to give you guys a damn giveaway. If you guys don't want to help the stream out and donate a couple bucks, I can turn TTS on. All right, you guys can call me a dirtbag. You can say, "Bro, you're so lame." Whatever you want, and you just pay your little $2, $3, $4, $5, and you can talk your old ish. It's actually kind of funny. Yeah, Children's Place has been a top trade idea for a lot of people. What the hell are some of them? So anyway, Shopify is one. Let me look at UPST. Roblox is breaking out. I think we need to start watching some of these names here because, I mean, yeah, listen, if Roblox holds, oh, it broke it. It didn't hold it, did it? Damn, son. Nah, right there. 45. Let's watch 45 on, damn, that's a mean rejection. What I was going to say is watch to see if Roblox holds and see if Roblox has any, like can have some type of energy to get off of this 44, 50, 45 level and see if he can bounce it higher. What do we have today, man? We could look at some. I haven't looked at semiconductors really. AMD looks like it's above or below its 50-day. NVIDIA below its 50-day. Sorry, I'm sorry. Above the 50-day. What are you guys watching today? Is there any small caps on the list? Dude, that 200-day might be double trouble for AMD, man. This is all stage 2 stuff. You guys can see how we made that huge rally, right? And now we're kind of just sitting up here, not doing much after that rally. It's building everything, right? It's building everything. That's a nice double bottom below the 200-day. I would buy that. I should buy. I just hate to buy. It's so hard to know in just a matter of a few years a lot of the stuff that you bought and where it was to where it's at now. Like, it's just so weird to think anything over $80 for like 95, 100. I'm just gonna say that anything over $90 to $100 on AMD is actually insane. It's not insane. It's just like it's hard to do because the amount of times you had, and as long as you've had to buy it at a cheaper price, you know. So, but rock on, man. This thing is just a beast. Okay, so look here on this weekly chart. You have the 50 and 20-day converging right here. This could be a sell trigger, guys. It's already oversold. But that pullback would bring buyers in, technically. Monthly chart, look at that 20-day moving average on AMD. Tails off of it. It likes the 50-day, so maybe we can get like 100. If AMD gets back down into 100, I'm going to buy this, I promise. If we can get back down to the $100 level or so, I will buy it. I'll buy another piece or so. And I think you'll see some others step up too to buy it. I don't really know, guys. JP Morgan, the Dow's been going. Gold has been on a tear lately. If Steve Cohen's stepping away from 0.72. All right, so if you continue to hold here and you see the SPY and the Qs try to make some type of rally again, I will reiterate that the Qs have a little bit. See, we're really just tied up. The IWM is where at least I can see the weakness, right? It's at prior day's low. It went and tested prior day's low, and the Dow and the SPY are just hanging out at that bull flag right above it. You know what? This is why I can't even have Bloomberg on, because all they want to do is just trash Trump. Like, this is why I don't even have news on anymore. Alright, so the SPY and the Qs are matched up. So let's go look at some of these the communication technology names. Okay, and the Dow, like, look, we're just tied up here. We're tied up. Man, this sucks, bro. I gotta get better at this shit for real. I feel like I can't hold. Ooh, you know what? Here we go, 917. I feel like I just cannot hold a crowd. Maybe I gotta have the camera on or something. I don't know. Keep an eye on Bitcoin here. Keep an eye on Bitcoin here. If it can recapture 60,000, I promise. Keep an eye on this. Keep an eye on that. If you see us hold this, right now it looks like, in my opinion, it's trying to reject it. Let me zoom it out real quick. No, it opened above it, guys. So what you see here, this is how I'm gonna look at this, right? It just broke. Just broke. We'll give it to this double bottom wick here, but so we were above it, and if you could have held that, then you had a really nice opportunity to make a run back to 64. Yeah, see, I think that's the bounce back to probably go lower. It's just my opinion. That sucks. I gotta be able to turn this off. For some reason, I think because I didn't let my TV load yesterday, CNBC. Usually it shuts off and then comes back on for like 5 minutes. Squawk on the street. It's coming up on the thing. It's just not working. Maybe I can put Fox Business on. Fox Business. You alright, Turkey?
No. This is getting challenging with, less than 60 days to the election.
Oh shit, Alibaba. There's been a few I forgot about. Okay, so we have Coinbase here. Looks like Coinbase looks like it wants to also reject, like right now. What time is it? It's 9:20, so we got 10 minutes. Yeah, guys, watch to see. You could probably see crypto pullback, or not crypto, but Coinbase. Look for a pullback to 150, guys. All right, see if you can get that 160 to break on Coinbase. 162 rejection. Like that's an awesome Angela, what's up, buddy? So that's an awesome, this is probably an awesome idea here, guys. Believe it or not. Let's see here, because if we can get 160 to break, we could have a nice move here. Take profits in front of 157.50, these prior lows from Monday's lows. But let's see if we run a test back down there to 158. All right, that's what I would look for. You're rejecting it right now. You have some buyers stepping in there. You gotta break this 160 level. You gotta break 160. All right, so keep that 160, and 160 is Monday's close, like Monday's VWAP, I would say. So
We just need her to sit down and talk to the press, which she has to do because it would be unprecedented for this.
150 again would be the target for this. If we can get Coinbase or crypto to pull back, 150's got to be the target, in my opinion. All right, 156. Hold on, I don't want to go crazy here because that's your range. Boom, boom, yeah. 156, and that's your pivot. That's where Monday's low. Monday, Tuesday. Yes, 156. Okay, so these are the levels I'm watching for Coinbase. 160. I'm going to put a dotted line because that's where you want to. That's what you want to see to break. All right, we got to see that break right there.
Kevin, I want you to listen to hedge fund manager. You know him, John Paulson. He's warning about a Harris victory. Watch this.
If Harris was elected, I would pull my money from the market. I'd go into cash and I'd go into gold because I think the uncertainty regarding the plans they've outlined.
Yeah, there is a lot of uncertainty with Harris versus the other administrations. I don't trust her as long as as far as I could throw her. Like, seriously, that's how anybody could have any trust in those little snakes. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to... Dude, I swear I fucking hate the news. I really do. I hate the news. I hate it. And they do this because it gets people talking like I am right now. If you were with us this Monday and Tuesday, congratulations if you took the trades. Like, you listen, if you were with us and you took those trades, guys, don't think you have to trade today. And don't trade unless you find something. Wait for FOMC, let the market show you where we're headed. All right? And don't trade just for the sake of trading. Look at the SPY up here at this level. This could be a nice little trade there too, but Coinbase, you guys can see you're right at prior day's low. You're trying to recapture this 160 level, and it looks like 160 may fail. Again, I don't know if it's going to, but we have just a couple minutes, and I'm going to pull up the SPY here. Ew, Billie Eilish. They're fighting for reproductive freedom. They're not, though. They're lying to their faces because the Supreme Court is not going to let them do it. The government took it out of their... Frankly, the government took the government out of your guys' life. They shouldn't even have left it to the decision of the states, honestly. They shouldn't. They should have said, we're going to let doctors practice it. I don't know. In my opinion, they should have just kept it. But they are doing the right thing by taking the government out of your life and not making the government decide for you what you can and cannot do. Like, that is what we needed. Like, that's the type of shit we need. We can't say, oh, the government... Do I have permission from the government? Like, they're not your God. They're not your whatever, you know what I'm saying? Your higher power, whatever the hell you want to call it. They did do the right thing. So, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, they put it in a stage, which technically puts it back for the people, you know. Okay, so anyway, we did break this 160. What's crazy is they use that one, they dangle that one thing over people's heads, and that's what I fucking can't stand. I'm gonna dangle this over your head, and I'm gonna take this. It's like, here's the apple. It tastes really good, but you're gonna die after you eat it. Like, and not only are you gonna die, I'm gonna take your soul. Like, it's crazy, fucking crazy. Yeah, but that is kind of funny for Billie Eilish to say she stands for your reproductive rights. So does the other guy too, though. The other guy's whatever you want to do. He doesn't have an opinion. He doesn't force his opinion down your throats. I don't know. I definitely think they messed up. But again, it's not anything the government can control. The Supreme Court, by law, it is right. It's not the government's job to tell people what they can and cannot do in that situation. Okay, so all right, so there's an idea there, Coinbase. Be careful. Let's go look at let's see what Snowflake's doing. Let's go look at let's look at the scanners here. LUNR, Tesla. What do I have? What do we have here? Where is Tesla? I told myself I wasn't trading Tesla for a few weeks. Bro, you're still below 230. This is what I'm talking about, bro. This thing is a little snake. Be careful with Tesla. I mean, if you get the rejection here at 230, that could be a nice little trade. I wouldn't mind probably taking that myself. Let's go look. Let's take a look. You have a wedge forming here. I think this thing might fail because that looks like it just made an attempt, right? You got above, pull back off of 230, pulls back into 225 and the 50-day moving average. It holds. Then it tries to expand. It tries to extend through 235, hits 235, pulls back to 230, and 230 could not hold. So I think that was a fail break above 230. All right, like you just held, got above it, and then it failed. Like you made all this progress just to turn around. So I think you got to look for Tesla to pull back again today. Just my opinion. It's just my opinion again. Unless it gets above it right here pre-market. This is why Tesla can... I don't know. I wouldn't trust it. Honestly, I would not trust Tesla. If you guys could, please subscribe. Hit the like button. Let's have a great day today, guys. We'll trade the morning session. All right? We'll trade the morning session. Yeah, I like a pullback right off the bell, guys. Let's see if we get that pullback right off the bell. All right, let's see if I can save all of my stuff here really quickly. Oh my god. Oh my god. Come on. Oh my god. This is not cool. Alright, let's do it. Boom. 3 minute. Do I have my 3 minute up? I do. And I have... We're going to open up here 27 seconds. You guys can see that. Yes, that 230 is a major level right there. All right, here's the thing. You're going to open up above your 90 EMA. So you may pull back off the bell and then run a test and hold 228 and then bounce back to 230. And that'll be that double top possible double top. But let's see what happens here. Let's see if it pulls back. Nope, it's holding VWAP. Holding VWAP right now. Fuck, I don't want to trade Tesla. I cannot trade Tesla. I'm not trading Tesla. I'm not doing it. I was such an idiot. Okay, here we go. 232 is the rejection point. Sorry, 232. That isn't it. Here we go. Let's see if we can't break it here. Let's go, baby. Break that. You know what? No volume at all. No volume at all. Dude, what is going on with my charts? Like, you gotta be kidding me.
Down 16.21, S&P 500 up 5.23, Nasdaq up 32.39.
All right, so there's that. There's a SPY. What did we say? Rejection off 564. Nice job for anybody that took that. Nice play, guys. Right off the bell. If you didn't catch it, I'm sorry, but we did say, dude, look at that pivot low. That level up there, 564 on the SPY. You could probably look for a pullback and hold 563. You might even be able to break it because the IWM is down further. Let's see. The Qs are holding up okay. Okay, now the IWM bounced back. So we're kind of matched up here. So we are getting kind of matched up. Like literally the markets are all sitting right at that, like on the SPY, the level's 563. IWM is 220. That bull flag or bear flag, whatever the hell you want to call it. And look, you got Walmart. Look at that bounce back to $79. Oh my God. Tesla broke 230. There we go. 228. 228, then 225. Tesla's probably running a test at 231 if it gets above that area. Oh, we did get news with Apple and Goldman Sachs. Are you serious? Look at JP Morgan, guys. Look at this. It already pulled back. You gotta be kidding me. Oh my God. That's bullshit. That's such bullshit, man. Okay, here we go. We're bouncing in. That volume is so low. Look at this bear flag forming here. Oh my God. It doesn't even make sense. How's everybody doing today? What's up, guys? Let me know in chat how everyone is doing. I hope everyone's morning is great. Dude, it is a red engulfing candle. I know. I know. I mean, that's it. The charts look like we were going to get that pullback off the bell. What did Microsoft do? Oh shit, Microsoft broke. It looks like Microsoft broke that level, guys. Look for a bounce back. I would look for a bounce back on Microsoft. Come on, guys. We can do this. Let's go. We can do this. We can do this, y'all. We can do this.
And look at Costco, nearly $900 a share. You got Costco?
No, we own Walmart, so we have the Sam's Club exposure. I wish we've owned Costco. I mean,
Does it bounce from here?
fire over the course of the last several
Does it bounce?
Consumers are looking for ways to combat that 21% increase inflation that we've seen since
Nope.
this administration took office.
Everything's falling. What about Coinbase? Coinbase actually holding, weirdly enough.
General Mills reported this morning, I guess they
Alpha India Oscar Tango.
It wasn't great. Basically, profits fell 14%. Margins are under pressure. Sales also were below expectations, but they're only doing
APLT popping to the highs now.
prices. It's
Applied Therapeutics
demand from consumers. They did
company earlier.
forecast, but the CEO emphasized some macroeconomic uncertainty.
Had news that the FDA would no longer require a.
What did we say? 474, guys?
That's Alpha Papa Lima Tango. RBC out with a note
On the
now,
Qs.
says APLT with a $12 price target. Alpha Papa Lima Tango.
You are making, take notice, you are making a higher low here as well. And a higher high each time. So I'm curious if it doesn't pull back much further than what it did. Let's see, we'll find out here. See if it tries to stay right there at pre-market lows. Let's see. See if the Qs try to hold that and bounce. I'm really curious here. Okay, we are overdone. We are so overdone, it's not even funny.
Israel after those pager explosions. Is this a new era of warfare? Retired Lieutenant General
473, guys.
the National Association of Black Journalists treated Trump and Harris very, very differently.
You attack black journalists. Why should black voters trust you?
Why is joy important to you to insert into this election?
It's like day and night, isn't it? It looks like media bias to me. We're going to ask
Wow, that is crazy.
John Levine about that.
Why should black women trust you? Why should black people trust you? Like, really, bro?
OMEX Odyssey Marine shares.
These motherfuckers are so brainwashed by big government politicians. It's crazy. Crazy. But I love y'all. I love everybody. I want to thank you guys for being here, even though it's a horrible stream. See if I can't help us all make some money. That's all it is. That's what the name of the game is today. Where are we making our money?
Company announced a partnership with CrowdKeep.
Damn. It's all good. It's all good.
For construction, healthcare, logistics, and education. That's Victor Echo Echo Alpha.
Capitalism is worth fighting for.
Larry's keeping an eye on Washington. Kudlow on Fox Business. Invested in you.
I gotta find something to trade here. I gotta find something.
I'm Dennis Quaid, and I'm asking you to support the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, who are paying off the mortgages for fallen
Initiates coverage on U.S. hotel stocks.
young children who died in the line of duty. The foundation is also building mortgage-free smart homes for catastrophically injured service members and have recently committed to eradicating veteran homelessness.
HLT. Yeah, look at that volume today. Dude, they've been actually going really crazy. Look at that. Look at this, guys. Has anybody else seen this? Oh my God. Look at that. Hotels are breaking out, guys. You have Hilton. You had that news with Amazon. Amazon's... Oh my God. I might just stick to mega cap tech. That's what I'm going to do. When you have nothing to trade, mega cap tech. So you could check out Hilton, man. This thing is actually going pretty well. September 20th. There's no liquidity on the options. All right. Apple is bouncing. Did we get down to 210? No, we did not. 215 did not break. So here we go. There's the top end of the range right there. If you're looking for a short, I don't want to be the one to say it, but I'd be damned if that isn't the area that if you're looking to get 210 on Apple and you think it's going down, this is where you take the trade. Just my opinion. It's just my opinion because you're going to know very quickly if you touch this level again at 220 and you cannot get above it. You're probably going at 223. Let's all be honest here. Yeah, this level right here at 220 because this is your range in my opinion. This would be your range right there. That's the range, right? And then you have the what? Then you have the 220 to 215 range, which extends further on back. Right? Like if I extended this back, okay, if I extended that back, bang, where do I go? Right there. Range, boom, 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 boom. It breaks, chops around, it gets back above it. Hits it again at 220 and it goes right to where? 225. So let's see. Let us see. Let's find out. We finna find out. I wish CNBC would work. This is ridiculous. Yeah, look at all those tails.
NEON, Neonode, getting a pop here on heavy volume. November, Echo Oscar, November.
Yeah, no, not at all. Stuart, it seems that talks are actually at a standstill now.
So Boeing talks are still
Scheduled. The group that's representing the port employers say they want to get back to the bargaining table. They want to continue the talks, but it seems that the union
a port strike of New Jersey. Okay. Damn. So there's all kinds of strikes going on, guys. This is what happens. This is what Kamala and Biden have caused. Nobody can afford anything, and it's sad. And they dangle one little thing over your head, and it's like, let's look at the facts. You know? Like, things are not okay. People are not okay, or they wouldn't be striking. So what does this mean for goods, guys? This could be your inflation. Oh my God, I love you guys so much. Thank you guys for the likes. Let's fucking go. Excuse my language. Let's go. I appreciate you guys so much. It's been a rough day because I just didn't really have very many trade ideas today. But we can keep the ones that we have had on the list. You know, as long as we can see things clearly. So here we go. Qs are trying to bounce back. We'll probably just be range bound a little bit. Boeing actually 157.50 to 158. Looks like it's trying to reject, but let's go to BABA because that was one. So here we go. So Alibaba has been trying its butt off to try and stay above $85. It got above there yesterday, I think it was. or it failed. Yeah, it gapped up. You got above it, and it could not hold. Again, it's been up there multiple times. So here we go, one more time, back up to $85,
Making new highs
and
cruise line holdings up to
I literally was just looking up cruise lines.
November Charlie Lima Hotel.
Thank you guys
Royal
so
Caribbean
much.
Off the highs, up about 1.5%. Carnival shares at the highs, $18.55.
That's so crazy. I was just looking at them. I was just looking at those because of the hotel stuff. Audio. Oh wait, is CNBC still playing? What the heck is playing right now? Oh, is it Can you guys hear the TV? I'm sorry if if it's too loud. Bloomberg.
NVDA new shares resuming trading down from
All right, let's see if we can get a rejection here on Baba, but it's I don't really like the trade. I have to be honest with you guys. Gotta be honest, I don't really like it.
OMEX halted again, $1.42 at the intraday high.
Let's go look at
Oscar Michael Echo X-ray.
Damn, I should have taken that. Microsoft just failing, guys. Failing. Wow. It didn't even give you guys didn't even get a chance to get that pre-market low like we were talking about. 437 to 438. Didn't even get an opportunity for that. That's crazy. Let's look at Walmart. Shopify. Shopify's climbing up to 76.50. Snowflake I haven't looked at in a while. DraftKings I actually wanted to short this week. Looks like it's trying to start that. Might be possible. It's trying to pull back. If you guys notice here on the 4-hour chart, you can see every bounce back has been taken. You can see it kind of just like extend and then it just rolls over. Extend, and you can see it tried to start to roll over here. Right there. It tried to roll over and it held 38. So maybe that second attempt was like so pathetic. They were like, yeah, let's step away and let them sell it off, and if we want to be a buyer, we'll pick it up at a lower price. QQQ 474 rejection. Probably get an extension down to 472. Quite possible. What else do we have here? Just trying to spit them out for you. Choice. Yeah, keep an eye on those hotel names, but you know, if you're a person that trades options, they're not going to be any good for you. They're not very liquid. At least the one I looked at, the Hilton one I looked at. BBL has been going crazy. BBLG. I've been hearing it on the scanners. Roblox. RBLX, guys. 45.85, and you're there now. Look to see if you can get a rejection here. Alright, we'll call it 80. We'll call it 46. See if it gives it up. I'm still watching JP Morgan. Oh my gosh, it gave it to me. Wow, I'm such an idiot. It gave it to me. And there's the breakdown. Oh my god. I just want to find something, man. Just want to find something. It's 950 right now. Okay, so Baba did break. Baba did break, guys. The volume is really low. TSLA. I think Tesla just going to sit here and bullshit. Look, 228's holding. It broke, recaptured it. Now you're getting that pullback into 228. I wouldn't be surprised if it holds. Here it goes. Watch. There's the bounce. That's why I say, look, that pullback, now it's going to bounce. Watch it go. See what I mean? It's just a bunch of bullshit. That's why I'm not trading it. I have not looked at Amazon or Google, really. Amazon has a nice chart. That's a nice pullback hold there at the top end of the range. Home on the range. As long as I got Wi-Fi. 190. Could we get along the 190? That could be a little trade there, guys and girls. See if we can't get ourselves a 190 test. Test prior day's high. The SPY's trying to hold 563. Qs are trying to reject 473. So it's anybody's game. Let me pull up a 3-minute chart. Yeah, that's a decent level there. Trying to think here, you guys. I'm trying to pull one out of my butt. No, that didn't sound right. Okay, here we go. We get another opportunity on Intel for a 22 retest. That was another trade idea yesterday. Intel short. Damn, look at Carvana, guys. This thing has been going. Wow. Holy cow, guys. Look at Carvana. It just broke to a new high. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so funny. Alright, here we go. 203. That's so insane. That's so funny. I love it. I love it. I'm not sure if anybody else has seen that or not. Carvana's just been rolling.
SMCI Super Micro shares topping to the highs now. Sandy, Michael, Charlie, India. Shares up about 4.5% on SMCI.
Okay, JP Morgan broke, guys. It could not hold. It's got a little bit of volume. Not really. It doesn't have hardly any volume. I take that back. I'm not sure what to do here. And she doesn't think the Ukraine-Russia war has to end, though. Not one time has she said that.
Notably, Trump took the same approach when he was asked about Russia's war against Ukraine in the debate. His answer, though, generated a cycle of critical news coverage.
Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions.
So today, the Vice President will address the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. Tomorrow, she is talking to Oprah. While she's certainly sitting for more interviews lately, she's also getting more adept at filibustering in her answers or repeatedly dodging pointed questions. Stuart.
I think you're right, Jackie. Thanks very much for joining me this morning. Appreciate it. And thank you very much, Mark Tupper, for being with us for the hour. Always appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, guys, so you guys can see here JP Morgan, you're retesting prior day's low. And let's see if that can take us back down into Monday's low, down at 206, 205.
John Levine has that story. Kansas Senator Roger Marshall looking into Google's censorship of the first Trump assassination attempt. He's with us in the 11 o'clock hour. Do voters
Unless this is going to be a hold. We can see on the 30-minute chart up top left. Now we got above it, pulled back into it. Is this just a wick? Let's see. Yeah, that wick took you right into Friday's opening. It's not Friday's open, but took you right into like Friday's high. So what I'm doing right now is I'm looking through the scanners. I'm trying to see if I can find some names. I'm trying to.
RNA, Avidity Biosciences getting a pop to the high on volume. Romeo November Alpha.
If we get this opportunity again up here at 220, I'll see if it can break. But I feel like the real rejection point is up at 222. 221.95 to 222 and look for a rejection and get it back down to 218. We'll see though. Let's see where we at.
In a rapidly growing $21 billion market, laser photonics on the NASDAQ as LASD is a vertically integrated
It is a double top. That is a bit of a double top there. Pretty clear. Just watch to see if it holds. Again, JP Morgan broke prior day's low. Markets are just holding up. Microsoft giving it up.
If you spent years building your investments on mutual funds, it may be time to graduate. If you have more than $500,000 of investable assets, there's almost always better options than mutual funds that improve tax efficiency, are cheaper and more specifically customizable. Mutual funds are a perfectly fine way for beginning investors, but Fisher Investments can give you ideas that help you for who you are now.
Call now for our essential guide, 6 Pitfalls of Funds, with insights from best-selling author and legendary money manager Ken Fisher. Call now, 1-800-350-4024.
At Fisher Investments, we help you with the process of graduating to a better future.
Call for this important guide, 6 Pitfalls of Funds. You'll learn about their disadvantages and why it may be time for a new approach. Call now.
You can achieve your investment goals, and Fisher Investments can help you get there.
If your portfolio is $500,000 or more, call us, 1-800-350-4024.
Meet Sologenics, a NASDAQ company, stock symbol SNGX, now advancing a phase 3 pivotal clinical trial with high brights for patients
You have PDD,
with T-cell lymphoma, a rare and chronic cancer where abnormal
Goldman Sachs.
skin in its phase 3 trial showed statistical significance in its primary endpoint, working with leading scientists.
Let's go look at Goldman really quickly. All right, PDD's getting ready to come into resistance. Oh my God.
If you're shopping for a home, Realtor
meaning you can trust every home listing is a real listing.
Don't all apps do that?
Not really. Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust. This is Speed.
Yeah, Pinduoduo got hammered after those earnings. I don't know if something's changed. Alibaba, let's see. Goldman Sachs.
ADI, Analog Devices, Tata Group and Analog Devices, and now Strategic Alliance to explore joint opportunities.
ARM's been a beast, guys. This thing's just been a monster. I gotta be honest with you.
Delta India.
Just a beast. I was really wanting that move to 150, and it just never gave it to me. It did it after I stopped trading it. Was there any news with DoorDash today? Do you guys know? Okay, it's not even... Oh my gosh. Teledoc. We've also been talking about natural gas for anybody that hasn't. It's your first time here.
Kamala Harris is not equipped to be the President of the United States. She cannot answer even the simplest of questions. We don't know what she would do if she reached the Oval Office. With less than 7 weeks to the election, that's just not good enough. We can't vote blind, and we can't accept the blatant misinformation that she's peddling. Tuesday, Harris answered questions.
PINS Pinterest shares at the highs of 2.5%.
Yeah, all these like small cap tech names, mid cap tech names, they're all climbing. Pinterest, right? Teledoc. Sorry, just give me, like I said, I'm just looking here on the charts. So what does that mean for ARK? I don't know if... ARM is a fucking monster. ARM is a beast. I'm so mad, man. I was really wanting that move to 150 and it happened without me. It's okay. I just... Looks like it might be running a test back to 150. Look at JP Morgan, guys. This is it. If you guys... Let's see the Q's regained. The SPY still hanging out. Let's look at the Dow really quickly. Oh my god. Yeah, you could see a bounce back. I would wait on JP Morgan. You might get that the entry we were talking about, but that's, you know, that's this, you can't argue with this entry point here. This rejection here at 208. But I think you can get another opportunity. You might be able to get 209. You might be able to get that. And that would damn near... No, it's not. Shit. Yeah, that could take you up near the 50-day moving average on JP Morgan. Just keep an eye on the overall markets. Let's look at Apple. I was thinking we had a double top up here. 220.
GIS General Mills shares at the highs now following their earnings report earlier.
So
57 cents, $25.07. That's Gulf India Sandy.
I like your new op-ed. The headline is, Harris wants to grow our broken government with Elon Musk. Trump is thinking outside the box. I think you're right. Elon Musk is the perfect person. Utter slash. The Federal
think we might have to just be patient. I think I'm just gonna have to be patient here. Sucks, man. This fucking blows. Like Walmart. Again, Walmart yesterday was a monster trade. Look, JP Morgan probably going to get back above 208.
Some people say it's over $1 trillion that's completely wasted every year out of a $7 trillion budget. That's pretty significant. A good friend of mine, Philip Howard, just put out.
Let's go look and let's go look real quick and see what some of these tickers are that are moving. I know Microsoft. The thing is, Microsoft is another one, but it's, in my opinion, it might be giving it to us. Might be giving it to us.
Unconscionable. And the people in power, particularly in this White House, because they love government employees, they have swelled the ranks of government employees. They have no appetite for this change at all. I think this is brilliant of Donald Trump. He should talk about it at every rally, because every American knows that our government is bloated and inefficient.
You're right. We're Speed. Thanks for being with us on
Thanks
this
for having me.
Wednesday morning. Wednesday all day. That's right. I got it right. Okay, excellent. Now this House Speaker Mike Johnson. He just outlined his economic plans for the first 100 days if Trump wins the election. Lauren, what's he saying?
With a red sweep of Congress, Speaker Johnson is outlining.
All right, so there's that test on Microsoft. The SPY is holding 563.
The dignity of work, and it doesn't pay people for staying out of the workforce. We'll use our economic weight to prioritize this country. We're going to roll back the Green New Deal regulations and put America back in a place.
Looks like the Qs are getting ready to hold, and we're running a test of 575. We're just hanging out, guys. So again, if you don't see something,
Shares of Apple at the highs 219.77.
don't
Alpha
force the trade. Wait till later on.
It's ambitious and we like it. He also spoke about cutting government waste with the Efficiency Commission and then using the tax code to secure the border by eliminating existing loopholes that reward illegal immigration, like allowing migrants to claim child care tax credits. A lot of it's common sense, but it's an ambitious first 100 days with the red sweep.
It is. All right, Lauren, thanks so much indeed. Quick check of the markets. It's now, we're in business for 36 minutes. Not much price change ahead of the Fed's big decision.
Okay, so Tesla Q3 delivery may be coming out. Oh, SPY did not hold.
Will the market sell off?
Well, in life we're supposed to act and then we're supposed to react. We're so reactionary.
Oh, they have what's his name?
We don't get 50 because
Brian Belsky on Fox News, guys, or Fox Business. Brian Belsky's.
14-year-old trading means they're younger than you. Is that what you're saying?
that means most people are younger than me in this business, but I'm not being flippant, but
Okay, what do we have?
perspective in this business, dude. And in our 34 and almost 35 years of doing this, I think people have kind of lost the fact that interest rates aren't going back to zero. That the average 10-year treasury the last 50 years is 5%, 75 years is 5%, and we're returning to normalcy. This is all part of the normalcy side of things. Here's the other perspective. In November of last year, Fed Funds Futures said we're going to have 6 cuts in 2024. How right were they? They weren't right. So
SMCI receives investment bank analyst rating update, so that's why that is probably grinding higher. Let's go to Google Trends, see what we have here. Might be a boring day. Let's go to the heat map. Also, LUNR, Snap, Sava. Really? So these names are going today. Okay. Okay. So you got a little bit of Sava. LUN. Where's it? LU? Yeah, Lumina, right? Or LUMN. Salesforce. Wow, who's looking up Salesforce for what? LUNR. LUNR. That's. I'm sorry. Okay, so that popped yesterday. Oh, it's been popping.
coming up at
Shit.
10:30.
Have you guys seen this LUNR?
200,000 expected. This still is
350 and it's now at 10. It hit 920 earlier.
110,000 expected.
It JP Morgan's still not above that. I think we got to take it. I think I'm going to take that opportunity, guys. All right, it's been some time now, and it still has not broken above it. Watch, it's probably going to sell off now. Let's see. It's starting to get a little fishy. Look, 369, 369, 18, 20 minutes, guys. It's been sitting there for 20 minutes below this level. And now you're going to have trade line come in. So I'm looking for like 206, 205. See if we can target 204 within the next couple days. Come on, fucking asshole. I wish I owned Oracle. I should have bought it cheaper. Got away from me when I wanted to buy it. Let's see. If this does not break on volume and sell off, then I want to look for a reversal.
Applied Therapeutics. Again, the FDA no longer requiring their FDA panel. Alpha Papa Lima Tango.
Damn, that sucks. There she goes, guys. Take your profits if it gives it while it gives it to you. Nice job. Nice job.
Since the door plug blew out back in January on the Boeing plane that it was flying, it does not expect to get the latest 737 MAXes until at least the middle of 2026. Why is that important? A, that plane's still waiting on approvals. B, the factory that makes it is shut down because of the union strike.
Okay, Dollar Tree.
So Dollar Tree and Dollar General are the nation's largest dollar store chains, and they're on track to open new
Just kind of... Omax, ACN, Fed, Sava, Snap, CRM.
They have secured a $4.8 billion NASA commitment to deploy satellites and comms, navigation systems.
Damn, I'll be damn this shit. God damn. Need a few gots in the chat. God damn. Y'all could see what I just saw. CRM Jewelers, that is selling off. I'm just kidding. What was the other one? I can't think too well right now. Because there's so many. Sava, Snap. Snapchat that whole shit.
Former Fed. CNBC said the Fed should cut 25 basis points today.
Look at like a Montessori. What song is that? You guys know what song that is? I forget which one it is. I know it's Kanye, but Snapchat that whole shit. Alright, so Bitcoin is breaking down here. Let's see. We talked about Coinbase and that level. Coin. JP Morgan also rejecting 208. I don't know, man. There's not much here, guys. The past 2 days have had a lot of opportunity. I mean, don't get me wrong. There is opportunity. Maybe you look for a swing trade. But I would have already liked to have been in JP Morgan up there around 210. And looking for that break. Well, I talked about that yesterday. Talked about JP Morgan yesterday if you were with us. I know it's hard, you know, to stay here throughout the day, but we said 210 yesterday, guys. When if you pop up there, you got the 50-day and everything. You want to look for a pullback and see if we can break 208. And that's looks like what's kind of going on here. Coinbase isn't doing much. So let's go look at Apple and see if we do get a rejection up there at 222 or 220. There's the extension now. You have now extended up into that area. This thing has some pretty nice volume, it looks like. Yeah, it's got some nice volume. Okay, 221. So 221 looks like the better level. It's so funny. I was just thinking of something.
Interactive Brokers charges just 6.83%. Do you know how much your broker charges? Fidelity and Schwab charge over 1.5 times as much. E-Trade is even higher. Move your account to Interactive Brokers and save at least $5,200. Or much more if you're trading big bucks.
This country holds the best path to
Here it is. Let's see. Watch the volume here. Watch the volume there. Is there any news with this? Oh my god. Yeah, I would look at this setup here. This is pretty bullish with your trade line and everything. Look for a pullback to VWAP on the 15-minute chart. So I would... man, this sucks. Let me see here. Because I want to make sure we put ourselves in the best position possible. And again, I got to be honest. I don't think this is the best position possible to try to trade something. Unless you're watching something I haven't seen as far as setups are concerned. Then sure, you have a setup, you have a setup. Make sure the risk to reward is there. And make sure the stock is going to move off of that level. Or away from it. Off of it or away from it. If not, wait for 2 o'clock. I'm just looking at different time frames here, so we can get a feel. So it looks like if we do get a pullback, it feels like it's only going to take us probably, maybe you get 218. You know, I would just use VWAP and trade line. I don't like, it looks good, but I don't know. I just don't know how much faith. I don't know how much. I don't really have faith that Apple is going to give the continuation to the downside off of that level. Like, it could pull back a little bit and then just, like, stop going down, is what I'm saying. So for now, it's like... they held it up to the face to read the message. Bow! And they blew him up. Fucking slicksters. We sent him a bunch. Oh my god, that's crazy. That's why you don't even get involved with that shit. Get involved with terrorist type shit. You know what I'm saying? Your day's gonna come. Especially if they catch you. They throw them off of the cliffs and shit. Alive. And shoot them on the way down. You know? Now, as far as Palestine and stuff, I don't know if Palestine even really has a government. But I know some of them states in the Middle East do.
With regard to Lebanon, the United States did not know about, nor was it involved in, these we're still gathering the information and gathering the facts. Broadly speaking,
What's so funny is they gotta talk like they haven't been blowing the Middle East up for fucking 30 some odd years, as long as I've been alive. Joe Biden and crew have been lifelong voters of yes, of yay, blowing up the Middle East and killing innocent people. He has done it his entire life. And it's so funny to see him try to stand up there and like talk nice and stuff, right? To put on that front, but yet behind this closed doors, it's just business as usual. This is what we do. Oh, you didn't know? Oh, you must have forgot. Or you must be too young to not know because your ass did not pay attention. This is why we got migrants coming in, because the people that have been here for 30, 40 years are tired of our shit. But guess what? We don't give a shit. We're going to flood it in with migrants. We're going to bring new people in to get new votes because they're not tired of us yet. And we're going to keep blowing up the Middle East. Like, it's so funny. But it's really not. Honestly, it's really not. Alright, so they can't ever become anything if we just keep blowing them up. Our master plan is working. ARM is a monster. Has there been any news recently about ARM at all? Like, have they created something or did anything other than what they always do, which is build a blueprint to build a chip? NVIDIA stock price swing and bar. I'm actually going to... No, I'm not going to do that. Let's put on CNBC for a minute. I just want to look around real quick.
From a affordability level, about 80% of the consumers we surveyed back in June, that was a technical threshold where they could come back to the market, and you would see that affordability level improve. And if you think about the average consumer, call it about 60-70% of consumers currently have mortgage rates below 4. 7 to 4 was a very big ask.
LUNR is
more manageable, and there's been a lot of...
Yeah, nobody cares about the home builders. So illiquid. I mean, if you for long-term investing, sure, but all right, LUNR guys, let's go. Let's see if we can find ourselves a little something here before this Fed meeting and before the market opens up. Like opens up as in starts giving us a nice like range and follow through. First things first. Where are we going? All right, we got a gap fill here. First thing we have is a gap on LUNR. Look for 953. Taking profits in front of it. Pullbacks. Man, that might be a double top there. You know what? Call it $10. What did I make here? $9.65. So $9.65 to $10. I think 10's a little bit better. 10 would be a little bit better than that gap fill. You got through it, gap above it, fell. You hit it, gapped above it, fell. So you haven't really made $10 resistance technically. I think here we go. I think this could be... That's a nice 23.6 retracement as well. Is there a low a day? Yeah, I figured. That's see if you extend here. Watch the tape. I would look for a move to $10. You got about 20%. 8 to 10. $8 to $10. That's a 20% move. I mean, mean, and obviously you're not going to get, or you could, but don't expect to get right to 10. You want to take profits in front of 10 if you do take this. Stop loss below to the 9 EMA. Stop loss below the trade line. Or, not trade. Stop loss below the trade line and VWAP. That's where mine would be. And there we go. We're back to pre-market highs. That was a nice buy trigger there, guys. That was really nice. I know some of you guys that are here, if you're new, you may not have saw that. But that was a nice setup right there to be buying. To be a buyer right there. That was really nice. Buying the low of that candle.
Says group is facing new phase.
Again, you always manage your risk. Take your money as you get paid. So you broke out to a new high a day on, let's see, can you break out to a new high of day on volume? That's going to make a pullback to this pivot high 860. It's going to just make the probability a little bit greater that it holds. Just give me 1 second here. I just got to fix this chart. Again, so this does have news. LUNR, it does have news. Book begins, the rest is still unwritten. Yeah.
LUNR, Intuitive Machines at the highs of the day.
Yeah, we know.
November Romeo, LUNR up 64%.
Yeah, we know, bro. Oh my god. Come on.
Company announced a $4.8 billion navigation services contract from NASA. That's the Linear Form November Romeo.
Nice job, guys. Damn it. I wish I was on this with you guys. It's a really nice breakout in volume. Nice job. Nice job. Congratulations. Congratulations. Again, all we ask is for you guys to hit the like button, subscribe. We're desperate, we're trying to get to 10,000 subscribers, 1,000 subscribers. I'm doing a giveaway. Cold hard cash to you guys. And if you guys want to give back to the stream so we can take this platform where we would like to take it and help continue to make it free, contribution link is in the description if you want to get set up with a one-on-one and try to speed up your path to success in the markets. I mean, there's a lot of different things that we can help teach you guys to, be able to really read the charts and actually understand what's going on. So you can not necessarily predict, but kind of expect what's with probability what's coming next. All right. I urge you guys to, show some love, hit the like button, subscribe, and, give back. Give back. It doesn't hurt. We're out here trying to help you guys. If you want to help the stream, that link's in the description. It's a really nice job right there. That was a nice little trade, a nice breakout off of dude, what is going on? Like, am I going crazy or what? Because that's because it made a new high and it moved it, huh? Because I thought I had it wider, like drawn out a little bit more. Yeah, that's a 7% move.
Coming up, crude and gasoline inventories. Crude, a draw of 200,000 barrels is expected.
No more excuses. Just real bookkeeping. Zedu, the official bookkeeper and accountant for small businesses. This is Fubo. It's a better way to watch live news and sports without cable. Watch multiple games at once with multi-view. Start watching at FuboTV.com.
The world needs more metals to empower a growing population. West Red Lake Gold is embracing the opportunity with unmatched expertise and rapid production. They plan to
So you guys can
a draw of 1.63 million larger than the 200,000, draw expected oil getting a top here, crude moving higher. Gasoline, a build of 69,000 versus a build of 610,000. So crude now popping here, 69.97, trading just about flat now for the day.
Oh my gosh. I guess I should have taken that. Fuck. Alibaba pulling back.
25 or 50 basis points. What do you say?
25. There's really no justification for 50 basis points. Normally when we begin a rate cutting cycle, there's genuine weakness in the economy. You can't say that we have genuine weakness in the economy when you just created 140,000 jobs. So my feeling is a quarter point.
Okay. I want you to listen to what the director of the National Economic Council, Lyle Brainerd, said about the Republicans' economic agenda. Roll this.
For congressional Republican proposals that would essentially lead to a $5 trillion addition to our national debt by extending all of the 2017 tax cuts for the wealthiest people.
Just watching Lyle Brainerd. She's up here speaking on, I think it was yesterday.
Okay, she thinks that it would make inflation worse. Is that how you see it, Peter?
Well, two things. First of all, that's the pot calling the kettle black. Think of how much
That is true. That is the pot kettle calling the kettle black. That is funny.
monetary policy at the Federal Reserve, she was happily cranking out the dollar bills to buy the bonds. So if there was anybody who is experienced with creating inflation by spending too much, it's Lyle Brainerd. Second of all, both sides are proposing quite inflationary and unsustainable fiscal policies. Be clear. The question is how much of it really becomes law? I don't think a whole lot of it is going to become law, to be honest with you, because I don't think they're going to have the votes. Also, cooler heads will prevail.
So you have BJ's, Costco, Walmart. Walmart's up just a little bit. It's actually the weaker of the bunch. Damn, fucking Baba, man.
Welfare programs, and they both would like to spend more or cut down, depending on which one you pick. And I think that Congress will.
I might check in to see if DDE or anyone else has posted a new video of the, I don't know, I guess second to third leg of the Gumball 3000. They're on the fourth to fifth leg, and they're still pretty much putting out videos from the beginning. So here in just a little bit, we're going to have the Fed meeting.
Then you have interest payments, the defense budget, and so forth. The discretionary budget for running the government, for the State Department, the International Trade Commission, and so forth, is not terribly large. That's one of the reasons you experience problems like we did earlier this year with flight delays because the computers don't work at the FAA and and things like that. Really, or you try to call the IRS and you can't get someone on the phone. They don't have the people.
So we're in a mess and we ain't getting out of it anytime soon.
7% of GDP deficit is a mess.
Yes, it's a huge mess. All right, Peter, thanks for joining us. We'll see you again later. Thanks a lot.
Take care.
Let's go to Edward Lawrence. He's outside the White House. Okay, what does a rate cut mean for the election?
is in D.C. ahead of the press conference of which he will partake with Chair Powell. What do you got, Steve, and what do you think?
Well, here's the thing, David. We're going to get that answer in just a couple hours, as you say, to the 25-50 question. But then we move on to the question perhaps of more consequence to investors. How low does the Fed ultimately go, and how quickly does it get there? Economists urging the Fed to communicate a destination and a speed of travel. Barring that, says Gregory Dacko, chief economist at EY, we should be prepared for a long and irritating ride marked by the unpalatable echo of, are we there yet? We all know that unpalatable echo. The trouble for the Fed is the uncertainty over which bogey to aim at. Relative to the current funds rate of 538, the Fed in their June projections, the long run is 2.8, 250 basis points from here to neutral. The funds rate averaged just 0.6 from the great financial crisis to the pandemic, a period of below 2%. 5.5 during the tech boom of the late 90s, yes. But that could be an analog for now with all. The nominal average has been 4.8 since 1960. So pick your number. Mark Vittner, chief economist at Peterman Crescent Capital, says the neutral rate is likely higher than many anticipate, potentially above 3%. Given that the economy is expected to stay close to full employment, the Fed will probably need to keep rates above this level. That is not how the market is priced. It sees an aggressive Fed cutting by almost 125 bits from now, 298 by the end. 240 from here. Futures have a habit, though, of forecasting more than the Fed quickly. So we'll watch the dot plot today. Listen to the guidance. We're going to end the day knowing the answer to 25 or 50. A new debate of whether it goes down 100 or 200 or more.
Always fun to debate all of it. Thank you, Steve. Steve Leisman in Washington. Is in charge of corporate credit at Goldman Sachs, advising America's biggest companies on their multi-billion-dollar financings. Joining us here at Post 9, Johnny Fox, global head of investment grade debt, always on a Fed day. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're 25, right?
I am 25.
Why?
So I think a couple reasons. I think firstly, if you replay everything that's happened since the July Fed, financial conditions are actually quite a bit easier. More or less they were at before. Credit spreads are back to more or less the levels they were at before. Term interest rates are 30 to 35 basis points lower. It hasn't changed. It's just there in 12 months as opposed to 24 months. That's actually real easing into the economy. So I think that's point number one. I think, and this is where a lot of people I think might disagree with this train of thought. I think that the Fed effective, and a number of guests have that 50 is generally for more emergency type of action. Now, so I think the Fed is well within their rights to say a 50, but I don't think they've done a strong enough job as yet of destigmatizing a 50 basis point cut. So what I'd be looking for today is a dovish 25, opening the door for 50 normal course of action in the future. And then, of course, we'll run the play of will the next meeting be for a while.
I mean, he is going to have to do a little work if he does 25 on the dovish front to that they're still right with the path in order to keep financial conditions from tightening, right?
Agreed. And I think that that will be something they'll look to protect both in the press conference as well as in the dot plot as well. So I think that seeing a sell-off in long-term yields will be a very undesirable outcome. My guess is that the Fed will look to try and protect the shape of the yield curve as it stands right now.
What is it? Oh, go ahead.
It kind of sounds like what Canada's put together, right? Couple 25s. Last few days, we're not averse to a 50 down the road if we need it.
Yep.
Is that a decent playbook or analog?
I think it's a good playbook. Yeah. I think the market will like that. My guess is that the
Dad? Well, let's try it. Damon and I are both very stressed out right now.
No. Won't turn over. You can't travel without a police escort here. We're all by ourselves. Not everybody left. So we're completely stranded in Cambodia. Well, that looks promising. It says Gumball on the sides. Maybe they can help. Hello. How are you? Our battery's dead. Apparently they have a jumper pack here, but the battery, it won't start.
Oh. Huh?
We need an alternator and a battery.
Okay, we will find for you.
How do we make videos without a car? What's the rest of the ride look like for you guys? Well, we can try. That might not be strong enough. We're into this for over $150,000, so I'm gonna find ways to make this enjoyable. But
okay.
Negative here. This. That won't happen. Yeah, that won't work. There's this? That's to go here.
Yeah.
This one can't fit.
No problem. I can.
And this? Too small for this big motor?
Yeah, the same. It's okay. Yeah, the same. And this one. Yeah, it's okay.
That won't be a strong enough ground.
It's okay. Don't worry. Yes. Okay. Yeah, you can start now. You can start now. You can start. Again, 1, 2, 3.
No.
No, big.
Too weak.
Bigger than that.
So the cops are here now. Like I said, we cannot be alone in this country. We can't do our own thing. This is a lot bigger of a problem than it's a dead battery or a broken car. Like legit, like, yeah. We're real stressed right now.
It's really, it's really weird that it'll turn on at the lunch stop, and then we get here, and then we turn it off, we put gas in it, and it won't turn on.
It did the same thing in Europe. When we did the donut, it wouldn't start. We put a charger, also it will start again. Yeah. So it's like, this car needs to go to somebody, go back to Lamborghini in Italy, fix the car. Yeah. I hate this man. Like, intermittent problems are stupid. We have lots of cars. We wanted to bring this car for a lot of reasons. You guys love it's a fan favorite, you know, and I don't want to go in hindsight and say we should have brought a different car. We're here now with the car. We do have some friends from Canada turning around to help us, so thank you so much to them, because everybody else has left. Like, literally, it's just us at this gas station and this nice lady right here. Well, there's a rally. Hey guys.
Isn't it cool how they have like race jackets for the fuel? Like, have you guys noticed that?
Must be nice. What's happening? We have a bunch of issues. Well, like, why would it die? Why would it drive for a bit, then why would it die? So we can get a jump right now if it runs, cool. So it's the alternator. I do it every day. It's the alternator, right? It needs to go to get fixed.
I don't know what it is. Everybody's just guessing. If it was the alternator, right, then why would it say when I'm driving the whole time, 13.7 volts? The alternator is charging the battery, right? Okay. Well, it must be, or else it wouldn't say any volts, right? The car would die eventually. But then we stop here, it doesn't want to start. So I go back to the super condenser, whatever thing that helps that helps start the engine. Flux capacitor. Like something's not, it doesn't want to turn over.
I mean, we're all just guessing. We need that confident Lamborghini.
We're just guessing. We need someone to knows it.
Okay, let's take a minute and let's breathe. This is adventure. This is Gumball. And while it's annoying, there's always going to be a solution. You gotta stay positive. We're here in Cambodia. It's amazing. Everyone is super friendly. So I know I've been really stressed earlier in the video. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I'm freaking out a little bit. But we're going to figure this out. Or oh no. Too dead. Won't turn over. That's not good. Could be a supercapacitor and alternator, we don't know. The problem is we could jump right now and get it running. Cool. What happens tonight? Later tonight? Tomorrow? The day after? The day after?
Just don't shut it off.
Well, thanks for coming back. It's sat for an hour. We're gonna try it one more time, see if it's a cooling issue or something. It just doesn't have enough to kick it over.
It's turning pretty quick, though.
Super capacitor feels like, right?
I don't know. Yeah, you can hear it turning over. Yeah, it's trying, but it never kicks the engine over. You think that, like, with a jump start, it would kick it over?
Well, the Lamborghini Texas beat her at 15 with a scan tool, and now it's actually broken. Scan them with say what's going on.
It's not going to say that there's anything wrong. There's no error lights on the dash.
Yeah, but there's internal, there's fault codes that you won't see.
It's home since London. If it had internal error lights and codes that says, hey, fix this, it would have been on the list of things to fix for the last year and a half.
All the codes will say voltages, the same as last
but
time.
when it cools down, it starts. So it does seem kind of odd. It is cranking over though, right? So I don't know. Hard to say.
Okay, so if you look over here, we've located jumper cables. They're pre-war, but they'll work. But we have to push the SPJ back to line up the URAS. Jump boys.
No. All you have to do is back it up a little bit here. That's probably good right there.
Look at the crowd we brought here in Cambodia. Hi.
Welcome to the Cambodia.
Yeah, there we go. Hello. By the way, huge thank you to our friends from Canada and the URAS. They're the only ones that turned back. Lee obviously from Gumball came, but as far as all of our friends on Gumball, they came back. They deserve a Corona. Well, it sounds good. And it runs. It's a perfect Monte URAS. Carbon proof.
This one goes right here. That's the ground. Hold on. Does that fit? Hold on, don't touch it yet. Does that fit?
Okay, let's try it.
Now, if this works, it doesn't really solve the problem of why it's happening. So we have a tough choice to make. We can't borrow a car because each country is approved for its use, so it takes a month to get the carnet. So, yeah, we're in a really tough spot right now. Not gonna lie.
Did you guys filled it up? Did you guys end up filling up anyway?
Yeah.
Didn't even need to charge, but it sat there for X amount of time.
Dude, you can't kill this thing. I mean, cool. I know I solved the problem with this car. I love when he gets happy. I love it when Dave gets happy. Are you happy, Dave? You happy? I'm happy. Go. Hey, last time it was a transmission going in and out of gear. This time the car's just not going to start sometimes. I'm gonna have to kick it. I'm gonna have to get it from country to country to country.
Okay, do the police escort still?
Yeah, the police are waiting for us. It's the cops. They're gonna escort us.
Cops, and he's escorting us back.
Police issued jumper cables from 1944.
Hey,
let's get them!
Hey, you're too late. You're too late. We fixed it. Give me the shirt. Thank you for coming.
They're gonna give us a police escort back.
All right.
And he's gonna follow us back so we have no problem.
Let's go. You can't make this like the problems that we go through, the delays, and then we get back. This is exactly like the transmission, but not the transmission issue. On Gumball again, in a different country, on another part of the world.
And hell, again.
You hear it when it wouldn't start? It's like almost gets in, and it's like, nope.
Maybe it's a supercapacitor then.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
He want to check a car before you go to Phnom Penh now, and then tomorrow he fix for you.
Just don't turn it off. Leave it on.
Hey, subscribe right now. We earned your subscribe. What's happening?
Yeah, somebody subscribe, please.
One person. Wait. Yeah, thank you.
It's free. Subscribe. Help the homies out.
Should we buy these? Can we buy these? Oh, we got the Lamborghini technician have some.
Don't need to buy because you have the company come.
Okay.
This is the.
Does somebody have a set of those though?
Huh?
Does somebody have those?
Yeah, in there.
Yeah. You want to buy
those? Because those are what'll start this car. So if we don't have those, I want to buy them from the gas station.
Got something. Up to you.
He said
up to
photo.
you.
Just a photo.
Yeah, up to you. You give him literally up to you. Need something.
Yeah, the photo. This guy just paid for your jumper cable.
This guy paid for you.
That's fine.
Thank you. Thank you.
You just got a present.
Thank you. All right, sorry, Dave. Your luggage gotta go. Get the hell out of here. 200 kilometers to go.
Watch. 474, guys. 474 on the Qs. Does she hold? We're not really moving anywhere right now.
That's AMZN and PYPL.
AMZN and PYP.
What the f is that? We're about to find out. Okay, guys, let's roll. Police escort and all. Thank you to Lee and Luke from Gumball for also coming back to us. Let's go, baby. Let's just get along now, okay? Thank you.
Oh, heck yeah.
Too sexy.
Here we go.
So that's our pivot high.
It'd be easier if they could just turn on the front lights. Oh, shit! Now the battery is 14.1. We have not had 14.1 all day. By the way, the tuk-tuks and scooters on the side have no lights on them. So, it's quite dangerous. I appreciate the lights, but it's gonna give us both a freaking migraine for the next 200 kilometers. Holy what's that? I see why those guys, like our friends in the green Urus, were saying it's super sketchy. Like, with a police escort, it's sketchy. Without a police escort, it's even sketchier. There's no streetlights here, there's nothing. But as you can tell by trying to film it here, it is so sketch. By the way, I'm stress eating a little bit. What is that? I got this strawberry cake at the gas station. It's really good. It's like angel food cake with strawberry. Is it really good? It looks delicious. It smells so moist. I love things that are moist, especially the word moist. But they push everybody off. Look at this. Like, bro. So sketch. What the hell?
Prior days high on PayPal. See if this holds. What are we up right now? 0.9%. Keep your eye on this on VWAP. It's prior days high. Double topped up there. You have VWAP, everything pulling in. I might go after this. I may go after this. There is some news. Let's see. PYPL, 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 PYPL. Amazon adds PayPal to check out on participation merchant websites. Let them know. And what was the other stock we were looking at? Fuck. It's going to bounce. This is where I should be a buyer. Right here. Here it is. Bang. That's buy trigger. Let's see. And no buyers are stepping in so far. There they are. Fuck. What was it? What was the stock? Oh my god. Never mind. There was a stock that I was trying to look up to see what was.
Oh! This is wild. Well, there's lunch. Yeah. Lunch on the road is a melted protein bar. It is so soft. And we still have our sirens running for the next 3 hours. That will be embedded in our eardrums. We're literally splitting lanes like a sport bike in LA. Yep. Head on with big rig trucks. Jesus, look at where we are right now. See those hands at the window. Move over, move over, move over. Head on with big rigs. Oh my god. Oh my god. car running.
Driving head on into those rigs.
I know we're split lanes with rigs on both sides.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Your first gumball, you picked the crazy one. 20. They're making out time now. And they are not in a supercar. Like the tires and performance and braking in that car is not the same as this. Dude. How many is in the car? There's 4 of them in there. What's going on? What's up? The guy hit a dog. Who did? The guy over here. Can you hit a dog? No.
What did damage? Lee hit one.
Lee hit the dog?
Did he?
I don't know.
The dog just ran in.
That happens.
Yeah, that happens. Dog fly.
Where did it hit?
The dog bite dog.
They ran under me. Oh boy. What happened? What happened? The dog.
The dog.
Oh no. It's not too bad. I mean, he didn't crack a radiator or anything. Yeah. Poor dog. Where's the dog? I don't know. That won't be good.
It's okay.
How long ago did it happen?
100 kilometers. It's about. We crossed the.
Is the dog okay?
It's okay. Yeah. He's still running.
He's still running?
You fire a lot.
Yeah.
Sound very nice. I tried this car by myself because I want to hear your sound. Yeah.
Apparently the dog ran off, so hopefully the dog's okay.
No, dog ran away now.
You know, there's more dogs over here if you want to grab you a puppy. They're not friendly. They're not nice.
The mother, he beat.
Oh my god!
Oh my goodness.
They're not gonna bite. They look nice.
They're just little.
Go to the go pet one.
I'm not allowed.
Go grab one.
I can't.
Who's got light? Flashlight. This is a gumball tradition. Zip straps and silent road repairs.
Road repair.
Just the front part. The back is okay.
It never rains, but it pours.
The radiator.
Are you a dog guy or a cat?
You better get going back.
I'm very much a dog guy, Dave.
Yes.
Is it Phillips? If it's Phillips, we can just take the whole thing off. The whole back of it came off too. When they hit the dog, it broke the tray, and the tray is hanging down, so we can't even tape it up. It's broken all the way down.
Why is it leaking?
And the radiator's leaking. So hopefully we can just nurse it back here. Do you want to take this? I gotta get the jack.
I think I'm gonna jack.
What are the odds that we just found our own garage? Like, what the only in Cambodia, people. Too?
We're at a garage station. It's like a workshop.
That's just the AC. Don't worry about it. We'll just zip it up and then we'll just go.
That's not coolant. You're good to go. That's just water. This is not my first gangbang. It's just water. Let's go.
Red looks pinkish, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like red.
Is it
see it right here. It's red. Look at the whole radiators, man.
Yeah. Maybe this is my first gangbang. Oh yeah. Dude, you hit a dog or a horse? Damn.
She was big. At least we're not dealing with hair and blood, so that's okay.
Gumball rally team. Let's put it back together. Hit the road.
I think it's better than
Solution. It's a Frankenstein. At least he's trimming the tabs. That's Lamborghini quality right there.
That is a professional job.
Is your rad actually leaking or not?
I mean, I think it's, I don't know, it's leaking something, whether it's the radiator or not. We'll find out in about 5 miles.
It's definitely leaking.
Well, it's pink, it's transmission fluid, and the transmission cooler, which would suck.
No, that's not that.
Oh, okay.
Let's hit the road. Let's go. Rev it up.
Shout out to that guy. Thanks for letting us use your shop here in Cambodia. If you're ever in Cambodia and you have a problem, hit up this guy. He'll take care of you. There's a broken 575 and a CGT. Poor bastard. All right, let's see how it can be a service. Now the question is, do we turn this off? Went away now.
Did it?
Yeah. Do we shut it down or leave it running? I don't know what the answer is.
So, do we turn it off?
Look at your voltage jumping right now. Watch the voltage. Jumping, jumping, jumping.
Do we turn it off?
My gut says yes, but I don't want to have the... It's your call, bro. That's dropping voltage. Watch, 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 watch. 13.2, 13.1. Sure feels like an alternator, doesn't it?
Might be. I don't know. I feel like we're going to be here for a minute. Should I just turn it off?
That's a tough question.
Let's ask Liam those guys.
What do they think?
I'm nervous.
Hell no. Hell no.
This guy's saying no. Look at him. Look at him. I'm like, should I turn it off? They're like, hell no.
Well, if it drops to 12.5, it'll shut off by itself.
That's it?
The coolant temper's not much
It won't
on that
drop
car,
to
so I think we're going to be okay to get to Phnom Penh.
Yeah, it must be nice.
So how do we fix this thing?
Well, we've got the mechanics with us. Worst case, if they can't do it, then we're going to get a flatbed and get it on the back and just get to Phnom Penh.
Ah, good old reliable 575. Old technology. Hello. They lost a belt.
Not just that, but more importantly, there's a f***ing Carrera GT here. Like, dude, in Vietnam, where that car's from, that is a $4 million USD car. It's a manual, first and reverse, absolute bitch to drive. And that thing is just chilling here on the dirt. Like, that's wild. You gotta respect the owner for driving that thing on this rally. Like, driving it, didn't just show up for the beginning. Like, a lot of people do. A lot of rallies will bring like the heavy cars and they'll just sit at the front and look like they're on the rally, but they ain't on the rally. On Gumball, people bring their and they drive their
belt did you lose?
What belt? I think it's about a 38 waist, maybe.
God damn you and your jokes. Is it alternator?
No. Bill, what belt did you lose?
Auxiliary belt. Alternator or the fan belt?
Oh, the fan belt.
Yeah.
It flew off. But you have a spare one, right?
Yeah, this is the problem, and they will make new for tonight.
Okay.
They made by aluminum and use the bearing here.
Okay.
Because they broken the bearing.
Okay.
This car broken the bearing, and tonight we will find the repairer to make it new.
Okay.
Not CNC like US. In here, just the oldest CNC by hand.
Here's make it from scratch.
Make it from scratch.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Yes.
Back on the road. Same driving at cars head on. Now we're moving. Oh, it's crazy bridge. That thing's huge. I still got my temporary automatic mode.
Here, let's see. Can we extend? We're right in front of resistance. The volume's given up, so I would like to see if we could extend.
I can't shift. I'm just stuck in auto mode. Which, by the way, check this out. If you put it into Corsa, this is the only time you can drive in Corsa in auto. Because if you normally put it in Corsa, it automatically puts you into manual mode. You can't drive in Corsa in auto by choice. It has to have this fault. Kind of random, the way if you think about it. Well, we're doing Lamborghini hacks tonight.
As long as we keep moving forward. Lights out.
Yeah. Hour and a half to go.
Look at this. There's a billboard for Gumball there's a huge grid. Unfortunately, it's a parade. And it takes about 45 minutes to get through at idle. This car will die. We have to skip it and head straight to the hotel. So if you're there waiting to see the car, we do apologize, but we can't get stuck there. We gotta make it to Bangkok. Apparently in Bangkok they have an alternator and a battery in stock at Lamborghini. So we have a big day tomorrow to hopefully make it through.
Run every light. It is honestly just so insane. It's still blowing my mind, even though we've been doing it for like 3 hours straight.
Well, the roads here are a bit bumpy.
Yeah. This would have taken so long.
Oh God,
without
dude.
the police.
Like the speed limit is 40 kilometers an hour. It's a 200-kilometer drive, but tons of traffic. So at a minimum 5 hours, we did anything but 3, and we stopped a lot. It is currently 10:10 p.m. and we are 12 minutes from the hotel. We are now in a city. I do apologize, I can't pronounce the name. The landscape changes right away. A lot of modern lights, modern vehicles. We're still doing the same boy shit with the cop car pushing cars out of the way.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Look at this hotel or building right here.
Looks like a castle.
Oh, we said it at the same time.
Could be a Coke.
Jinx.
Castle.
Oh, it is.
Bro.
It's massive.
Look at the capital city at.
Architecture is really cool.
Now we're just right in the middle, over the middle line. I watched this in a red light. Normally you'd stop, but we have a police escort. It's gonna send it right through here. Oncoming traffic. Look at this. Sorry.
Hello, brother.
These guys are nuts.
Do your car, brother.
Bro, it's broken.
Land on your head, bro.
We have no more police escorts, so I'm actually navigating here in Cambodia, and it's absolute chaos. 3 minutes to the hotel, brother. We're almost there.
What's up? How's it going?
Oh, yeah. But guess what? This is it. We've made it to the hotel. Thank God.
Oh, yeah. Okay?
Yeah, we gotta give him one.
Ready?
That one counted. My brother, well, we're at the hotel.
Can we give them what they want?
Give them one. Hey, you guys! Who wants a rev? Everybody get back this way. Get back this way. Get back this way. Get back this way. I probably just broke the car, but it was these guys. You guys, what a f***ing day that was. We had the border issues, the car issues, other car issues, and it's just day one. So don't go anywhere. Fun is just getting started.
This is what I'm talking about, bro. Literally, like today, later on tonight, they'll be on the 6th part of this rally, and it's been 2 weeks now, and they just left the finish line with videos. Like, I get they might be having trouble. They may not have, like, being able to send the files and finding Wi-Fi and all this stuff. Like, I get it, but here's the thing. Other people are capable of doing it. Unless they aren't in the race anymore. I don't know. But it just sucks that everyone else that's doing Gumball right now is, for the most part, even if it's like a day behind, who cares? A day or two behind, that's fine. But a week, like, he's talking about day one, bro. And it's been a week and a half. Like, the Gumball is damn near over with. And here we are, day one. Like, I don't get it, man. Like,
shares of PayPal popped again. PayPal now announcing that partnership with Amazon. Earlier, Amazon announced the partnership with Amazon buy with Prime. That's PYPO.
Yeah, up 2%. Morgan Stanley sees the stock near the side of $200 a share. The stock is at $220 because the
I don't know.
expected iPhone 16 every single dip because when the Apple Intelligence, the AI features
Sucks.
they say that's going to drive a multi-year upgrade cycle.
All right, Super Micro.
The AI servers, they're up 2% too. Needham says this is a significant beneficiary of all that AI investment coming in. They're at a buy. Price target $600, which is 37% from the close yesterday.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Why is he
automatically
doing this?
receive double in return? This straightforward approach demystifies the process and provides immediate value. Of winning viewers should be attentive during the live broadcast.
Why is it
The key is to
Tracks
scan
NYC?
the QR code as soon as it appears on the screen.
Wix gives you the freedom to tell.
The sooner they participate, the better their chances, as the offer is time sensitive and depends on the availability of funds allocated for the giveaway.
Look at the
Moreover,
mouth.
viewers can familiarize themselves with Bitcoin transactions
fake.
beforehand to ensure a smooth and swift participation process. Understanding the basics of cryptocurrency wallets and transactions can significantly enhance their experience and
Oh my
efficiency
God.
during
This
the
is-
giveaway.
this is
For
so
those new to
pathetic.
Bitcoin, we've made participants
This program is brought to you by Progressive, comparing rates to help you save. Now that's Progressive.
Everywhere but the seat. The seat is leather. Oh, I get it. You love your bike. We do too. That's why we're America's #1 motorcycle insurer. But do you have to wedge it into everything?
What? Don't do that.
This reminds me of my blanket.
The wolf was about the size of my new motorcycle. Have you seen it, by the way? Happy birthday, Grandma!
Look how the brushstrokes follow the line of the gas tank.
Just watch it. Jesus Christ. I was wondering why he said charge. Okay, so I'm just gonna play this.
Let's bring in criminal defense.
Bro.
Like he should step into the spotlight and it should be all him. He is a monopoly on an industry, and it said he probably takes a step back because he doesn't have to work as hard to go against.
I will say this, guys. We are going to have the Fed meeting. We're going to have all that. I'm going to go through some charts and stuff really quickly. Just kind of like listening to stuff just to pass time until we get there. Thank you guys for your cooperation. Hit the like button, subscribe. I love you guys. Thank you. Get to 1,000 subscribers. We are doing that giveaway.
Shit. I don't understand the lower bat.
Step into the spot.
Dude, what is
that man's just a weird dude.
Like, what is he doing, dude? What are you putting on tights and fucking run around?
Also,
like,
your cities. Let him have it.
Yeah, like at least Spider-Man makes sense because he's like 13 or some shit, and it's like, you know, I kind of have this power and I don't know what else to do. I'm just kind of bored, so fuck it. I'll swing through New York City.
Plus, there's this redhead that I really.
Maybe if I stop petty theft, I'll get laid or something. But Batman
trying to fuck Halle Berry.
Batman was trying to fuck Halle Berry?
Yeah.
All right. Well, now that makes sense. I take it all back.
Good luck, buddy.
I take it all back. No, that is crazy. I've never liked Woj. I'm on that island. Although it's not as deserted as you think. I don't
think it's deserted at all.
I'm on the hate Woj island, and when I set up shop there, my boat crashed onto this island, and I looked around, and there wasn't much life.
Yeah.
And now I'm looking around, and there's a 5-star resort on the island.
It's like
okay.
It's like Lost season 1 and 2. It's just guys from a plane.
Yeah.
Season 5, there's just people living in neighborhoods.
There's polar bears. There's everything. But no, I even as a Woj hater, I will admit that that'll change like a little bit of the NBA. I don't know. That'll change like the way people talk about the NBA. I don't know.
But
I think it'll change it for the better.
But it also won't change anything at all, right?
But it also won't change anything at all. But it'll change the discourse a little bit, hopefully for the better, and hopefully people realize. My hope is that like Woj doesn't tweet any NBA scoops for like a year.
Yeah.
And everybody realizes, holy shit, I didn't need that in my life at all. I've missed nothing. No part of me misses this at all. And then
I just like the rush of
take a step back and realize all of it's stupid.
I like the rush of Pete Thamel just tweeting something I totally didn't expect. I was just sitting there minding my own, and then all of a sudden Woj is at St. Bonaventures and he's doing this time is not in limitless supply.
Yeah.
What can happen next? Charles Barkley.
Time is not an endless supply.
Time is not an endless supply.
I need to do things more meaningful to me.
Connor, can you read that line one more time?
Such as offer 18-year-olds $50,000 to play.
But do it hopefully this time. Do it hopefully. Just the part where he leads up to time is not an endless supply.
This craft has transformed my life.
This craft.
But I've decided.
This craft, dude.
But I've decided to retire from ESPN and the news industry. I understand the commitment required in my role, and it's an investment that I'm no longer driven to make. Time isn't an endless supply, and I want to spend mine in ways that are more personally meaningful.
Oh, so you're gonna start painting? Are you going to spend some time with loved ones and? No. I'm gonna call 16-year-olds and ask them if they want to.
Yeah, I'm gonna call owners of furniture stores and see if they can give $50,000 to NIL program so that we can get bounced in the second round.
I don't think I can hate Shams as much as Woj. I think Shams is fine actually. I don't because Scoops guys. I don't really. It was always Woj because Woj isn't just like a. He's so self-serious. He's also just like the shit he's pulled behind the scenes at every stop that he's been at. He's just like not a good dude.
Yeah.
Like all of it just kind of, and then on top of it, he's like, am I the most important human being on the face of the earth? I think all of it's bad. But the rest of the Scoops guys, I think you know what I'm going to do?
Yeah.
I'm going to make an announcement. Woj retiring has, I'm
going to stop you there, Mark. You're not making this announcement like he made his announcement. I need you to.
Give me the sword. Give me the sword. Yeah, give me the sword.
I need you to. There's gravity and weight to the situation. Do it right.
My mother and father were both educators. I grew up in rural Indiana. We didn't have much. We weren't poor. It just certainly every day I woke up, I didn't say to myself, "Mommy, Daddy, why are we poor?" But as I look back, I realized my parents did the best they could, and there were times where they had to say no. They had to make tough decisions. I asked for a certain thing, and they would say, "Mark, we can't afford that. We are but humble educators in rural Indiana." It was a humble beginning, and through the years, I have honed my craft of whatever the fuck it is that I do. And along the way, I developed an immense hatred for Scoops guys. Some would say it was jealousy. Some would say that my hatred was born out of me not being able to do what they do. That the times that I got scoops, I didn't have the balls to go through with those scoops, to tweet those scoops, to put those scoops out into the internet. These detractors were right. It was a lot of jealousy. Be that as it may, it was something. It was my cross to bear. It was a battle that I fought valiantly for years, for decades, really. I've hated the Scoops game. I've hated all of them. But on this day, the 18th of September, 2024, as Adrian Wojnarowski has decided to pivot into more meaningful things in his life, I too look back on the decades of battle that I have given my craft, and I say that it is time to lay my sword down.
Wow. Time.
In front of God and country.
Time is not.
I have decided that time is not an endless supply. And that I, Mark Titus, will no longer fight the Scoops guys in any sport, in any capacity. Which is not to say that if they are acting like bozos every so often, I'm not going to poke fun at them. But it is to say that as an industry, I will end my crusade in trying to stop the entire industry. I will end my crusade as a guy who has been anti-scoops of any kind in any industry, as it pertains to sports, I should say. In any sport. Sports scoops, guys. I've put my sword down. Because, again, time is not an endless supply, and I need to do something more meaningful with my life. 34. 34. Signed 34.
Wow.
He acts like he's not getting paid millions and millions of dollars.
People were also saying online it would have been very funny if Shams had stepped in and scooped it. Yeah.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with
passing
this, though, dude.
Like
I'm the dog chasing the mail truck, and I think I got it. Like,
You think
I got the,
you
I got
think
the
he
truck.
texted Pete Thamwell this morning or last night and said, "All right, I'm gonna give this to you," and Pete was like, "What? What did you say?"
All right. That's kind of like Rothstein. The only scoops I have is John Rothstein will scoop me his personal life. I broke the news that he was engaged to be married. I broke the news of when his wedding was going to be. I broke the news that his wife was pregnant, and I broke the news that he had his baby. Those are the only scoops I ever get. That's Pete Thamel, I guess, as he gets the who scoops the scooper. That is crazy. That Pete Thamel got that scoop though.
I get random scoops probably about once a year. The problem is, for the one scoop I get, I also get 100,000 DMs saying, "By the way, Hugh Freeze is having sex with a horse."
Yes,
and I can't go public with Hugh Freeze is having sex with a horse because I can't verify that Hugh Freeze is having sex with a horse. So when that happens, and I say, "Oh, I'm not going to report Hugh Freeze is having sex with a horse," I miss Nick Saban's going to retire. In 2 weeks.
The two scoops that I got that I did nothing with that haunt me forever. One, Steve Alford was getting fired at UCLA. I had that like 14 hours before it was announced, and I was like, I don't have the balls to actually put this out there.
So do you?
Well, you know what? I
want to put that out there?
Yeah. I know. That's like I don't want this to be my thing. But you know what? This is why I know I wasn't made for the scoops game. I think I've said this before, but I got the scoop that Steve Alford was getting fired from UCLA. The first thing I did to corroborate this information is I went to Twitter and searched Steve Alford fired. I saw no results, and I was like, fuck, it's probably not true then. And it didn't.
You immediately went to register. Look for Scoops guys.
I was like, I can't break this. No one else has broken this. And I was like, wait, that's not how breaking the news would work, I guess. I guess I'm supposed to be the one to put it out there first. And then the other one, the night before a Duke basketball game, some Duke student DM'd me and was like, I was at the bars and I saw Trayvon Duvall, who was a guard he was like a 5-star that like no one remembers what happened to him, but at the time he was like thought to be a future lottery pick. I saw Trayvon Duvall out at the bars all night. He's gonna play like ass tomorrow, and then I saw it in the same way you see Hugh Freeze had sex with a horse. You're just like whatever. I watched whatever the Duke game was the next day, and he was like 0 for 10. It was very sluggish, and the entire time I'm watching the game, I'm like, "Fuck, dude!
I had that.
I should have bet on that game, or I should have like." Yeah,
I
don't know how to break that news though. Breaking Trayvon Duvall was out last night.
That just sounds like you were at the bar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have an update on the 30.
Okay.
In journalism, it's meant to, I guess. What does it say? It's used to indicate that a press release doesn't continue, particularly at a page break. It's essentially the end.
And that would be interesting if Woj actually did journalism, but he doesn't. So it doesn't really make any sense whatsoever because he's not a journalist. He's a mouthpiece for.
Yeah, apparently the Michael Jordan I'm Back also had the same 30.
Okay,
Connor, we need you to tweet something with 30 on it. I don't know what. What's the most mundane announcement you can make?
Something about pooping.
I'm overstimulated.
I'm properly stimulated right now.
I'm stimulated.
Yeah.
Well, actually, are you stimulated? If it's your resting being, you're not stimulated at that point, right? You're just. Or would you describe yourself as stimulated right now?
I would say I'm at even levels of stimulation.
That's your announcement.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm at even levels of stimulation. 30. I like full stop. That's a good way to end stuff.
Full stop is the most fucking preposterous self.
Yeah.
God damn it! You're just such a. I don't like you.
But when people use,
I did a thing.
When people use full stop against me, I don't know what to say at that point. We should if we were having the argument with Connor yesterday. If we just would have been like, it was a good play call, full stop. He just has to basically walk out of the room.
But I hate when.
Watch this area down here. All right, 470, 472. We're on the QQQ, and let's see. Because what we could see, like we always do, is that 12 and or 1 o'clock mean reversion back to where we opened before we get summary of economic projections. Okay? So keep an eye on this range down here. We haven't really moved at all today, and it's not surprising. But keep an eye out for that. It may happen. It may not happen. I'm just saying, if we find ourselves... And look, what do we have? We have higher lows being put in. Are we finally going to crack? Are we finally going to crack this?
GRAB, grab holdings, getting a pop to the high on volume. Golf Romeo Alpha Bravo.
Come on.
2.5% GRAB.
Yeah, 472. So that's what I'm gonna. I'm watching 472. See what happens when we get down here. Again, I'm just passing time with just watching some podcasts or whatever's on. Just trying to like pass time until this meeting starts. The markets are going to open up, so you guys got to be ready. If you guys have a list of stocks you guys would like to cover or talk about or go over, throw it in the chat. If you guys want to hit the like button, please. It takes a second. Please subscribe. We're trying to get to 10,000 subscribers. Once we get to 1,000 subscribers, I'm going to do a nice cash giveaway. What else? What else? If you would like to donate... Okay, donation contributions to the stream. Help keep it free. We're only going to be here for another week and a half or so. Things are, you know, kind of forced to change. So, you know, unless we can fix that. So, that link's in the description. If you guys have any questions, if you would like to sign up for a one-on-one, links in the description. You can email me, get a hold of me at Twitter at Ivy League Trades. Just send me a request, and you guys can send me any messages you guys would like. If you need help, if you just want to, you know, whatever's on your mind. That's how you guys can get a hold of me. Again, give me just a few minutes, and I'm gonna go through, you know, some charts here, and get ready for this Fed meeting. Thank you guys for being here again. Hit the like button, subscribe. Thank you guys for getting us to 4 likes. I know it's not a lot, but you know what? I'm grateful for whatever we can get. So, thank you.
There's nothing else you can.
I hate when people tweet something out or type something on the internet that they would never ever say in real life. That's all.
I would like to watch this. Yeah.
TJ just now saw it. TJ just now saw. TJ. Time is not an endless supply, though. TJ.
Gentlemen, start your engines! Start your engines.
You'd be shocked at how some fuck it up.
All right.
Nailed it.
Gentlemen, start your engines!
Nailed it.
Gentlemen, start your engine.
Could have done more.
Gentlemen, start your engine.
Yeah,
Drivers and Danica.
That's the best one.
I had to change.
That's the best.
That's
one.
crazy.
Drivers and Danica.
And
though.
Danica.
You didn't say gentlemen and Danica.
That's Connor.
That is Connor. That's a good one.
Drivers, start your engine.
Yeah.
Pretty good, right?
That's fine. That's fine.
Drivers, start your engine.
He said it like that.
He said this is Sparta.
Right.
Different words.
Drivers,
Nice hat.
Wow.
your engines. Drivers, start your engines. Let's go.
Done.
Wow. Wow.
I had to see it this morning. I figured you guys would want to see it too.
Wow.
Wow.
Kevin James has the best one.
Kevin James.
That was an indie, I think. Where was it?
No, that wasn't Indy.
Oh, I don't know where it was, but it's,
That wouldn't.
It is the most iconic one. I liked.
We don't do celebrities.
I like Nick Cage with the Undertaker hat.
Yeah.
Drivers. How would you do it?
I would say I would do Drivers and Danica, even if she's
Drivers, even though she's not in the
I think he was trying to fix Gentlemen
He
and
was trying to say
Danica.
gentlemen and Danica. He said drivers.
Drivers and woman.
And woman is so funny. That's so good.
I don't remember hearing about that. That seemed like it would have been big news when it happened.
Driver. Well, at the time it was probably like, hell yeah. At the Danica was something.
We didn't live in a time where we just cried about everything, whether it was a little cheap shot or not.
So I do my mantiquing, right? And I go around and I look a lot, and especially in Indy 500, 90% of it is Danica.
So is this a sign that people are getting rid of Danica shit, or
I don't know
that the antique
I don't know
for Danica is?
But it's just like Danica, willpower Danica.
You guys were proper. Was Danica hot? Like
oh,
she went when she because she was just, to me, she was in every GoDaddy commercial, and I was like, okay, Danica.
Oh, she was huge.
She was sexually model that also drives cars.
Oh, she was huge because she was an attractive young lady who drove race cars.
Yeah, and she also was like, there have been women. I'll just speak to the Indy 500 part of it all. Like there were women that started in the Indy 500 forever, but you never had to take them seriously because they were never in cars that were good enough to win, and it was just like wow, it's a cool thing that there's one woman seemingly in every race, but like they're gonna finish at best 27th. Danica was the first one that like could theoretically have won, and she led laps and stuff, and that set people off. But then also, like the rednecks of Indiana were like very confused because they're like, yeah, I mean, I'd fuck her, but like I don't want her to win the race.
I always thought it was a kind of a strategic mistake on her part when they would be driving along, then she'd put her groceries on top of the car.
Yeah, yeah, that was stupid.
She'd have to stop and period every now and then. No,
Yeah.
Okay,
as they do.
James, I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
Doing that with a Chuck and Larry.
Chuck and Larry.
That is so funny.
Oh my God.
I got a question about Kevin James.
Okay. This is the show for it.
King of Queens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With, is it Leah Remini or Leah Remini?
Yeah.
Remini?
Yeah.
I just found out the other day that she was on Cheers.
She was Carla's daughter.
Yeah, she's Carla's daughter.
But was she? You were talking about like, was she like fawned over by like you when you were a kid? Or
No,
was
she wasn't. She was probably on 3 episodes.
Yeah, she wasn't.
Okay.
She wasn't really on.
She wasn't positioned as a thing.
Okay, I didn't know if she was like a.
No one would
teenager.
remember her on Cheers if she didn't go on to become
like
have the career she had.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah,
And then she became Scientologist.
and then became an unscientologist, or she still is.
I think
she
she's
get
now
out.
an unscientologist.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
we should. So one of us should become one, and then try to get out. Just
Spin the
like
horses for
yeah.
I never understood sitcom guys that these fat, dumpy, out of shape white guys that end up with these hot women.
Yeah,
These good looking, attractive women that
never happen.
have no reason to be with them, and they're not. The men are not a catch. They're not.
No.
They don't speak very well when they try and talk, and they don't. They don't make a lot of money.
Poor hygiene. Yeah.
There's nothing about them that's very appealing, but they're at home, just a hot ass woman just waiting for them. It's crazy.
I don't know how they do it.
Peter Griffin.
You're sexually attracted to Lois. Ding fries are done. Ding fries are done.
Get ready for a game day with the latest addition to the Barstool Sports rival collection, Barstool College. Shady Rays has partnered with Barstool Sports, hey, that's us, to bring you a new lineup of premium polarized shades that are perfect for showing off your team pride. The Barstool College collection features bold colorways inspired by some of the biggest names in college sports, ensuring you'll find the perfect pair to rep your team, whether you're at the tailgate or in the stands. These shades deliver all-day comfort and top-notch performance. Plus, with Shady Rays hassle-free returns and exchanges, you can shop with confidence. Elevate your game day look with the Barstool College Collection. Head over to shadyrays.com and use code MOSTLYSPORTS. That should be easy to remember.
Mostly Sports.
Mostly Sports.
Like the show.
Hey, that's the name of the show. For 35% off polarized sunglasses, see for yourself why over 300,000 people have rated these shades 5 stars.
Sorry.
What?
I was.
You watching your highlights right now during the ad?
No, I saw a Che tweet where he was apologizing, and I accidentally clicked on the quote tweet. He
Che did nothing wrong, but it was also
he did nothing wrong. He also did everything wrong.
But it was also like, if it wasn't Che, I don't think we would have been that upset. But it was just like it was so.
I don't know why I was here, Mark.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It was, and I've told him many times, don't ever talk to me, Che. So like that was the other thing. He's like, why is he talking to me? Why? I'm kidding. But it's okay.
Yeah,
it's okay. It was still a surprise. I didn't know the second part that he was going to St. Bonaventure, so that still hit.
Oh, I got that's weird, right? St. Bonaventure, he's the GM of.
Yeah,
okay.
that would classify as weird.
I'll just go a little further, and I don't mean to open the story back up because time is not an endless supply. But you are running a Division I basketball program.
Mm-hmm.
You're the head coach. And what you need a guy who's going to take care of everything. I don't know, scheduling. He's going to take care of all the kids. He's going to take care of NIL. He's going to make sure all the P's and Q's are correct. You need that guy.
Yeah.
So naturally, you look towards a guy who reports NBA scoops.
You look towards a guy who's been a college basketball enemy basically his entire career.
Yep.
Who anytime there's a college basketball coaching vacancy, he comes out and is like, fuck all you college fans for thinking that the NBA assistant coach would be interested in that job, or that this NBA head, you all are fucking morons. Go sit over there with your small potatoes basketball. Yeah, he's a great ambassador for the game, and you know what? College basketball is lucky to have him.
Yeah,
I gotta be honest. I think we could see a nice little bounce here. I think we can.
I'll speak on behalf of all of college basketball to have a guy
see if
who
we can get a bounce here,
hate you,
who fucking hates us, has worked actively to destroy us.
I have a.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but.
This step into the spotlight and it should be all him. He is a monopoly on an industry, and it said he probably takes a step back because he doesn't have to work as hard to go against a guy
He's
like.
not gonna be as driven.
Yeah, like what is Batman without the Joker? You know.
Yeah.
Even though the Joker is the bad guy in that situation.
What is
the Batman's purpose without evil?
Yeah.
So Shams doesn't have to work as hard. His screen time's probably going to go down. Probably not going to work as hard.
What's Superman without Darth Vader?
Mm-hmm.
That's a great.
That's actually way better.
What is?
Yeah.
that would be.
Why did Batman do that? All that shit. I don't understand the lore of Batman. Like Batman, like he's rich as fuck. He's
Batman's
in great
weird.
shape. He can just like.
Batman's just a weird dude.
Like what is he doing, dude? What are you putting on tights and fucking run around?
Also,
like,
your city's in trouble. Fucking move to
move.
Vine Island. Go move to a new city. Let him have it.
Yeah, like at least Spider-Man makes sense because he's like 13 or some shit, and it's like, you know, I kind of have this power and I don't know what else to do. I'm just kind of bored, so fuck it. I'll swing through New York City.
Plus, there's this redhead that I really
maybe if I stop petty theft, I'll get laid or something. But Batman
trying to fuck Halle Berry.
Batman was trying to fuck Halle Berry?
Yeah.
All right. Well, now that makes sense.
Wow.
Read it.
Scoop is this. Mostly Sports, Ebo knows will be leaving today's show at 11 a.m. Central to go to the taping of Barstool Pick'em. He will return to the Mostly Sports couch tomorrow morning, saying in a press release, quote, "Time isn't an endless supply." 30.
Wow.
Wow.
I guess I got to go to the couch for instant reaction. Connor, how do you react to this news?
it comes as a shock.
Yeah.
I love my fellow couch boy. I can't wait to see him tomorrow. But yeah, this was uncalled for and unexpected. I don't know.
Yeah.
Mark, as the leader of this show, how you feeling?
I'm stunned, but I'm also left confused because I still know nothing about Ebo's upbringing and what his parents did for a living.
Correct. Yes.
I am the son of an accountant.
I have a lot of
certified
questions.
public accountant.
I still have a lot of questions. Namely, what did your father do? Who is your daddy and what does he do?
I'm the son of an accountant and a firefighter.
Nice.
Wait,
hold on.
Mother,
this is one of those.
The mother is the doctor.
This is one of those riddles.
Dads?
This motherfucking riddles.
Evo's got 2 dads.
You got 2 dads. Wait a minute.
Wait, the doctor's. Wait.
No.
Hold on.
I can't operate on this boy. This is my son. So, you never told us you had 2 dads.
Yeah, I guess this is how I come out as a guy with 2 dads. Remember when I said my mom retired?
Yeah. Oh boy.
All right. You were saying.
a firefighter. Oh.
You were saying, Brandon, there's, the Fat and Happy, I think, college football teams.
They need to stop and say, "Whoa, it's a little too good.
quiet.
It's a little too good in here." Because Scooby-Doo could come out and the whole thing could fall apart.
Yeah. Scooby-Doo could.
The number 1 team who I think has had it a little too good and needs to, at least, if not press on the brake, at least like put the foot hovering over the brake.
Can I guess?
Yes. I have 4. If you guess any
Let
of
me.
them.
Do you want me to guess or no? It's
Yeah, I
more
want
fun
you to guess.
Okay.
The 4 teams, again, things have been great, perfect, awesome so far. Be careful going
I'm trying
forward.
to think. Should I say what the teams that I have my top 4? Or my guess? I should guess what Brandon Walker has in his top 4.
Yeah.
I think you put Nebraska on that list.
Nebraska is on the list.
Okay.
They are the 4th team on the list.
They are the 4th team on the list.
Laser, right, banana, Y2 split, go, Falcon.
What?
On two.
I think that's it. That's all I knew.
Nebraska's my 4th team. 2
imagine-
of the teams are in big games this week. Number 1
Tennessee.
is Tennessee. Tennessee is cruising right now. And the thing about it is, college football fans are not rational people. However, Tennessee fans take not rational to a not rational level.
Mm-hmm.
They already think they've won the 2024 national title. They are on top of the world, and fuck you if you don't give them the Heisman, the national title, then fuck you and your mother.
Yep.
That's how Tennessee fans believe. They're going into Oklahoma this week. Oklahoma is a very talented team who has not played very well. Their quarterback hasn't looked good. Their offense hasn't looked good. They're walking into Oklahoma, first SEC conference game ever for Oklahoma in Norman.
With your how would you say it? Did Heupel win the Heisman? No, he didn't.
Heupel won national title.
National title.
Yeah.
Your favorite son.
Favorite son coming back. One of your favorite
home.
sons
That's
is coming back home.
Favorite son. I was trying to think of the term.
Like, I don't know. This is a big Tennessee, let's be careful. Let's be careful because I think it's been a little too good so far.
Okay.
Number 2 team that it's been a little too good, Miami.
I agree in theory. I just think but go make your case. Make your case.
Well, so what you're going to say is the ACC sucks so bad.
Yeah.
But that can't be the strength of your team. If you're saying, oh, we're going to be great because our conference is so bad, then you don't really believe in your team. But they killed Florida, who's god-awful. They killed 2 other teams. Cam Ward is now the betting favorite for the Heisman. This is still a team that has invented ways to lose over the last few years.
I'm saying where the difference to me is like Tennessee has a wake-up call coming because they are playing a gauntlet of an SEC schedule.
Right. Tennessee's wake-up call might be in the playoffs.
Yeah. Where Miami's
Miami
does not have you don't look at Miami's schedule and say, oh shit, when they get to they're in trouble when they get to this point in the season.
Correct.
Unless it's the playoff. But I agree with what you're saying that a lot of it is like you said, the ACC is bad and that is pumping Miami's tires when we're not certain that they're national title good yet.
My number 3 team. Well, you've already guessed Nebraska. You had Tennessee. Do you want to guess the last one?
I think you're
Connor, do you have a guess?
I think you're gonna shit all over.
I'm not shitting. Have I shit all over anybody yet?
I think you're gonna shit all over the Indiana Hoosiers.
I'm not going to shit all over the Indiana Hoosiers because they're going to start
joking,
when 6-0 Nebraska and 6-0 play and Indiana play. It's going to be the
that would just be an all-time hater position to take.
To shit on the Indiana.
Listen,
Hoosiers?
Indiana football. I know you're 3-0, but fuck you for
calm the fuck down, guys.
Fuck you for being happy. Who do you think you are?
You have a guess?
I'm thrown off by the fact that you said that there are two big games. I was going to say Texas.
Oh, I got one. USC.
It is USC.
USC Trojans. You beat a. I'm gonna put the camera on.
Put the camera
Listen,
on.
USC. You're feeling good. You're in a new conference. The Big Ten doesn't look as strong as we thought it did. Michigan feels a little fraudulent. You just saw Texas go into the big house and wipe the floor with Michigan. You think you're about to do the same. Your entire season so far hinges on a close win over what I feel is a fraudulent LSU team, which I think by season's end you're going to look back on that win and not really think that it's that big of a deal. I think Michigan is better. As a Michigan hater, I still think Michigan is not a complete dog shit team, and I think this is a do or die spot for Michigan. And you're in a new conference, you don't understand Michigan and Big Ten style of play as well as you think you do, and this could be a trap game for USC. And even if this isn't a trap game, you're not the class of the Big Ten. You think you are. You're not going to be the class of the Big Ten, and you have a humbling coming.
Put the camera on me, TJ. Put the camera on me. USC, you're 3-0 right now. Everything's great. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. You're hanging out at the beach with Jane Lynch. Everything's great. I love USC. Yay! You beat an LSU team who is not very good. I had them as the most disappointing team in the SEC this year. They're not very good. I know you won that game. You won a one touchdown. You won a one-score game. You won in the end. Great. You're feeling good. Michigan, I love to hate on Michigan. I fucking love to hate on Michigan. You're going into their house. They've got everything to play for. They got one last stand in them. Their defense is still really good. USC, just pump the brakes. That's all I'm saying. Just watch out. This is a tough spot for you.
Well said, Brandon.
Thanks.
Well said.
Thanks.
I like your list. That's a good list.
The entire time you were talking, I was like, all right, well, I'm going to hit him with a Mark Titus impression, and I could think of nothing. Nothing in my mind. I can't do impressions, so I just would have needed a hat and turned around backwards, I guess.
Yeah. I mumble. That's a good impression.
Do you have a Mark Titus impression?
Yeah, I'll do it right now. Welcome to Mostly Sports. I'm Mark Titus.
Pretty good. Snap. Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Got his ass.
Got him.
Got your ass.
Oh,
Pretty
my
good.
goodness.
You should go on the Fox pregame show.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I could just, Frank Caliendo.
Where does he fall? Is he out of the game right now?
Yeah, what's his legacy?
He's never out of the game, is he?
Do guys like him hold up over time too? Like, are you going back and watching Frank Caliendo impressions and
Did
it's funny?
Yeah,
did Gruden going out in disgrace hurt Caliendo?
Yes.
Definitely.
But he had other guys, and John Madden dying. Like all of his guys gone or dead?
Impressions guys are in a weird spot because it's like it's not. It is impressive,
Funny,
and it is technically kind of funny-ish.
It's funny for a second,
but also very low ceiling for me.
Yeah, it's funny for the first 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And I also am envious of the skill. I can't even
right.
fathom
So
being able to do that.
it's an immense talent. Like,
It's
to be able to do that
it's a
is
very big
crazy.
skill.
It's just like not something that I necessarily need.
Who did Who did Aries Spears recently do that I saw? And I was like, that's
he did Soprano.
Tony Soprano. Oh yeah. I don't know why that came to my mind, but have you seen the Aries Spears Tony Soprano?
I don't think I have. I've seen Aries Spears.
He's done.
What's the most famous one?
Shaq.
Shaq,
You
yeah.
ever
I think
seen
it might
the
be the
Shaq-
Shaq one. Yeah, it might be the Shaq one.
I'd rather watch the Shaq one than the Tony Soprano one.
No, they're funny, but then
Yeah.
they're like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like when you show like a vague interest in something, and your grandmother then for Christmas is like,
Get you
I'm
that.
gonna get you when you get like a little taste of it, you're like,
Mm.
oh, this isn't too bad. But then when it's the full entree, the full ensemble, you're like, I don't need all of this. I just need.
I think impressions are the lowest form of humor, and to speak on that, I was in a bar. I was talking to this lady, and she's like, "Can I ask you a question, Brandon?" And I said, "Yeah, you can ask me a question." And she said, "Does pussy taste like pumpkin pie?" And I said, "Bitch, how you gonna ask a question like that?" I never had no pumpkin pie. Kick it!
I love this.
You want the Ari Spears?
Brandon doing Bernie Mac has legs, dude. I think this is incredible.
Someone has to carry his legacy on.
Yeah, I think this is.
Yeah, I sold out a little bit more today too.
You took the P. Diddy impression a little too seriously with the baby oil, though.
Yeah, I guess I did.
A little too much baby oil.
That guy,
freak.
that guy.
What's the
Are freak offs bad now?
He was having freak offs.
P. Diddy, I got to a point where I just opted out of all headlines. Like, I'd see him, and I'm just like, I know shit's going on, but I just don't care enough to read.
He was in too many headlines without anything happening.
Yeah.
So it desensitized you.
Yeah, I just opted out. I was like, I don't care.
They got him now, though. He's arrested.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say he got
What's
charged?
the latest? What's he doing?
He got charged with that sexual assault, racketeering,
kidnapping,
and arson.
Mm-hmm.
Arson?
What did he set a pussy on fire? What did he do?
They said he had like thousands of bottles of lube.
Oh,
that's too much lube.
That's just entirely too much lube.
That's an inappropriate amount.
Yeah,
of lube.
That's a crazy amount.
That's probably the most inappropriate part, right?
All the lube?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sex crimes.
He had Tupac killed, right?
No, not him.
Who had Tupac killed?
That was Suge, right?
Suge in conjunction with.
I don't know. I don't know who. It
was a collab.
I don't know who had
I
Tupac
thought they
killed.
collabed. I thought it was a collab.
I don't know who's accused of it. I don't know nothing about that, man. I don't know nothing.
Listen.
hey. Come on. Yeah. TJ.
Yeah.
Do you have an Ari Spears impression? Did you have that up? I say I don't like impressions and immediately watch this impression.
Do all these
What's your best impersonation? Your favorite.
Anything that's new feels like a new child. But I love Tony Soprano. Because one, it's a white guy, Italian, and nobody expects you to do that. Ask me a question.
Tony, what did you do with the body?
Like, doesn't fucking matter what I did with the fucking body. All the guys are gonna fucking marry. Show, Pussy, Christopher. They know their fucking position. I'm from the king of New Jersey. I run a fucking underbush.
Pretty good.
I'm gonna do
That's
the
pretty
fucking
good.
shack.
Pretty
I'm
good.
buried behind a fucking bottom big. It doesn't matter. It goes where the fucking saying goes.
Oh my God. Like, I'm watching your
That's
mouth
pretty
when
good.
you do
Yeah.
it. That is that.
But also, like, I
would get tired of that quickly.
Yeah.
Like, it's pretty good, but I'm not really laughing that much.
Yeah.
Which is how impressions always go.
Yeah.
It's like, I recognize the talent, but for some reason it's just
That wasn't. Yeah. There's no way that you would have to tell a joke as Tony.
Yeah.
What's the best impression? Who's the if I say what's your favorite impression anybody's ever done? What is it? Stan Soder's Macho Man.
Shane's Trump.
Yeah, it's pretty
That's
good.
pretty good.
It's pretty good.
It's because he does like a full set of Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, he'll do like a full 10 minutes.
Well, he makes jokes with him.
Yeah, he makes jokes. There's more to it than just like, damn, you look and sound like Trump.
Right.
There's like adding layers to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Kill Tony episode with Adam Ray as Joe Biden and Shane Gillis as Trump for an hour and a half is like one of the funniest like live podcast improv things I've ever seen in my life. Adam Ray also does a tour as Dr. Phil.
Mm-hmm.
That's so fucking good. Like, it's so funny. But that's like character acting, that more so than impression.
Yeah. What is the I want to do some college football with you. What week are we on? We're about to go for week 4?
Week 4, yeah. Yeah, week 0, 1, 2, and 3.
So we're heading into week 4. I have yet to see if the season ended today, here's what the playoff picture looks like. Mock-up.
I don't think anybody wants to go first.
Why is it? I thought with the 12-team playoff, I honestly thought when the first window of games on week 1 was played, after the noon games were played, we would get if the season ended right now, here's what the playoff would look like. I thought this would just be a constant thing. I've yet to see one. I don't know if it's a me problem, like they're out there and I'm just not finding them.
Yeah.
But I just thought it would be everywhere, and it's not. And should we be first?
Okay. Here, I haven't talked
more
about
of
this.
that. I need if the season ended today, what does the playoff look like?
Okay. Here's the thing. The SEC's got a problem coming, and they don't realize it. And I don't know how it sorts itself out. The SEC office absolutely botched scheduling this year. The schedules are not even.
Mm-hmm.
And so there are teams that are worse than teams ahead of them that could make the playoff. Like Missouri is not as good as Alabama, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Missouri probably has a better chance to go to the playoff.
'cause
Missouri's schedule is fucking terribly simple.
Yeah.
So is Ole Miss's. And now Ole Miss probably good enough to go anyway. So I'm not gonna make an example of them. But like Georgia is number one team or has been the number one team.
Yeah.
Their schedule's fucking impossible.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know what to do with the SEC. I had to figure that out. The
But
Big
I guess
Ten's
that's
a lot easier.
I guess that's why I want the playoff picture, because the SEC has
okay.
The SEC has how many teams that feel like they, if the season ended today, they belong in the playoffs? 6,
Well, they
7?
got 5 of the first top 6
Yeah.
right now. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So right now, how many SEC teams would belong in the playoff? Probably.
The season ended today, Brandon.
It would be very confusing if the season ended today because we've only had 3 games. So obviously Tennessee and Georgia and Ole Miss and Missouri and Alabama and Texas.
Yeah.
So
All
that's
of them
6.
would be in.
Yeah, but Oklahoma hasn't lost, so I guess they would be in too. Is it?
Oh, here we go.
What's it? Who did this?
Oh, but this is
Reddit
based
CFA.
off the.
The AP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is based off of the AP.
Lucas.
Also,
Oh, yeah.
God bless NIU, but that
Lucas.
Oh my God.
that
to Georgia.
woo!
I mean, they went to Notre Dame.
Yeah, that's fine.
They went to South Bend.
Georgia would beat. Oh, okay.
They beat Jesus.
Yeah, but they haven't beat Kirby. Missouri, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Miami. See, all that's just a bunch of logos to me.
Sure is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Good
just-
analysis.
Seems like that's 12 logos.
There is, brother.
It seems like that's 12 logos.
But,
Damn sure.
But I like what I see.
You just like seeing it in that.
Yeah, dude, I fucking love brackets. I love brackets.
Why are brackets so
They're
awesome?
so fucking, because it just represents like anything could happen.
Yeah.
It's just like the you don't know what's coming, and you're just like, damn, that's awesome.
We should do brackets here.
Yeah, is there going to be a bracketology for this, like the way that there is in March?
Is there a Joe Lunardi? That might be my next contract's
Are we
up in
gonna-
5 months, guys.
People are gonna fill out brackets,
Right.
Surely, like that's gonna be like all office pools are gonna be a thing, right?
It's going to be much
Yeah.
easier to have it in theory perfect bracket.
You think
Yeah.
ESPN has walked up to Lunardi's cave and knocked on the door like, we're gonna need
Yeah.
hey, will you do more than 2 months of work? And just shuts his blinds. Get out.
He's hibernating right now. Joe Lunardi's in a cave.
It's gonna be the GM of women's basketball at Creighton.
This picture is going to get much blurrier, I think, as the season goes on.
Why?
My
This
playoff
particular picture? Why?
Yeah.
Or we're
Internet connection's gonna drop out, or
I
what?
think it's going to get much blurrier. And
Not gonna be in
pixelated.
HD anymore?
Yeah, much more pixelated picture coming
Yeah, I was
because
watching it. I mean, that's the thing. Like when you think it's going to give you that follow through, it just doesn't. Like look at J.P. Morgan. Like look what it had there. Right, broke that high. So I think we just gotta look for a revert back to the mean. I would just be patient for this meeting. I mean, if you didn't catch that move, see, like we still haven't even moved that much, honestly. Let me see here. I think that leg is over with. You know what I'm saying? You had to like grab that. Shit, sorry. You know what I mean? I would just wait. If you weren't already short from up there, and I don't even know if you even got paid really. If you tried to do anything before 10:45, you didn't get paid. Like you got your move, and then like it just got taken back. You know what I'm saying? And it just didn't move fast enough to even pay you. So a lot of people got chopped up this morning. I would expect a lot of people to try. Like look at that volume. Like look at this. Look at the volume. Hold on. QQQ. Like look how low the volume is on that break. So I think we bounce back. I would just look for a bounce back. That's just my opinion. You know, you are getting ready to fall into support. I mean, this is a level. If you crack Monday's low, then sure. But you're about to have a reason to crack Monday's level, unless there's something going on I don't know about. I would just be patient. That's what I'm doing. I'm just sitting here just waiting for to see if here at like 1 o'clock, you know what I'm saying, maybe we're down by like 470 or so, or down in this area, and we get that like move right back to the opening price and get above VWAP, and we sit at like 474 for the 230 meeting. Look, there's a nice little double bottom. And yeah, I would actually go long here. If you get like a wick down, I would actually buy the reversal for a move back to like where we opened for the Fed meeting, which I might do it. We'll see how much it is. I mean, I'm sure there's some premium baked into it for volatility for today. Yeah, like look at that. 474, 50, 474. Like they want $2. They want $2. So they want me to pay $2. So I'm paying. That's crazy. It just seems expensive to me to pay for like for a contract that ends today, and you're already half the day. It's 12 o'clock, and you only got a few hours left, and you're charging $2 for a 474 call. Like 474, 5.6. So your break even price is up there, 476. You know, so what, you might make like 25 to like 50 cents if you get to 574, which would be, I don't know, 20%. Just doesn't seem to be worth it. You give me a 4 or 5, 6 point move on the Qs, that mother sucker better be 50, or that thing better be 100 to 250% if you're going to give me a $4 or $5 move on the Qs. So that's why Monday I went short. Those puts for $2 out of the money were only 50 cents. I think a lot of people didn't take that part into consideration Monday when we got short here at 473. You hit 474, it pulled back. That little wick right into where we opened in pre-market lows. Bro, the 470 puts were only 50 cents, and we were in the money in 15 minutes. And they went like 200, 250%. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, you know, if you go short here and you guys are looking for this move down to like 470, just be careful. Make sure you don't pay too much, or like, I don't know. I wouldn't do it. I would just suggest you not to do it. Look how far below VWAP. Look how far below the trade line you are. I think we start to revert back to the upside, especially when we don't have like a news catalyst. I mean, unless there is a news catalyst, unless something's going on that I haven't heard about. So
I think there's scenarios where we have
I wouldn't.
undefeated Washington State, undefeated UNLV, undefeated AAC.
We should put out a 12-team playoff, but it's so blurry you can't make it out.
Clear. It's not clear.
Picture isn't clear.
Here's how we see it right now. It's not exactly clear though.
So there is that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what size orders you have. Oh my gosh. Come on. Oh man. I hope everybody is doing
These mushrooms. Yeah, you don't need my consent to
Yeah, I
run the
do.
team, but I
Apparently
just.
Dude, what the
I do.
fuck?
Apparently I do. I want to be.
Yeah, you don't need my consent to
Yeah, I
run
do.
the team, but I
Apparently
just.
I
you
do.
know.
Apparently I do. I want to be.
Like it keeps.
Since Ohio State has been eliminated from the. Since Ohio. Since. Bad boy mowers. Bad boy mower.
Oh my god.
Fucking.
You fucking me right now?
Guys. Just don't know what the hell's going on here.
center
Yeah, I
of the
do.
team, but I
Apparently
just
I do.
you know.
Apparently I
See,
do. I want
look
to. I want to
at
be.
this.
I like it
Oh.
better.
Just tell you one thing. Go take a lot of fucking work. It's gonna be a long road.
And the SEC can
long road ahead.
It's gonna be a long road to the Pinstripe Bad Boy Bowl.
What's the Rutgers update for football?
We
You got
got
the best running back in the country.
Yeah, Kyle Monungai is
Not really,
unfucking
but one of them.
believable.
One of them.
Oh my god.
He's the best running back in the Big Ten.
Guys. Just trying to get it in picture. It didn't have it.
And nobody seemed to care. But I don't know.
Doesn't have it. Still doesn't have it.
Do they play?
Load or
Virginia
something.
Tech.
There it is.
At home or at VT?
Blacksburg.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a tricky game for sure.
They play Inner Sandman and the fucking lunch pail and
Yeah,
the
special beamer ball.
teams.
Beamer ball.
Yeah, yeah. And then there's like a punt block, and you're like, holy shit, it's happening, and you get put on tilt, and then you lose.
Frank Beamer.
Is that still happening?
Frank Beamer. Dead or alive? Alive.
Frank Beamer is
alive, right?
He's alive, and he is
alive.
Yeah, I mean,
You good?
They showed him at
What type
the
of move are
South
they
Carolina
pricing
LSU
in?
game.
Okay, good.
Yeah, he's
good,
alive.
good,
Yeah, he's
good,
definitely
good.
alive.
Oh, all our.
You know what I'm saying? That's
God.
what you would ask
Oh,
yourself.
fuck.
What type of move are they pricing in?
A new
If this is
playoff
if this is
picture.
Frank Beamer, I swear.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
could
this
do
is-
that.
A
You
new
could do
playoff
that.
picture just dropped.
Yep. What we got?
I just don't think you have enough. Like, I think
This
the
is
move's
Super Mario
already
Brothers
been
1.
made.
Shape it.
And
Yeah, the playoff picture. We have an idea, but it remains
Right.
unclear.
fact that
I mean, you can make out some images
You can
there.
make out some of it. Yeah, you kind of
I
see
don't
where it's
know.
heading, but
It's not
boy,
really
it's
that.
not-
just
It's not
keep your head on
entirely
the swivel.
clear.
That's all I'll say. You know, I just
So
I don't want
stupid.
nobody getting hurt. I would
Bring
just
back the
be
pie. What was
patient
the
and
pie
wait.
charts? We were doing the AP poll as a pie chart.
Yeah.
Like the 25th team had like 1% vote.
Oh my god.
Early mostly was silly as
This
fuck.
is it. I think it's.
Boy,
gonna,
we
I
were
think
silly.
It started.
Top hat?
Here's something that Ebo put on the prep
think
sheet
we're
that
going back
I want to call
to
attention to because this shocked him. That's why he put it on there. It shocked me,
12,
and perhaps it might shock you, the viewer at home.
but it feels like we're getting some divergence.
I got Austin standing on the rock's head.
Looks like we're getting divergence.
Is that funny?
Oh my god.
Funny. They're just because they normally wouldn't stand like that. That's kind of silly, right? They normally wouldn't.
I have a problem with how
They're standing on my hair,
the
hair jelly.
the dimensions of the rock. That does not look like the rock to me. I didn't realize that was the rock till you said it.
Skinny arms.
It just looks like a skinny tan man.
No, TJ.
Oh shit!
Yes! Come on, beer pong. That was awesome.
I moved back like you had a gun.
I said no. You want to do an ad before you do that college football thing, Mark?
College football thing.
Whatever you were about to say.
Oh yeah. Whatever I was gonna say before all that happened. You know what we need to get? We all need to get more of off our ass with bold flavors and a refreshing citrus kick. Mountain Dew will get you off your ass and have you feeling like you're on an actual mountain. A mountain where the weather is always perfect, your friends are ready to hang, and a day of epic proportions awaits with an ice cold, delicious, refreshing. Code Red in your hand. Picture that. Picture Code Red.
All right. What color is
in
it?
one hand and a Baja Blast in the other.
Oh.
And you're just in hog heaven, and you're like, I can hit either one of these at any time. I can just take a swig of either one. That could be your reality if you just go scoop some Mountain Dew. The mountain is calling. You should answer. Grab your friends. Grab an ice cold Mountain Dew wherever refreshing beverages are sold, and do the do. What I was going to say was Sidney Crosby makes $8.7 million a year.
No, he doesn't.
Sidney Crosby, who, if I'm going off of like vibes and off of the information that I've retained from the hockey discussions, and then there's
This
like a little
is
spill off that filters over,
far out,
that
but I
kind of
might
trickles
try
over.
it.
Gets down
into
to
my
us.
life.
Yeah.
I might take that 50 cent.
Sidney
risk
Crosby's
and
one
go
of
for
the 10 best players of all time, maybe higher than that.
He's certainly the best player of this century, right? Yes, him or Ovechkin, one of those two.
I'm going to say Sidney Crosby is. I'm going to say Sidney Crosby is one of the 10 greatest hockey players to ever live.
I'll
how much pushback do you think?
I'm gonna get in that boat with you.
Okay. Based on that, I would guess that in 2024, one of the 10 greatest players of all time, a guy who's synonymous with the Pittsburgh Penguins, one of the great franchises in hockey, hockey history. He's probably, and maybe this is just my NBA basketball brain talking, he's got to make like $55 million a year.
Yep.
Maybe 60
Yep.
at this point.
Up there
I don't know what the cap situation.
What Steph makes?
is,
Steph
but
makes 55.
No, he makes $8.7 million a year.
Okay. I would be
That's
remiss
60
if I didn't ask this question.
And that's not on average. That's on. I mean, it is on average, but it's also he literally.
Is that because his number's 87?
I think so. I think he structured his contract such that he makes 87.
Just to match his favorite number?
8,700,000.
8,700,000.
8,700,000.
got some volume with the
8,700,000.
67s.
Is 8.7 million 8,700,000?
Yes.
Yeah.
1,000.
All right.
That's a, and,
1,000.
and that's a good idea. I like that you brought that up.
Yeah.
You know,
So it's not 100,000.
It's 8,700,000.
No,
making
because it's
sure that
700.
you're able to
It's
play both
8,700
sides of the trade.
Thousand.
Thousands.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So no matter
Still
what, you get a big
no,
move.
I'm still not there. I'm still not there.
They should each cancel one
Well, my
another
mom
out.
wasn't a CPA or a firefighter.
And that's what they're used for. That's what they're there for.
A
lot of people don't use them.
Is he doing that because it's his number?
I'm glad you brought that up.
I guess so. I didn't know that.
Why didn't he make his favorite number like 400?
$1 billion.
I'm going to be going over some
number's $1
charts
billion.
also here in a little bit at like
$1 billion.
like 12:30, 1 o'clock. I'm
That's
kinda
pretty crazy.
just
And there he comes
watching
on the
this
breakaway. Sidney Crosby, number one,
watching the charts.
number billion.
and listening
That'd be
to
awesome,
this.
Jersey.
And then we'll go over
Connor
some
Griffin,
charts,
tell me
like
what
an
the highest
hour
salary
before everything starts.
That was egregious.
Fuck are we doing?
That was egregious. I had to burp and I was gonna lean away and I just thought,
Oh, fuck it.
fuck it, let's
And you
see.
talk going into it.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. Oh.
All right.
The highest NHL salary for this upcoming NHL season is what? What's the number? Not the player. You can say the player for extra credit, but what is the number?
If you guess
had
the
to guess.
player on AAV, I'll give you the salary.
I already looked it up 3 minutes ago.
Why?
Because I was trying to get ahead in case you guys needed to know what the
Steven
average
Fair.
was. That's my whole job, is to look stuff up.
Brandon, same deal. If you guess the player with the highest salary on AAV in the NHL, I will give you his salary.
Shit, I guess I have to go.
I'm thinking
I think
about
it's either Austin Matthews or Nathan McKinnon is what I would guess.
I'm trying to think of what the number would be based on the TV contracts, the cap,
I'm gonna go-
roster size. I'm trying to think of jersey sales factor in there.
I'm gonna go 16-5.
That feels close. That feels.
I'm gonna go Nathan McKinnon 16-5. TJ.
I think slightly higher, 16.57.
Yeah.
Nathan McKinnon is third at 12.6.
No, he's not. Check 2024.
Yeah, you looked it up.
Check 2024.
He's on the same site that I'm on.
Check 2024. Check 2024. It's Nathan McKinnon's number one now.
You bastard.
It is 16-5, yeah.
What is this then?
I don't know. That's old information.
That was last year.
My boy Nathan McKinnon went out and won the
fucking Conn Smythe
Jimmy Johnson Trophy.
The fucking Owen Hart Trophy, right? Is it the Owen Hart? The
Owen Hart, yeah.
Jimmy Hart. What's the Hart?
I'm going
a lot of
back
Harts.
to see
The Hart
what
Memorial?
my mic was.
Yeah, there's a Hart Trophy, right? It's just Hart. It doesn't have a first name in hockey.
Who's Hart?
Well, there's Owen, there's Stu, there's Brett.
You want to answer it?
No, because it's a delivery guy, and he's gonna say I'm in the parking lot. Okay,
Yeah, so,
well, I can't talk to you every time.
Just
throw it out there somewhere. I'll come find it.
What's the Hart Trophy named after? Have we done this? But we did Conn Smythe.
Yeah.
Great name.
Oh my
Conn
God.
Smythe.
Mm-hmm.
Best names in history.
Mike Hart. He was a guy, right?
He was a running back for the Michigan Wolverines. Had big thighs.
Yeah.
Big, huge, meaty thighs.
Mm-hmm.
It's because of Dr. David Hart, a well-known Montreal physician. When he donated the trophy to the league, it became the first individual NHL.
We lived in the wrong time, man. We lived in the wrong time.
Crazy that you name a trophy. That's crazy.
We should have lived back in the 20s where you just do anything, you get something named for you.
Something named after you, dude. Everything's named. There's nothing left to be named.
We can't read like Cy Young. Why can't we read name Cy Young?
What chance do we have of getting shit named after us? Everything's
none. Nothing.
Everything's fucking named, dude.
This was actually almost 100 years ago. It was 1923-1924 season. where he donated it.
What is?
So we're 100 years behind.
Is there something not
Hopefully it's
named?
not too loud for
What's
you guys.
unnamed right now?
The show.
Should we get the
3 douchebags?
Should we ask them?
The Mark Titus and Brandon Walker
unnamed show. Yeah, can you name the?
What's
unnamed
funny
show?
is that
let's see what else.
I don't know. What's like I'm trying to think of like stadiums that haven't been. There's some college football stadiums holding. Michigan Stadium, Ohio Stadium.
There's some Memorial Stadiums out there.
They're still holding on.
Yeah.
They don't have any.
I guess Memorial Stadium is named for every troop that ever died for us.
Pitbull got a stadium.
Mm-hmm. Dale.
Huh?
Dale.
FIU Stadium is Pitbull Stadium.
What's he saying?
Dale.
What's he saying?
That's how Pitbull ends his raps.
What is Pitbull's like nationality of, or how do you say it? I don't know
actually.
how
Ethnicity?
Ethnicity.
His origin?
His.
What's his deal?
Is he Mexican?
What's his?
He's not
say,
Mexican.
Say his deal.
Is he?
What's his deal?
Yeah.
He's Cuban. Oh, that makes sense. I should have known that. He's in Miami.
That just sounds.
I didn't want to stereotype though. That was big.
305.
That was big of me to not stereotype.
Another ad.
I'm going to do it right now. Thursday Night Football is on, and it's only on Prime Video. This Thursday, it's the New England Patriots at the New York Jets. Join Al Michaels, Kirk Herbstreit, and Kaylee Hartung as these reloaded AFC East rivals meet up. Jets? They're both 1-1, right?
Yeah.
The
Back-to-back
Patriots
AFC East games.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah,
We're just doing the
Thursday Night
AFC
Football,
East.
yeah.
That makes sense. Coverage, it actually doesn't make sense, but
That feels like a game that everybody gets excited for, and then it just like they get let down. Just my, just my opinion. I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't be surprised if everybody gathers around the TV.
doesn't not make sense. I don't even know why I said it made sense. It's just fine. It's a
It's a thing. It's a
Thank
thing
you.
that's happening. Yeah.
Coverage begins at 7 p.m. Eastern with football's best party, Thursday Night Football tonight, live from MetLife Stadium. Not a Prime member, not a problem.
12 o'clock. What the hell? Oh, so she's friends with what?
Was out of Pennsylvania, but we won't give him no playing time. So who knows? It's Franklin. Franklin's got to go. It's time. He's got us to the point we can't get over that hump. We are a 12-team fringe playoff team at best. At best.
Well, you guys obviously, I'm sure you've heard that everyone's talked about that. Penn State's kind of been like the poster child for the 12-team playoff.
Well, yeah, because he can't get us where we need to be. No matter if it was a 60 team, we'd be the 61st best team. It's just the way it is with him. He's just not good. But hey, look, guys, I got to get in here. I'm fixing to get a workout in because I'm trying to not be as fat. But hey, Big Ev, I love the shirt, baby. Golden Bets with Uncle Church. I did a mullet shake on there yesterday. You'll love it. But check me out, Golden Bets with Uncle Church. Love you guys.
Thanks, Church.
Marty, you too.
Appreciate you, Church. That's my guy right there. That's my guy.
Love that. Let's go to Dylan. What's going on, Dylan?
What's going on, boys? I got an absolutely disgusting NFL pick for you guys, and I got a college pick also.
Hit us.
Steelers Chargers over 35.5.
Oh.
It just seems like a 21-17, 2017 type of game.
That is.
It's just you said it was disgusting, so it's okay.
That's when you're gonna scratch it. You're gonna have to scratch and claw for that over.
Is Justin Fields playing? Do we know?
I saw. It seems like they're leaning towards it. I don't think anything's been official yet.
As a Steeler fan, though, this is the type of game where this game always ends in that kind of score range.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be kind of around there, and it's 2-0 versus 2-0 too. It's a
big game.
Big game for both, yeah. And what's your other pick?
This is college football pick. So you guys were talking about Tennessee, Oklahoma, and under Josh Heupel, Tennessee dominates the first quarter. On DraftKings Sportsbook, you could get Tennessee to score first with money line at plus 110.
What do you think?
I don't hate it. I'm still like I'm still kind of like back and forth in this game because there's part of me that really like my eye test and everything when I see the two teams play. I think Tennessee is a much better football team, but just on the road laying 7, it's just a scary proposition for. And Oklahoma is. I'm not a Jackson Arnold guy. I don't think he's good. Their quarterback. I really don't think he's very good. But I think they're deep. This is not the same like Oklahoma teams where they actually have a decent defense. The defense is pretty good, but Tennessee's defense I think is good too. And I think their quarterback's much better. I think their offense is much better. So I'm not sure where I'm really going with it. They're contrarian to me wants to bet Oklahoma, but I feel like I'm going to look up at the beginning of the fourth quarter and they're going to be down like 20.
It's tough because you also see getting 7 points at home when you're a ranked team, not a good team, not just saying ranked. Like you are a good team. I think Oklahoma's a playoff team.
I don't think they're a playoff team.
Really?
No, definitely.
I thought
not
they were
top 12. I don't think so. I think when we did our
if they win this game, they are for sure.
If they win this game, they're in a good spot to be. But yeah, I don't. Because they're scheduled like starting here kind of, but their last they play a pretty tough SEC schedule.
Yeah.
Like I think when we gave out like we do like conference categories and stuff for unnecessary roughness, I think I'm pretty sure I picked them as the disappointing team because I thought they could, with the way the end of their schedule is, they could lose like 5, 6, even like 7 games if things go really south.
Let's take another one. Drew, what's going on, Drew?
What up, Marty? What up, Eddie? I just wanted to hear your guys' opinion. I'm loving Michigan State plus 6.5 in Boston on Saturday night.
Ooh.
I saw it's the red bandana game.
Yeah.
Obviously at Boston College.
That's a terrifying pick to bet against.
Bro, if anybody or any of you guys, and it's not playoffs, it's not the Super Bowl, if any of you guys out there, you guys are so fucking lucky there ain't nobody here for me to say this. But if any of you guys are out there betting on who scores first, you're not about your money. You are not. You are just betting to bet. That's cool. Listen, there's nothing wrong with it. Do what you want. Be a loser. Like, what are you doing it for? What are you gambling for? Betting to see who scores first, unless you have, like, even if you have, like, some stupid reason to think that you're going to, that the probability helps you, like, stupid shit can happen. Like, what are you doing? Like, you're just wasting your own time. Like, let's be real, is what I'm getting at. If it's the Super Bowl and playoffs and you want to fool around, that's cool, right? You're doing it for enjoyment. But if you are betting who scores first and you're trying to pick apart, like, unless there's a reason where you get some good numbers, I'm just going to say there's a right way and there's a wrong way. And thinking that you're going to try to bet who scores first, I just, if you want to be a degenerate gambler, that's cool. You know what I mean? It's cool as in that's your life, that's your decision. Whatever makes you happy. But God bless you. I would really do it. I would sit and really think about what the hell are you even doing it for? Are you doing it because everybody else does it, or are you doing it trying to make money? You know what I'm saying? Because I would tell you right now, you are not going to continue to make money with that type of ideal, like that ideology or placing bets on probabilities on shit like that. It's so fucking stupid. Stupid.
I think they're kind of like almost like NIL people. They're kind of like player ops, almost like they're like they handle like the player.
They handle a lot of everything.
They also handle like kind of business.
I think it's the director of basketball operations on steroids. It's the way I describe it.
Yeah. Because they do business, but they do actual some like basketball too.
Yeah.
Oh, was it good?
Yeah, it was a good show.
Yeah, this is the best he's come in.
Yeah.
Good show.
He's got his pep. Woj is cooked. He got a
Woj is done.
What if he? We were saying, what if he starts tweeting out like
Well, he unblocked me.
Woj bombs from St. Bonnie's account?
That would be funny. That would be funny.
Just to get the numbers up. Get people following the account.
How much would you pay for his phone?
I'm not interested in the NBA.
Where do you think the NBA players come from?
College?
Yeah, he's got to get some college. He probably has to have some. He's the one that we were talking about. Spoiled Dylan Harper's.
Yeah, that's because he was a Jersey guy. I don't know.
I was saying I saw TJ tweet it and reminded me of it. That was where he was starting to lose me. That was where I think he lost me.
I don't think he's got a ton of college connections.
You don't think so?
Not like a ton. I've never seen him at the pumps.
He definitely does.
He 100% has.
He must
everyone's number in college basketball.
All right.
Do you think he's got Nate Oates' number? You should text.
Yeah,
Nate.
probably.
When's the last time you actually?
If he wants it, I'm sure he's got it.
When's the last time you texted?
Yeah,
Nate?
but that's a weird question to ask. Like, does Woj have your number?
Oh, you haven't texted.
I've definitely texted him weird, but I'd rather keep a weird question to myself.
What's the last time you texted him?
Let's see. It's been a while.
Season's coming right around the corner.
I know. Season's coming.
I know.
Up.
This is usually dead time.
You let him
breathe.
Breathe in the summer.
Let's see.
Let's see when the basketball.
June 18th.
All right, it's a few months.
Oh, what was June 18th text? If it's not,
I was asking if he was coming to the team camp in New York City.
Is he coming?
No, he didn't come.
Did
New York City
he
leagues down.
respond or did he not come?
He's responded.
Okay,
but he didn't come.
All right, that's it. That's good.
You got Bruce Pearl's number?
Yeah.
I'll be in Auburn on Friday.
I think
I'm going to the facilities.
Oh yeah.
Equipment manager reached out to me.
Big guy?
His name's Kevin.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm in with Auburn as well, which is the people. I try to keep that quiet, but I like the Pearl family.
He came on the Final Four show. He was.
I don't know if you.
I like the Pearl family.
I like Bruce Pearl.
Oh,
I like
love Bruce Pearl. I love Bruce Pearl, but I mean, how can he be an Auburn guy?
No, I agree. It's
so fucked
conflict
up.
of interest there.
Yeah, exactly. But they'll
smash you.
People like
Alabama
me. I know the people like me. What do you want? I've send me for having too many friends.
We're about to get into baseball.
Okay.
Because Lindor still hurt, correct?
Yeah. He's gonna miss a couple of days.
Yeah, he's been out the last 2 games.
What is his timetable?
When he got the MRI, he
which,
said 2 to 5 days, and that was Monday. So best case scenario, he's back Thursday versus the Phillies. Just have to see how the back responds.
And listen, this is how I'll give the Mets credit, where they go down their best player. They still are coming up with wins. Acuna, that you guys say is the worst hitter of all time, hits a home run yesterday.
Well, I didn't say that. One of us says that.
Three for 4 yesterday.
Who said that?
A lot of people saying he's the worst player.
Yeah.
And I don't know. The Mets have a little bit of just a spark to them, where it's like, oh shit, they just keep fucking winning, and they keep winning in clutch situations. I know they're playing the Nationals right now, who are dog shit, but still, it's.
You got to win those games. Stat was tweeted out last night by a Braves writer. I think the Braves are 6-20 this year versus the Nats, the White Sox, and the Reds.
And I also think that this time of year, these shittier teams have more to play for than the ones that are already comfortably in the playoffs, where they want to spoil these teams. The Nationals would love nothing more than to spoil the Mets' playoff chances. The Mets have everything coming up, though. Like, that's the thing. The Mets have the Phillies. They have the Braves. Like, it's all right in front of them. But what are they? But the thing is, they're now tied with the Diamondbacks, right?
They made up 7 games on them in 20 days.
They're tied with the Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks have a chance to not make the playoffs. The Padres are how many up?
They're up 2 games on the Mets, 2.5.
So the Padres should be good, but you don't know. There's still 11 games left.
A note on the Padres, they have 3 versus the White Sox this weekend, so that could be 3 wins.
Yeah, should be 3 wins. Listen, it's pretty interesting in the NL right now, and then all of a sudden the AL gets interesting.
That AL final spot's really
the Tigers just are now 1.5 back from the Royals. They just took 2 from the Royals. Give me the Tigers in that. Give me the Tigers in there, because who would the Tigers play if the Tigers switch with the Royals right now? Would they be playing the Orioles?
Well, no, they'd be the 6 when they play Houston.
They would play Houston.
Give me Oh my God! Give me the Tigers.
Imagine the Tigers knocked
in
out.
a
They just won it,
3-game series against the. They could Scooble could win that first game easily. You know,
I love Scooble.
Who do they have behind
I
him?
picked Scooble to win the Cy Young this year. I mean, I like Scooble a lot.
Who do the Tigers have behind
I just
him?
don't trust their bats.
The
Their bats
Tigers-
are decent, but
The Tigers have basically been doing like Scooble and like a bunch of bullpen games.
that's what I'm saying. Like, that's if they had a 1-2 punch, I'd be like, all right. But they just have they have one really good guy.
I was saying that I was thinking.
you
Can
only
they be?
need to win 2 games.
That's fair. Listen, that's like in those like a 3-game series, anything can happen in baseball, obviously. But
what were you saying?
If they had a second punch behind Scooble, that makes them definitely scary in a wild card type series.
100%.
They're already scary in a wild card series just because you only need to win in 2 games.
Yeah,
Scooble in 1.
Listen,
And-
Tigers in a 7-game series, disaster for
Yeah.
them. In a 3-game series where it's like they win that first game, it's like that's a disaster waiting to happen. And a wild card is that team's home the entire time, correct?
Correct.
The division series is 7, correct?
5.
5.
Division
that's
series
7.
is 5, so it's 3, 5, 7.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thought that. It's amazing they only go 5.
I think I actually like it, but I think it's actually kind of crazy. Like, I think it should I thought it should be 3-7-7, but I'm okay with 3-5-7.
I mean, we'd have
Baseball
playoff
playoffs
games.
take forever.
We'd have
though.
playoff games in the middle of November.
Bro, we have. I mean, look at these other sports. They go on, and I'm okay with it. Like, I think it's actually fine with the 5, but like NHL and NBA playoffs go so fucking
forever.
long.
Yeah, 4 7-game series takes forever.
Forever, and especially the NHL because they all go 7.
Feels like another season. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, you win the finals and you go deep in a few series. You're playing legitimately like 25 games potentially.
I mean, if Tatum played in the Olympics, like you wouldn't have had an offseason pretty much.
I made a claim in the beginning of the season, and it's gonna come down to the wire. And I said that the Orioles are not gonna win 90 games. They're at 84.
They're struggling too.
And they are struggling. Yankees are 4 up on them. The Yankees should. I mean, they have. I'm not gonna
Can
say
the
it.
Yankees clinch?
They have clinched the division.
Yeah.
Well, they play the Orioles 3 times.
Oh, okay.
Coming up. So, but the Yankees, I think magic numbers now like 4 or 3.
Orioles got smoked last.
Orioles got smoked. They're playing
It
like
was like
shit.
10-0.
They got smoked the other night against the Red Sox too. Give up 13.
I think last night they lost.
Last one was the Giants 10-0.
Yeah, 10-0, and the Yankees smoked.
Yankees smoked him.
It was
Juan
was it
Soto.
11-2?
Juan Soto has now hit a home run in every ballpark in the MLB.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
That's nuts.
At 26 years old. 26.
He's just unbelievable.
Listen, yeah, I said it about the
also,
Orioles.
Wells too is insane.
Oh, I love Wells.
Gill was great. Crazy that we have the 2 favorites for the AL Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
Gill's the favorite, and then Wells is number 2 in odds right now.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Wow. And Wells
has
late.
been unbelievable.
He came on late.
I just had this moment. I just keeping receipts in my head. There was a moment where all the Mets fans were laughing about how we like let the Mets get Torrens, and I just had that moment last night where I'm watching him hit like 50 some RBIs. He's only played like half the year. I'm like, they were laughing at us.
Yep.
We have the best catcher.
100%.
One of the best catchers in the baseball.
Wells is great. It's a the Orioles thing. Everyone laughed at me. Obviously, it was a lot of spite because I fucking hate them. But like, they're struggling bad, dude.
Them not getting out of the wild card or not getting out, like the first round would be
be
a disaster.
so funny. And listen,
so funny.
I'll take them.
Their fans like they got good for a second.
They won
and
100
they
and
talk
what?
so much
100
shit.
games.
100 games last year. They all
swept.
And what's their? So they have 84 wins.
They would play the Royals right now if it ended. Like they'd play the Royals in the wild card.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. So they have the Giants.
Tigers, Yankees, and I think Twins is where they end the season.
I mean, they just got
schedule.
They just lost 2 out of 3 to the Tigers.
I mean, if I would have told you before the season the Mets are 1 game back of the Orioles in terms of record, you'd call me crazy.
I mean, the Mets are 4.5 games back from the Yankees in terms of record.
I mean, yeah.
Or 58. What's 91? 58?
91, 60.
68.
The Phillies have to go
60.
9-2 in their remaining 11 games to win
So the
100.
math in my head.
What did you say, Phil?
Phillies have to go 9-2 in their final 11 to win 100, and the Dodgers I think have to go 10-1.
Yeah, and the Phillies.
You just probably won't get a team to win 100.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy a team not winning 100.
Competitive league this year. And crazy to say that when we have a team that's going to lose 120 games.
Yeah, it's still crazy the Brewers are 87 and 64.
Yeah, they're really good.
Holy shit.
Their weird team it's so weird because I think their pitching isn't as good as it's been. Somehow I believe in them more this year than I have in the past.
Yeah,
they're always a team that I never took seriously, and I'm not even saying they're gonna get out of the NL or anything, but I'm taking them a little more seriously this year. I don't know why. It's just like an instinct thing.
I'll tell you teams I don't take seriously. I don't take this Guardians seriously.
Nope.
And you're right. I don't take Milwaukee seriously. I should. I don't.
I take them more seriously. Like I said, I don't think they're gonna get out of the NL, but if they won a series or two, it wouldn't shock me.
I have truly have seen this script in my head. The Yankees are making the World Series.
God, they better.
This is their best shot they've had in a long time.
Yeah, I agree.
Where it's like the Astros are like, obviously you never want to see them in the playoffs. You just don't. But in every asset of every team making it, they are better on paper. They are.
In the AL for sure.
The AL. That's why I'm saying get to the World Series because the NL's gonna Phillies. I think the NL is just
Yankees Phillies is what that's what everyone wants.
Phillies.
I think that's what the fans want. That's what the Major League Baseball would want.
I mean, the Yankees Dodgers would still be okay.
Oh yeah, I mean
for that. But listen, the Mets are the only team that could be a spark team like the Diamondbacks. I'd kill for a Subway Series. Kill.
That'd be unbelievable. I just don't know if the Mets have the pitching.
They don't. I don't think it with the Phillies. I think the Phillies are just so stacked at pitching. It's
the Mets pitching is why they've been winning games though.
Yeah.
They have the lowest starter ERA since
sure,
the
but
holding teams to a lot of low runs too.
Sure, but I just think in the playoffs is a very different game.
Oh no, if you want to talk
when you're going like Mania game 1
against
who's been good,
we don't have the name brand. Like the Phillies have Zach Wheeler, who's
which hurts us that it was our guy.
He's gonna be a Cy Young runner up to Chris Sale, but the Mets rotation is why they've been keeping pace.
No, 100%. But again, when it's Wheeler, Mania, and then it's
no
one's Nola.
Did you guys see this? This has jumped. Or did it drop? Hold on. Historical. %80 chance of 5525, and then now just in look how they dropped. Look how it's dropped. Holy cow. So where is this? It's off the chart. Oh, because it's 0.
I'm scared of this
Is
guy.
Nola still
against Peterson?
Yeah, Nola against Peterson. You're like, all right.
I mean, the Mets tattooed Aaron Nola on Friday.
Again, playoffs.
I get it.
I know what you mean, though. I get what you mean. They're playing well. That's what I'm saying. The Mets are the only outlier team. I think the Dodgers and Phillies are a pretty much lock to get to the World Series. That's the only, weirdly, I'll say it, the Mets are an outlier team that could have that spark because they're playing the best baseball you could play in September.
I think the Diamondbacks could find a spark again too,
if they make it.
But I'm saying if they, I think they're a team that I would never count them out.
I think the Braves
they have good pitching.
I think the Braves are just too hurt.
Yeah, I mean, also you would say, with the other
a organization change where this organization very good at. I'm trying to look at these fucking things. Yeah, it's not up right now. But yeah, baseball's getting interesting. Very interesting. Is there any news in football we want to talk about? Because we were talking a little bit at the end of the show yesterday. it's fucking crazy. Did you see that one guy's fantasy team that's all out?
No.
Every player he drafted's out in the starting lineup.
How would he?
Debo, Tua,
Brown,
Cooper Cup,
McCaffrey.
Yeah, like there's just a lot of
Keenan Allen, Kenneth Walker.
Yeah, like there's a ton
last week.
that were in different rounds that you can like Pacheco. It's bad, dude. It's bad. It's not quarterbacks this year, which is
at least right. It's only been 2 weeks.
Yeah, I know.
Bad.
Which is a problem. Let's go with Dylan. What's going on, Dylan?
Going on, boys? I got a couple picks in the NFL and college. I'll fly through them, so I'm not hogging the line.
You're good.
I like NC State spread and a little sprinkle of the money line. Why do I like it? I like Grayson McCall, and I think Clemson's overrated. I like Michigan money line, unfortunately. Sorry, Big Ev.
I think you're dead wrong there.
Yeah,
It's a battle of haves
like
and
to think
have-nots.
that.
USC has a quarterback and Michigan doesn't.
Well, they did change it.
If I'm on the other side of Rico, I'm happy.
Yeah.
I'll take Utah -2 if Rising's playing.
I like Utah.
I think Tennessee rolls Oklahoma. I think Tennessee's the second best team in the SEC behind Texas. I don't want to overreact about Georgia, but if someone said Georgia's better than Tennessee, I wouldn't bat an eye. But I do love Tennessee this year. I love BYU money line. I think that coach is fantastic. He's going to pull out all the tricks. Go over to NFL. I love the Eagles, underdogs. I think the Saints are overvalued. Yeah, they've played great. It's the NFL. They're due for a stinker. I like Colts to get their first win.
But Georgia's been shown to be consistent, and one of the only teams to be really consistent outside of Alabama.
That's what I got.
Thank you. Who do the Colts have?
Imagine taking.
They're playing
Eagles
another young.
on a
The
short
Bears.
week.
Bears.
I think the
They
Colts
just
beat
played
the
last
Bears
night.
too.
I like his. I really like BYU. It's at night at BYU. It's Kansas State coming off the huge win against Arizona. BYU is just classic, like just super tough place to go play. They're catching. I saw it was 7 early in the week. I think it's down to like 6.5 or 6 even. I still like it there. The NC State one's interesting. I kind of like it too. I think the numbers just gotten like crazy big.
Very high.
It's 20.5. Like this was I saw, I think at the season opener, this was 10. And I get NC State does not look good. Like totally reasonable. Like I understand why the lines moved. But you're going to get me 20. If this gets to like 20.5, 21. I mean, I just don't think Clemson's offense. I know they just absolutely curb stomped App State. I don't think App State's that good. They're not like that same App State team. Even the last like few years, that's been like a conference title like contender. Yeah, I just think 20.5 is just a ton of points for an offense that I think is like not great.
A lot of points.
I think the Michigan thing, real quick, is like I've been kind of waiting for them to get just better, like because I know their defense is good, but like you can't throw 3 picks against Arkansas State, and I know he's not playing, he's not playing quarterback this week. And hey, maybe that does happen sometimes. Orgy comes in, and then all of a sudden he's like gives a spark. But we've also seen Orgy in some plays, and it's like, can he really throw the ball that well?
No,
like
he can, that's the problem.
I know. That's
cannot
what,
throw.
That's
at
what
all.
I'm saying.
At
Where it's
all.
like, I don't know if that's the guy here.
I also think USC, like, I mean, Bosco said it. I think obviously the quarterback advantage is through the roof in terms of for USC. But also, this USC team actually has a defense.
Yeah.
Like, they're not, they tackle, they rally the ball. And also, Michigan, they have a lot of good individual defensive players. As a team defense, they haven't even looked that great.
No, they haven't.
Like they said, they have three guys that are going to be first round picks, and that's still a thing. But I mean, Texans is a much different team than USC. I think they're definitely much better than USC, but they were bullying Michigan.
Yeah,
like I think their defense does not impress me. I mean, even Arkansas State watching that game, like they moved the ball,
but
Fresno moved the ball.
In fairness, in the Texas game, they held them pretty good the first half.
I mean, they scored like I think 14 or 17, and they even left some points like off.
I just think that it's just like because
because that was a game. It ended 31, I think 12 or 13.
Oh,
and it was a Michigan touchdown with like a minute left. That was garbage.
Brutal over.
If Texas wanted that game to be like 52 to like 3, they could.
Texas took the air out of the ball.
They did it. The second they just knew they had the game so in control.
They were like,
they knew Michigan cannot move the ball on us. Like why? Keep just slinging it around. We can just.
USC's defense has improved too. It's not the days
significantly improved.
It's not the days of USC's defense. Now I think Michigan is going to potentially do the thing what they did against State Penn, where they don't run the ball in the second half and give them a dose of the fucking Big Ten.
But also another big thing, their offensive line is not nearly as good as it was last year. They were elite last year. They are not the same.
Yeah.
Like that push, they could not bully Fresno. They could barely even. They ran the ball some at Arkansas State. I'm not going to say they couldn't, but they did not just like line up and just like shove it down Arkansas State's throat. They turned the ball over a lot against them, but I just don't think they're going to be able to like line up and just like ground control and just take the air out of the ball and just run it down their throat and score. Like I don't think they're going to be able to do that. Their offense is awful, truly awful.
Let's take this last call. Corey, what's going on, Corey?
How we doing, fellas?
What's up?
I do want to just start off and say the 2 picks I gave last week went 2 for 2. I know you guys were all on it, but Bills money line last week felt like it was just so easy.
Yes, sir.
And then the Jets covered as well. That was my nuts on the line pick. Jets. It was a little bit of a shaky game. If you were watching, the Titans should have possibly tied it up, but as we know, Will Levis, I'll fade him all season long.
Agree.
But I do want to talk about tomorrow night's game, Jets Patriots Thursday night. It's a little bit of a weird pick, but I got Rodgers over 1.5 passing touchdowns. I'm looking at it at plus money right now, but I think as I'm watching this Jets team, I think you're starting to see the playbook kind of open up a little bit more week in and week out for Rodgers, and I think he's starting to figure out his new toys. I think Mike Williams is getting a little bit more involved, so I think Aaron Rodgers at plus money over 1.5 passing touchdowns. I think he gets it done.
I like it. I like that a lot, actually.
Interesting pick.
He's eventually got to break out.
I kind of like the Pats catching the points in the spot.
I don't hate it.
I just think it's too many points for a Jets team that I don't know how their defense hasn't looked stellar.
Yeah.
At least as good as I thought they would. The front seven is not. They just lost Jermaine Johnson, who maybe was like playing some of their best ball up front.
Yep.
That's a big loss. Obviously, Reddick hasn't showed up yet. I don't know, 6.5 to a team. Like I just think it's a lot. And the Pats defense is good. I don't know. Their offense is due for like a big time stinker, but defense is solid. They're gonna hold their own against anybody.
What do you think?
6.5. I don't know. I think it's a lot for the Pats, or a lot for the Jets delay.
I think the Pats defense keeps them in it, but the Jets are also due. We're going to find out real quick if the Jets are like for real. Now, Rodgers had made comments in the offseason says we're an ascending team. So I think they're going to just get better and better and better. So you might get some early. I think there's value in the Pats plus the points.
Yeah, I think there is too. Real fast, I wanted to bring this up. I saw the little exchange between Caleb Williams and C.J. Stroud.
I did not see this.
Oh, I loved it.
Caleb Williams, I'm out on. C.J. Stroud, I've been against him this year. Not really against him. I've always said he's good. That's just a fact. The Texans, as a team, I am against. I love C.J. Stroud after that exchange. He was so nice being like, and it was a little, he was basically went up to Caleb Williams and was like saying like, hey, don't take those sacks. Like, don't take those hits. Like, get away from that. Like, keep going. And like, the first thing he said, Caleb Williams was like, give him a dap and leave. And then all of a sudden, like, he's like, wait, come back here.
Stroud honestly, like, I think he did it genuinely, but he low-key big bro'd the fuck out of him.
Yeah, well, you have to.
But he did it like he didn't mean to. It just was like, it was just funny seeing a kid who was like 24 be like, hey, like I'm talking to him like he's like Uncle CJ.
Let me tell you something. Why, as a rookie in the league, I know you're a number 1 pick. The number 2 pick of last year who made the playoffs rookie of the year was in MVP talks. You're not going to listen to him first. I'd love a quick advice from him. Like, you should want to learn from a guy that's in your position.
I think it was he felt weird about it. I agree with you. I think he felt weird about it because of how young he is.
Who cares? Like, just be.
No, I agree, but I think that's where
mean.
it came from. Where because he kind of pulled him. He was like, "Hey, like you're going to be a hell of a player. Like don't two kind of like he didn't say, but essentially saying like don't let two bad games or whatever like throw you off the. Like, basically just throw your whole momentum off or whatever. Even I saw someone posted this morning kind of about Josh Allen's. I think maybe it was Big Cat. Quote tweeted something about it. That, like, they showed Josh Allen's first, 5 games. Awful.
So his second game wasn't that bad.
Oh, what?
I saw this. Allen? Yeah, it was. I saw the stats, but they weren't.
But it was. He literally had, two touchdowns and, 7 picks or something like that.
Just a note on C.J. Stroud. He's only a month older than Caleb Williams.
Yeah, but I don't think that matters, though. I think it matters of, your experience in the NFL, you know?
No, I'm on your side. I'm just saying, I don't think people realize how young C.J. Stroud is.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy.
I think I could see Caleb Williams. I could put myself in his shoes where you, listen, you're the number one pick. Everything's went right for you in life. You have, some, you're going to have a little bit of an ego. There's going to be a moment of that. I think you got to find a way to, check that as you, move forward. But I think there's a moment of you just lost a game on Monday Night Football. You didn't look good. The offense didn't look good again.
You don't want to hear the.
You got this kid who's literally your age pulling you in, get in here, let me take you to school, kind of. And he wasn't doing it a dick way. Obviously, he was being actually a really nice guy about it. But I'm sure that's not exactly what you want to hear in that moment.
It's so funny. I just keep hearing. Fucking what's his name? Belichick just shit on the Bears.
He thinks Williams stinks.
He thinks Williams stinks. He thinks the way Poles constructed this team has been awful. He's you've gotten good individual players, but not the meat and bones. He went on and on about how they constructed this team. That it's not going to be successful.
See, I thought they improved the offensive line through the draft, and they just had the guys just haven't worked out. Tevin Jenkins has been like Darnell Wright. I mean, some of these other guys they've brought in just haven't. I mean, I know you saw the one clip that was literally a meme of their right tackle.
Yeah.
That was the effort on that was just atrocious.
Yep.
They got if your offensive line is bad, it's tough for your team to get going.
Real quick, talking about Josh Allen though, you brought up his kryptonite was that he was turning the ball over. If he doesn't turn the ball over, that's it. That was. They look better than the Chiefs. The Bills look better than the Chiefs right now.
Me and Phil back there have the Bills to win the Super Bowl. I thought this was the year. I think he has options where it doesn't have to go to Stephon Diggs anymore. It's not. It's Josh Allen's team. James Cook behind him. The defense looks pretty good. It seems like I think this is Josh Allen's year. I have him MVP and Super Bowl. But again, you're right. When it comes down to it, the Chiefs is probably just going to be it. But I don't know. I'm with you.
A Bills-Texans playoff game would be unbelievable.
Oh, unreal. Phil, what did you get Bills? I got Bills 15-1.
I got 16-1.
Ooh, I got Josh Allen 9-1 though.
That's good.
What's he at right now? Can you check that real fast?
We're in New York, so now.
Oh, what?
Wait.
That doesn't make any sense.
I can't pull up the odds.
All right. Rico, you got any picks?
Yeah, I'm going to take the Mets -1.5. I think the Mets are rolling. I love the team meeting. Get a sweep against the Nats. That's a big-time one. I'll take it at home. Final home stand of the season. I'm going to take the Mets -1.5.
Wait, it was MVP odds?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can pull up the odds.
I was going to say you can pull it up.
It's Josh Allen's plus 425 to win MVP right now.
That was a great bet.
Mahomes is plus 300, which makes zero sense.
He's been bad.
He was bad. He threw for 150 yards and 2 picks.
Yeah, he could be fine, though.
So who's
long term he could for sure, but
who's the
It's right now it's Mahomes is plus 300, Josh Allen plus 425, Stroud's plus 550, and then it Hurts is 1,300, Joe Burrow 20-1, Lamar 20-1, Dak 22-1, Brock Purdy 22-1, Baker 25-1, Derek Carr 25-1, Goff and Murray are 25-1. It kind of just
Let me tell you something. There's some name the finalists on DraftKings where it's Bills versus 49ers. Very possible.
Sure.
22-1.
Yeah, definitely possible.
And even
I mean,
like
it's still just a lot has to happen.
A rematch of last year's 12-1.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense.
You went through your picks?
Yeah, Mets.
Ev?
Give me the under in Braves Reds 8.5.
I'm going -1.5 Cubs. Steele. Shout out to Steele for coming back off the IR to still pitch this season. But -1.5 Steele and the Cubs. I'm going with the Yankees again tonight. I mean, they're playing well. Bryce Miller is good, but I still think they're going to hit him. And then I'm going to go with that's it actually tonight. I'm keeping my baseball light so I can bet more tomorrow. That is the show. Rico will be here tomorrow, right?
I'll be here tomorrow too.
Oh, okay. Well, they'll both be here tomorrow. And then
Brad.
And Brad, I will need to pick ASAP from him, please, to go 4-0. And the Yak is up next. See you guys later.
I don't know what to say, really. 3 minutes to the biggest play of our lives. So when we want action, we get it with DraftKings. The crown is yours! Yo, DJ, pull that up. Old Shoe, Rowback.com, RHOBACK.com, promo code YAK, 20% off your first purchase. Qzips, polos, hoodies, joggers, shorts, Rowback.com. Are you talking about new shoes?
It was under 20 wears.
How fresh was the shit?
So you stepped in
Brand-
shit and you're so rich you threw out the shoes?
No. It's not a wealth thing for me at all. It was a disgust thing. They were blazers that have a really tight woven pattern on the bottom, zigzag. You'd have to like toothpick out the shit.
Have to really get in there.
It really, really reeked.
Why don't you just get a hose to it?
I don't have a hose. I do have. I don't think
You
I
have a hose.
You got hose.
I don't have hose, and I don't have a.
No, you have a hose.
I have no hose, and I don't even have a stationary tub.
I guarantee you have a hose.
You think I have a hose?
I haven't been inside your home, but I've dropped you off outside your home. That side area's got a hose.
Second, you don't have a tub?
I don't think I have a stationary tub.
You have a playground with a splash pad near you?
I tossed the shoes.
Just stomp around.
Yeah, what's
You did, so you're rich enough to throw.
No, I'm not. It's not a rich
Wow.
thing.
Hey,
Look how old my shoes are.
Crazy. You can
Yeah.
scrape that shit off good as new.
Blazers also aren't that expensive.
No, they're not. Well,
you can
to a
replace-
guy like you.
I think
Not to you
old
either.
shoes
Toss. What if they were brand new, like woven, like it got
Woven shoes?
Like Brandon, do those have like
native-
netting?
No, these are.
If you got, I think if you stepped in shit, you'd toss them.
What are those shoes, Brandon?
Oh, these are my new workout shoes.
Yeah, but what are they? Oh, I guess they're Nike. I
They're
didn't see
Nikes, and they're quite loud. They're ugly as hell.
Are they CrossFit?
Very smooth
Yeah.
on the bottom.
I might be wearing some CrossFit shoes.
You are wearing CrossFit shoes. That says Metcon on it. That's a CrossFit word.
Really?
What does it say over here?
Brandon's wearing CrossFit.
Don't take my shoe
read
off.
it.
You've been sassy all day, and you've been
Engineered to the exact specifications of championship CrossFit athletes. Wow.
It says that.
Yeah.
That whole
That's
sentence.
so you.
Yeah.
You didn't know that?
I didn't look at it. I just bought workout shoes. I googled Nike workout shoes.
That
doesn't say CrossFit.
Oh,
Says
I misread that.
Engineered to the exact specifications of championship athletes.
Are those CrossFit shoes, TJ?
What does that say? Zumba?
No, they're standard workout shoes. The
Metcon is a CrossFit word.
Metcon can mean so many things. There's a lot of Met words, a lot of con words.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It can mean Metropolis
Connecticut.
Connections.
Metropolis, Connecticut. They're talking
Yeah.
about Hartford.
Metabolic conditioning.
Hartford.
I'm doing metabolic.
That's literally not what you're doing. You're walking.
Kyle, I gained 3 pounds this week, but I feel smaller.
Lifting.
Is that weird?
Because you're lifting.
Is it? I don't know if it's because you're lifting. To
Okay.
be honest, you probably ate a lot.
You're probably right, but I didn't eat a lot. That's the problem.
No, you're lifting. You're gaining muscle.
All right.
I saw you lifting.
I
But
know.
Is that like a regular thing?
Yeah, every day.
Then that might be
Lifting
it. You're eating-
sandwiches to your mouth.
Face just
Gosh.
dropped. Kyle, guess what? I worked out. I lifted at 6 a.m. today.
I'm glad that I'm the guy that
I'm
people
running
go
to the
to.
store, guys.
Tell.
I've been trying this new
Oh my
thing
gosh.
where I set a mental alarm.
I'll be right back. It's good to see you, Wiz. I hope all is well, bro. I'd like to see it too. I've been watching your boy since he played at Wyoming. So he's definitely got what it takes.
How do you set that?
My mental alarm?
Yeah.
I say get up at 6.
I have a mental alarm. Do you have a mental alarm?
Yeah, it works.
No.
No.
Yeah.
I tell myself to wake up 20 minutes before my actual alarm.
If I gotta wake up at like 4 a.m. for a flight, I will always beat the alarm up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Always.
I just won't even
Always,
sleep.
yeah.
I'll just be a mess if I have to do it early. But yeah, mental alarm, and that way I don't wake up my wife. So it's like, but again, I've only pulled it off once or twice in the last month.
It could be like a seasonal thing.
Well, sometimes I set the mental alarm and then I hit the snooze on the mental alarm. Yeah, which is
Subconsciously?
no conscious.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I open my eyes. I'm like, nah. No, thank you. Are we gonna have some Titus Che beef today?
I don't know. I'm fighting a lot of wars right now.
Okay, but the Titus Che thing is the most important one to me because of Woj retired.
Yeah.
Che put out a tweet that made it seem like Woj has been one of the most important people in his life.
That makes sense.
I think that's true.
That's probably
What was
accurate.
it? Retiring from your job as the NBA's premier newsbreaker to running your alma mater's basketball program, Woj is on top right now. What a run. Thank you for everything.
That's what Che said, or what his
Thank
family?
you for everything.
Yeah, I mean that guy's been great for.
What'd he do? That was
17 years, 18
Yeah.
years.
So what do you think about the thank you?
As long as you weren't one of the people at ESPN that he had fired, or one of the people at ESPN that he that broke news, but didn't loop him in. He demanded that he gets looped into their scoops, so he can get credit for it. But otherwise, it was a
How
great
do you feel
run.
about him in the college basketball world now?
I think it's great. He's on record as saying nobody would ever leave the NBA to join a college program. That college basketball is a fucking joke. And to see a guy like that go back on his word is a huge win for us.
Well, he's always been a Bonnie's first guy.
No, you can't woo.
Yeah, we're wooing. We're
No,
watching.
No, we're wooing.
Oh, it might have just been the water for him though.
The thank you for everything
spicy.
was the part that was a little,
Yeah.
that was a little much.
Thanks for the scoops, or like you read his writing?
No. He said thank
Everything.
you for everything.
So everything, you credit everything.
Everything's ever done.
Everything.
Like your children, your
Yeah.
yeah.
A thank you for everything is someone who like had a really, really important impact on your life.
Yeah.
Profound.
Yeah. Thank you for everything.
Che, how has he changed
Like you-
your life?
That's something you do when you like call you don't hug your dad for like 2 decades and you're like, Dad, I've been thinking about it. Like, I just want to say we don't talk a lot, but thank you for everything.
Everything including
Yeah, that's what you do, not the guy who
Yeah.
just, did the transactions for the NBA.
10 seconds before the teams did.
Thank you for everything.
Does everything include reporting that Jabari Smith was going to go number 1 overall to the Magic?
There was a what was the term? There was a something change, material
Shifted
change.
the wins 5 seconds before the pick was announced.
Yeah,
It's
how
like,
many?
Oh shit!
right now.
There's a
He's probably saved you cumulative minutes. Because if he didn't break it,
If not, well, at least seconds.
Well,
how
I
long
will
would it
say
take for the
this,
next
that
person to break
He
it?
is
Seconds.
one of as a sports guy, especially NFL NBA guy. He's one of the most important follows on Twitter. I got very into Twitter in the early 2010s. Twitter eventually led me here. So yeah,
Thank you
thanks
for everything.
Woj.
So
think
are
you'll
you
find-
separating the art from the artist?
Woj gave you your life?
No, I mean he's an influential figure in my life. Yeah.
Not in your life. Not in your life.
What?
Well,
And also
in a small
influential.
portion, I don't have a Woj shrine, but I think he's a great dude, and I was very into him and Shefty and all the newsbreakers and stuff like that, and they made Twitter a more important part of my life, and that eventually led me here. So I don't know what's wrong with that.
You said influential. Does that make you want to be a scoop guy?
No, not really. I don't think I'm necessarily built for that. Would it be cool to break news once in a while? Yeah, that'd be sick.
Who's on the Mount Rushmore most influential people in your life?
Good question.
You really want the answer?
I asked the question. You had to answer that with a question. Yes, I do want the answer. I asked the question.
Probably
Buckle up, boys.
Shefty, Woj, Greeny, and probably you.
I was gonna say if I'm not on there and Shefty and Woj, Greeny are on there, that'd be crazy. But I don't think I should be on there.
What Greeny do?
I mean, you're probably who's the top Mount Rushmore guy?
Am I ahead of Woj, Greeny, and Shefty?
The top Mount Rushmore guy.
Well, there's one guy who's like the most featured, right? Or no?
George Washington.
The first.
I mean, it's
Okay, so then
first.
you're George
If you read left to right.
You're George
Right.
Washington.
But Che would.
Washington.
You're the father of his country.
I have horse teeth.
Yeah. Were they were actually slave teeth, weren't they?
Oh, they were? I
They
thought
were
they were
wooden
horse.
teeth.
Well, you didn't have to take out.
That was debunked.
Oh.
I don't know if
Greeny
they're
for
slave
Dave
teeth.
now.
Huh?
Why
What?
do you not take out Greeny for Dave now?
Yeah, what has Greeny done for your life?
I mean, he got me kind of into this whole path.
These are people you like watching.
You just asked me.
So you say that like it was personal, like
you had a personal
like you were an
relationship with him.
intern under Greeny for like 6 years or something, and he like nurtured you into the
I
business.
guess we can eliminate Greeny, but Greeny eventually led me to Big Cat.
I like watching Steve Carell as Michael Scott. I don't think he's got to have a profound influence on my life.
I mean, if you worked in TV, maybe.
I'll be goddamn.
Oh man, it's actually a fair point when you think of like a comedian saying, "Oh, this person influenced me," but they had never met. Fuck.
If I never liked Greeny that much and watched Mike and Mike, I might not be here tonight.
Here's the thing, what he's saying is right. It's just incredibly lame.
Yeah.
All right, I
Does
never
that make
said
sense?
Yeah, no, I believe him.
Yeah,
fully.
right.
I
Like
believe that he influenced Che.
Yeah, he's not wrong in his info. Like those people definitely influence him. It's just, it's got to be the lamest Mount Rushmore. I'm on it of all time.
It's the worst Mount Rushmore ever constructed.
Yeah, I'm part of the worst Mount Rushmore
Yeah,
of all time.
you're associated with that.
Yep.
group,
It's all the same field.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I never said I was a very diverse individual.
No.
Aside from genetically.
I guess presidents are all the same field too.
Yeah,
I
you're
guess I
right.
do
Mount
sorta-
Rushmore should all be the same field.
Yeah, you probably have. Yeah, like Simmons was an influence.
Yeah, he's the number one on my Mount Rushmore for sure. You are kind of the modern Mike Greenberg, I would say.
Yeah,
you're the
I always like to be compared to Mike
That's-
Greenberg.
when I think of
love that, love that.
Yeah, mine's just Simmons 4 times.
How many Mount Rushmores do you think you're on, Big Cat?
Not many. I would say very few.
Shit, you might be on mine.
No,
You are.
fuck! I want off.
You are.
God damn it!
What's the other parameters of your Mount Rushmore?
Fine. You know what? You're on mine.
God damn. Kate, you're on my Mount Rushmore.
Thank.
No thanks.
Fuck.
Brandon, who's yours? Wrestlers?
Brandon, you're my crazy horse.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
Not done yet.
You're the monument over there that's unfinished.
Question: do we have to take faces off our Mount Rushmore if they were convicted of crimes?
No, you don't have to do anything. Bill Cosby can definitely be.
Yeah, he's on it.
You're just throwing words into my mouth.
Okay, so you're Mount
Johnny Carson, Bobby Heenan,
Cosby.
Vince?
So Johnny
Vince
Carson.
and Cosby.
Vince is worse than it was this Cosby. It's not Vince. And then Boyz II Men.
Well, no, you can't.
No, I'll
You gotta
allow
pick
it.
one of them.
No, I don't.
That's one person, right, Kate?
That's my rock.
Yeah.
I'm the one carving the rock.
Who's on yours, Nick?
You 4.
Okay.
Kate's
She's the first lady of the Mount.
yeah.
Ticket taker.
Kate's on the other side.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I have something for everyone.
Is it food? Because my lunch didn't deliver.
Yeah, what's going on with your lunch?
It's
I thought the
second
delivery
time.
guy was calling you during.
He was, but
Sure.
I figured just figure it out, and he didn't figure it out. I guess he just left it. I don't know where they leave it when they leave it at the wrong place. And so if the next one arrives, I have to go eat it.
Are you going to be watching Australian Office, Brandon?
I tried. I watched the trailer. I didn't have the visceral reaction everybody else had, but woman boss, woman Dwight. Come on.
It's a woman, Dwight.
Yeah, it's woman boss and a woman Dwight.
How can you relate?
I don't know. I guess if you're a woman and you like Dwight.
So people are like, they loved the trailer or what?
I haven't seen anybody love it, but everybody's acting like, oh my god, they can't rip off our office when we ripped off our.
Yeah. The U.S. pilot was the exact same.
Yeah, shot for shot.
Shot for shot as the UK pilot, right?
Yeah.
But it is a woman boss, and I think that's
the sticking point.
So it's fiction.
Yeah.
So that office isn't
Crazy.
that office isn't going to stay open long.
Oh no, I think the funniest I think the funniest episode will be when she cancels a podcast that's doing well. I'll be laughing and laughing.
Yeah, a lot of people were. A lot of people were. I hope everybody.
Laughing and laughing.
What an escape from reality that would be.
Yeah.
Did you guys get invited? Stu Finer's going to dinner with Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
I got invited.
What a sentence.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sentence.
I got invited, but too many people are going, so I bailed out.
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I also am. Today's the day that I'm allowing Stu Finer to enter my home.
Whoa.
So I'm a little nervous about
He's
that.
getting Big Cat House and Hulk Hogan dinner on the same day.
Yeah, and my kids, and I'd made a very big mistake this morning. I told my kids that my friend's coming over, and they're like, which friend? I was like, it's the friend that when every Thanksgiving he puts the pies in his face. And they're like, oh, so now they're expecting pie.
He will.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have a Sandy Koufax ball?
Oh, fuck.
Big Cat
I don't know
definitely
where
lost
it
that at
is.
some
Yeah,
point.
no, I think I lost.
That thing,
That's tough.
That's probably still in the New York studio.
No, because remember I gifted it back to him, I think, on Advisors last year as a joke, and he thought I was serious. So it's somewhere
It's
around.
around.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's somewhere around here. But yeah, I'm nervous about Stu. Just Stu.
Well said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it'd be good.
I don't think, if I'm sitting next to Hogan at dinner, there's not a second of comfort for me.
No. Definitely not.
I wonder what their energy's going
Straight
to be
to-
like together.
Well, it's weird too because you'd be sitting next to a guy like you've
What do you say to
allegedly
him?
seen his cock.
Yeah.
You've also seen him say the N-word.
It's tough to see an online cock owner in person.
Yeah, and N-word.
And N-word. I could do one or the other.
Well, think
like if I ever see Mincy's cock,
yeah,
it's over.
It's over for him.
It's over.
Yeah.
One or the other.
2-strike policy.
Yeah, it's you have one or the other, and
double
I'll
whammy.
invite you back into my life.
Wait, is he the only N-word and cock guy?
Favre has to. Favre has to.
Yeah.
Did Kramer show his cock?
No.
No, I don't think so. No cock from Kramer, huh?
Morgan Wallen ever show cock?
No. That's
Maybe like accidentally.
I can see
very
having a
few.
thick one. Yeah.
There's very few
Really?
doubles.
Riley Cooper cock. No. Yeah, that's
You got to
great-
start with cock and then go in.
Okay, so
When was Hogan's cock come before?
World of T-shirts.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a tough one.
It's Hogan and T-shirts. Hogan would hate T-shirts.
Oh no!
He'd rip them in half.
T-shirts hates T-shirts.
Yeah,
he only does one.
Yeah.
Is he doing okay?
Nah, he's
Not
doing
not
good.
the opposite. He's
That one got dark fast.
We're nearing the series finale.
His-
people always say that.
No, he kicked a woman last night.
His stream clips have been good. He's been recording music and freaking out.
He kicked a woman
last night.
Oh, he's been kicking women.
And he's climbing up.
What is he on his Kareem Hunt shit?
He like beat a lady up from one of his tours.
Yeah.
A couple weeks ago.
And the whole thing is now, if you see him, they yell, "Put the fries in the bag," and it sends him spiraling.
Oh no!
It's tough.
It's dark. It's dark.
Can't have
I don't want
that.
to, promote that. And I used to be obsessed as watch.
I know. I
and
still am in a way.
I just don't talk
it's
about
morbid
it.
curiosity, but I feel immoral.
Yeah.
Trying to joke about it too much.
Yeah.
But I'm watching.
You're still watching.
I am.
It's your guilty pleasure.
It's good television.
Yeah.
Nothing I can do.
No, you like what you like.
Yeah.
You got to watch what you watch. TJJ, I sent you the surprise for everyone. It's really for.
Oh,
Look at this.
Mudang.
Wow.
Dang.
Yeah.
Now in stores.
Oh.
I fucking love this hippo. I was thinking about it last night.
You tweeted him this morning.
How do you follow the content of this? How do I subscribe? What do I subscribe to? What do I
Just search
What account?
Mudang.
Yeah, is there an account?
Is there an account that's like
a-
posting him primarily?
I don't think.
know.
Like what is where do we get updates?
The zoo, the Taiwan
How do I stay
zoo.
locked in?
I'll say it too. Like I'll be totally honest. Mudang has completely replaced the Rizzler for me.
Fair.
So it's like one in, one out.
Yeah.
They do the
There's only
same
room
shit.
for one.
Yeah.
they do
the exact same
shit. They look similar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Mudang is next up.
What's his career trajectory?
She.
Oh, it's she.
Yeah. I think she. Look at that.
That's good. That's good.
Well, she kind of knows. You can tell, like,
Yeah.
what the deal is.
Yeah.
She's
Think about Mudang.
Yeah,
Hamming it up.
me last night. I was just laying in bed thinking about Mudang. Yeah.
I don't like being late to this shit.
We got to get her to Nashville.
No, hop in.
But how do you get? I want to get the updates. I don't want to get. How did that person get that video?
God, why are we getting her to Nashville?
I think she should just roll up to Nashville.
Oh. TJ just texted me. We missed an obvious one.
What?
Dave.
Oh, poor. Did you never saw it?
That's. Yeah, maybe we didn't see it. That's true.
No, we didn't see it.
No, we didn't see
We
it.
saw what it was doing.
Yeah.
We saw what it was achieving.
You can also flip how you do it. You can hear cock as well.
Yeah.
You could see or hear cock.
Yeah, you never actually. You knew it. You knew where it was, but
Yeah,
You
it's
couldn't
like
do that
Blink's,
without one.
It was like Arthur Blink's neck. You knew it was
It's cock audio.
behind there.
How's he fucking without a cock?
This is insane. Yeah, I guess that was an obvious one. But yeah, we got to find the mood. Maybe we need to start. Can someone be our Mudang update person? That feels like a job for like G
Yeah.
or someone.
Yeah, just a brief every morning.
Yeah, like here's what mood. Oh, drank water again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because like the whole internet's talking about Mudang rolling over. I've already missed it. Like, how did they all see that vid? I will only see it when everyone's talking about what I want to be
You want to be on the
I want to be first.
tip of the spear.
Yeah.
We can talk Mudang with everybody after our daily look at Doug. We get a group together and just look at whatever Doug's doing.
Yeah. What's he doing right now?
Gotten into this?
You haven't gotten into
I'm
look,
in.
you
Can I
want to
have
look
it?
at Doug every day with us?
Yeah.
Add
we
me.
gotta-
Add me.
Okay.
What is he doing right now?
I don't know.
Oh, it's probably just being Doug somewhere.
Let's take a peek.
Let's see. Is he in the back? Or is Stephanie there?
Yeah, Stephanie.
No.
There.
Stephanie, where's Doug?
I took a picture of him this morning. If y'all want to see him.
Yeah, we have a Doug chat.
Might be in the control room.
All right, let's get Doug just to walk through here. I'd like to look at him. He's good to look at?
It's observing just a guy. I've always wanted to go to a human zoo because White Sox Dave Mincy, of course, makes sense, but Doug would be a great one of just like a baseline, you know?
Yeah. Send a picture of Doug in the. I went Doug hunting this morning.
Yeah, it's always fun to do.
Doug is like when you go to the zoo and they have like a deer.
Deer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're like, I saw the lion, I saw the zebra, and there's a deer?
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw 4 on the way here.
Like I would sprint to go see the Mincy feeding.
Yeah.
And then I would I'd pay a quarter to toss some stuff to Doug.
Yeah, right.
I could see you in my backyard.
Yeah, like, oh, there it is.
Toss him some Chex Mix.
Yeah.
You saw him out in the wild at Walgreens.
Well, it blew my mind.
What?
Yeah,
Couldn't imagine that.
Yeah.
Does Doug live around us?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
That's a good
Yeah.
shot. Got him looking, yeah.
Yeah, that's tough.
It's a rare shot.
I like that.
It's really awesome.
Okay, please add me. I would like to look at Doug.
He looks cool there.
Oh, yeah.
It's a cool Doug.
Yeah.
No, he's undeniably the man.
And the name Doug is just...
That's what does it.
It's great.
Yeah.
He's just Doug. Yeah. Let me see another one.
How many people did we have at the watch yesterday?
Oh, we had like 8.
Yeah.
You guys were doing it live?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he's so good.
Good shit.
All right.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Doug.
Doug.
Thanks, Doug.
All right.
I think
Yeah, I'm in on that. I'm so in on that.
Oh, he popped in. I think he's hungry.
Yeah.
It's crazy he's not scared of us. He must be used to being around people.
But they are more afraid. He is more afraid of us.
Yes. Yeah, that's the thing.
Even though, yeah. Cool.
Oh. Yeah, no, Doug.
It's great.
I'm in. You guys have a group chat?
It's a me and Brandon group chat.
Yeah.
Please add me.
Sure, we could
Just
do
for
Doug
the
chat.
Doug chat.
If anybody else wants in.
It means you have to, if you're the first one to see him that day, you have to take a picture.
Can I?
But you have to. So
Okay.
the whole thing is, I'll text Brandon.
All right, guys, I'm back. We're gonna get right. We're gonna get right into it. Give me just like 2 minutes. I'm setting everything up. We're gonna have Powell and all that fun stuff. Let's get it. Lock in. It's time to motherfucking lock the fuck in. Understand where we're at, the range, etc. I'll get right into it. Just give me 5 minutes. We'll let you guys know I'm back.
Oh man.
Like, share, and subscribe.
He's like a replacement level guy.
He's so awesome.
You know?
He's
He's zero war. Not negative, not positive. Just throw him in there. If you just need a guy.
Yeah.
He's domesticated, you know.
It's like, oh shit, we got,
So Brandon will send me a picture, and Brandon will always preface it like, "You're not gonna believe this," and he sends a picture of Doug, and I always just go, "No fucking way."
Yeah.
Yeah. Everything about him is just
It's awesome.
normal.
Yeah. Yes.
And just this, yeah.
And that stands out so much here.
That's true.
It does.
I love Doug.
Like, this is his job, and then he goes home.
We might have to make
Yeah.
we might have to make Doug shirts.
Oh yeah.
Doug supremacy.
Can we do Morpheus holding up the 2 pills, but one's Doug and one's Mudang? The hardest to explain shirt.
Oh. By the way, we got. I should mention we have Stella Blue Gold Mug going right now, and the winner this time gets to come to the Gambling Cave for a Sunday.
Ooh.
And then I think there's 8 other winners that get $500 a game time. So go buy StellaBlueCoffee.com.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
I was sipping the crumble cookie. The crumble cookie is crumble
Apple
cake?
crumble. Yeah,
Had 2 cups this morning.
so good.
What did I have? It wasn't the apple. It was brown.
Pumpkin pie?
It was a pie, yes.
Yes.
it
I
was
want to
very
try the
good.
pumpkin
It's
pie.
awesome.
Yeah.
Fall weather's
pumpkin pie.
about to be here. Did you guys see?
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We're getting it. We're getting it Monday. Next Monday.
I love fall. I
74.
fucking-
We're starting to dip 60, 58 in the morning. We're getting it.
Brandon, you like pumpkin
Give me
pie?
58.
So I was out at the bar the other night,
Oh.
Yeah, I was out at the bar, and this lady came up to me, and she said, Brandon. And I said, yeah, that's my name. And she said, do you like, she said, does pussy taste like pumpkin pie? And I said, how you going to ask me a question like that? Bitch, I ain't never had no pumpkin pie. Kick it.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty fucking good, dude. I love that.
Oh, this is good.
I love what happens.
This has legs. I'm so excited for this.
I'm taking Bernie Mac's entire act.
Oh, nice.
He's not doing anything with it.
So I'm just trying the pumpkin pie pussy for a while, and I'm seeing how it works.
It's the third time today you've hit that. Yeah.
There should be comedian tribute bands.
Yes. I think Tim Dillon said that I was listening to his podcast once, and he said he was like, when he was first starting on Long Island, he was actually at an open mic, and there were 2 Rodney Dangerfield impersonators, and they got in a fight, which is awesome. Just like one of them showed up and was like, what the fuck are you doing here?
We should just do Kings of Comedy and all.
Yeah.
It's a tribute.
Comedian who only does covers.
Yeah, it's a cover.
It's a cover. Just
I don't think that's the worst idea, especially like a dead comedian.
Yeah. It's like a retweet in life.
Yeah.
Whoa. It's like, here's something funny someone said. You should see it.
That's actually got to be a thing. Something like a Rodney Dangerfield and like a Frank Sinatra impersonator. I bet you there's nights like that where they.
We should do that as a Laugh Factory.
Yeah. Just a cover night.
Yeah, cover night.
Cover, yeah.
Mitch Hedberg cover night. Just learn a couple one-liners.
Yeah.
I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. Sorry.
You need to learn. I want some
You
more.
might be a redneck.
I want more.
I ain't scared of you motherfuckers.
Who was he talking to in that one?
When it came out to the Def Jam audience, they were just they were eating everybody up, and everybody was having a bad night. He gets the mic and just comes out and says, I ain't scared of you motherfuckers.
Yeah,
and
it was fucking awesome.
And just rips for 7 minutes.
Yeah. He's legendary.
Did he die youngish?
Yes.
Yeah, 50s probably, early 50s.
That was one of my favorite shows. The Bernie Mac show.
Yeah.
So good.
Oh, dude, you could do the milk and cookies one.
Do the milk and cookies one.
Do the milk and cookies.
It. Come on, man.
Do it.
Do the voice. Cookies, the milk and
cookies.
Do it.
Where the cookies and shit? Him downstairs.
There we go.
Who the fuck is him? Okay, sorry.
I like that.
No, this is great.
Him downstairs?
Him downstairs.
I like when you say it. Yeah.
Keep going, Brandon.
Yeah.
More. I want more.
I got these kids at my house. 2. 4.
But what would your tribute band name be? Like, since
Brandon Mac.
Yeah, Brandon Mac.
What about, since you're
B-Mac.
white, you could be Sunburny Mac?
He said, where the cookies and shit?
Oh, you got sass.
You're really good.
That might be Zesty Mac.
And it's like, you're funny. That's making you funny.
Yeah, I know. Just stealing Bernie Mac's. He's not using it, so we're good.
What shirt are you wearing today, Brandon?
I'm wearing my Palomar Community College football shirt, JUCO Tough.
Love that.
Be tough.
Love that. Che, what's this box here?
Oh, we got some caramel from some friends.
Oh, that's gonna be a tough listen.
Okay, so are you gonna do a review?
Are
they just caramel apples?
I don't know. I gotta
go look.
Za has to guess which one of us is chewing the apple.
He has to tell the type of apple beneath the caramel.
Yes.
What a hell of a reverse.
Blutman had a good idea though. Last night, Jerry, did Gio guess her again?
Mm-hmm.
We should do an episode where it's the World Championship of Barstool Sports, and it's just Che versus Jerry.
Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah.
Commentate it, Kyle.
Yeah.
Good, yeah.
Yeah, no, we'll commentate it, and they'll just go mano y mano.
Che's got to be better than Jerry, right?
I don't know. Jerry got pretty good.
Jerry's getting good.
They're very similar.
I think Che is very good.
I don't know about very good.
For like a non-regular player.
I don't think there's caramels. I think
Caramel
it's just
apples,
caramel
they're more mouth toys than
I don't like them.
than food.
I think they're lovely.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you cut them or do you bite them?
Cut.
You gotta cut.
I think it's kind of an oral nightmare.
Yes.
Getting that
I would
first
agree.
bite in.
It's very scary.
I think
A kid with a caramel apple is a nightmare.
Oh,
That
yeah.
is-
kid with wet
Then all
beady
the
cotton
bees start
candy makes me want
coming.
to kill myself.
Yeah, it's tough.
When cotton candy gets those beads on them.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
See it at a baseball game.
Okay, so let's go.
Live
do a review.
Yeah, live review.
Gosh.
Rainbow Spring
Jimmies.
Yeah.
which we're allowed to say, right?
Yes, we are. We
Okay.
dug deep on that.
Yeah, of course we want you to do a review. What are you, crazy? Oh, let me do the Manscaped ad first. All right, guys, best time of the year. Football's back. We're talking NFL Sundays, college football Saturdays, and that glorious grind of fantasy football lineups. This is where your inner GM comes alive, setting the perfect fantasy roster, screaming at your TV, and making last-minute waiver moves. Well, let's be honest, nobody wants to fumble their grooming routine. That's where Manscaped Performance Package 5.0 Ultra comes in, acting as your all-in-one grooming playbook. From keeping things sharp down below with the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra to taking care of those rogue nose and ear hairs with the Weed Whacker 2.0. This is a lineup that'll keep you looking and feeling like a champ on and off the field. Get 20% off plus free shipping with the code YAK at manscaped.com. That's 20% off plus free shipping with the code YAK at manscaped.com. Stay on top of your grooming game and be ready for anything the season throws your way. Brandon can now come back in now that we finished that ad. Are these all the same type of caramels?
It looks like there's 3 different kinds.
Oh, great.
Yeah, this is really, really good. That's exactly what I was hoping for.
They're not labeled. There's a plain wax paper, there's a blue wax paper, and there's a just clear plastic.
Okay.
All right, we'll go with plain wax paper.
All right. Well, do the
Where
whole
are they
review.
from? Yeah.
All
Do
right.
the whole review.
All right. Got plain wax. I like this unbranded. I mean, obviously, these are Happy Apples. I believe they're in Indiana.
Okay.
Check these out. So this is their, I would guess this is their plain caramel. It's sticky, so I'm not going to ding them for this because this just came in the mail. I just got it from the front. I would have liked these to be a little bit more solid, have them in the fridge. We'll stick, this is the caramel way. Kind of a moon shape here, but that's kind of my fault.
Okay.
All right. I would like, if I'm being honest, I'd like these a little bit more hefty.
Yeah.
Let's see
How
what we got
many?
here.
Describe the length and width.
Yeah.
This is like how I would imagine a giant peanut M&M. Like if you find 2 stuck together in a bag.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably about this size.
Yep.
I would like this to be a little bit
The size
not a
the size of a super giant crumb.
Super giant crumb.
Yeah.
Like if they tried to make the world's biggest Dorito and then a crumb came off.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
good. What about a tiny...
Why do you say yeah? To
Yeah,
that?
he's like, yeah.
You dismissed me quickly.
I think it's more
super, like,
the
Yeah.
size of like a tiny...
Dorito, dude. Come on.
Like a tiny loaf of bread?
a tiny loaf of bread.
Yeah. The size-wise.
Yeah, like a teeny tiny loaf.
Like
of
for
bread.
a mouse, if a
Yeah.
mouse
A
made-
mouse loaf of bread.
A mouse bread,
A
yeah.
piece of bread that you put in a mouse trap.
Like Ratatouille could be running along and he has this.
He has
Yeah.
that, and then the big guy, he's got a full loaf.
yeah.
That's kind of cute.
All right. Yeah. It looks plain. I don't know if it's salted or anything. I'll review.
Get into the mic.
Yeah, into the mic.
Get in the mic.
Whoa.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Get in the mic.
The smacks.
Oh.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
People
This is a plain.
Oh. Yeah, whoever said last time it's like a
Very tender.
dog drinking water. Oh, what is going on with your teeth?
You get your full head into the chip.
Yeah.
Really good.
Oh.
That's really good.
That's the review.
There you go.
Scale.
All right.
Yeah.
That's that one.
Okay.
They're from Union, Missouri, by the way. The Missouri
Union,
River
Missouri.
Valley.
And just to compare it to the other one, so if people watching couldn't choose, this was really good. What was your first one?
First one ever?
No, yeah, the first video you did. What was that?
First one
final
was
ranking?
really good.
Okay.
Other one was tasty.
Okay.
And then the other one was not great.
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
So if should I go? Do I want tasty or do I want really good?
It's kind of up to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dealer's
Depending
choice.
on what type of mood you're in.
Yeah.
Okay.
This one is in blue, so I'd imagine it's some type of flavor. Oh, it's dark. Ooh. As a caramel purist, this doesn't look crazy appetizing color-wise. This could be a cherry.
That looks like what your dude wipe that I had to draw. Look.
Is it molasses?
I think it's chocolate. You want to give a sniff? Chocolate caramel?
Smells like chocolate.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Size?
Well, let me peel it off and see what we're working with. This is a now and later. This is an exact replica of a now and later size.
Exact replica of a now and later.
If you did the dimensions of a now and later, it is this. Ooh.
What about like a world record now and later and a piece falls off?
That could be good. Like half of a big now and later.
Half of a really big now and
Yeah,
later.
like a super big one.
I mean, this, if you can zoom in on that, it's pretty hot. But
what?
Pardon?
That would what?
Wow! What? What is part of that is hot?
Oh.
Oh man, that's squishy.
This is wet.
these are not as dense. It's chocolate.
Oh.
Maybe some salt too.
Okay.
Interesting.
Oh.
That's the review?
That's the review.
Wow.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay. Last one. Thank God.
Clear.
And this one looks like the plain, or maybe the other one was salted. I didn't really taste too much salt in it. Clear wrapper.
Okay.
This one is probably the smallest of the bunch. They're all pretty similar. I wish I put these in the fridge before. I didn't know they had gotten here. That's on me. It's not on Happy Apples. I mean, this looks like a very small pair of lips, like almost for a California raisin.
Thank you.
What?
Well, like for a California raisin, you know those.
They're the size of raisins.
Well,
A pair of
not the actual
lips?
California raisin.
Oh,
Not
you're
the
now
real
saying
ones.
No,
a
the
pair of lips
cartoon.
for the cartoon California raisin.
Correct. That's
So you
the
just
size.
did a
How do you know what size the California raisins are?
TJ, pull up the California raisins. You did a pair of lips for a cartoon that's like 40 years old.
I mean, they have pretty famous lips, no?
I don't think so.
What?
No.
Oh,
I would definitely not say so.
Why would their lips be famous?
I don't even know if they have lips.
They're very smiley.
Do they have lips?
I would.
You picked a lipless thing.
Yeah, those things.
Those are pretty famous lips.
Those are the lips you think of when you think of famous lips?
For this size, oh man, it's dripping.
But why? What makes you think the California raisins like that's the size of their lips?
I just saw it. I mean,
how big do you think the California raisin is? There's no point
this
of
is
reference.
the size of their lips. So
No. The California raisins are raisins.
Right.
Yeah, but I guess it depends on the size of your TV. If you have a 32-inch TV, it's going to be a lot smaller than an 85.
All right, so the California raisins on what size
Yeah,
television?
what size TV?
Oh man, what size TV did I have growing up? 36.
Okay.
That's how big
So
their
Thorley,
lips
how big is that piece of caramel?
I'll see you, Titus.
This is exactly the size. I got to get this. This is like melting off my.
Brandon.
Most famous cartoon lips you can think of.
Jessica Rabbit.
Okay.
Close.
California Raisin. What?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
nailed it.
All right.
California raisins.
A little sweet.
What's he doing?
He's doing caramel reviews.
Okay. All right.
Live.
And it's been pretty fucking great.
Classic. This one is classic. This one is just a timeless.
So that's your ranking.
This is
Caramel.
timeless classic is the ranking.
Yep. Pretty good, timeless, and interesting.
Timeless is gonna be hard to beat, isn't it?
Timeless.
I think pretty.
Or
good
I
is
guess
better
the
than
official
timeless.
review is classic.
Okay.
But that's still great.
Yeah, because timeless is like you can't beat timeless.
By
Diamonds
definition.
are the only thing that are timeless.
How are you gonna beat classic?
Cockroaches.
Is very good better than classic?
It's up to you.
No, it's
No.
you.
He just gives us the rating. How you decipher it.
I like that. It's like the ending of Inception.
Yeah.
How do you bring the California raisins up?
He said the caramel was the size of the California raisin's lips.
Which is dependent on how big your television is.
Correct.
Entirely.
This is true.
Because they are raisins. So they're about this big,
Mm-hmm.
and the lips are probably like that big.
Yeah. They did have big. Yeah.
The other one, the first one was the
Not
size
good,
of.
Mike.
They tried to make a world record Dorito.
Thank you.
And a little piece fell off. That was
A crumb of a world record Dorito.
Okay.
Yep.
That was how he described.
Well, it was the
yeah.
size of a now and later. The exact size of a now.
No, that was the middle one.
Oh, I thought we were talking about that one.
The first one.
Mm-hmm.
You need to put together a database.
Yeah, we need like a Stanko review.
Yeah.
For just caramels.
Do they still make now
Caramel
laters?
stands?
They still make now and laters?
I hate
Yes. I love them.
I think
I didn't like them either. I only had them in school, but do they still make them?
They'll rip your fillings out like
what are
nothing else.
the purple ones that look like pills?
Mike and Ike's?
Mm-mm.
Good and Plenty.
Yes.
Good and Plenty.
Those
are
gross.
gross. Licorice. So gross.
Hate those. Hate hot tamales.
Yep. Yeah. Fuck.
Oh, no.
Ew.
Those are
They're
bad.
black
Good and
inside.
Fruity is very good, but got discontinued. Good and Fruity? Yeah.
I still love sprees on a road trip.
Nobody loves skates.
Yeah.
I called the Wonka factory once because I wanted to know. I think it's the plural of spree is spree. Hate to be that guy.
Yeah. I think
Pardon
you're
me.
right.
I just got spree splained.
Yeah. Why don't you sit this one out, Toots?
Yeah, well, it's embarrassing.
I tried to get
Spree EO.
I tried to get Cliff DiMartino in here today. He's on the road.
Yeah?
He won the 50-50 again.
No, he didn't.
No way.
Yes, he won the 50-50.
Jesus.
Not a lot of people there
Christ.
that day, huh?
It was the A's.
Yeah.
But he fucking won it again.
Jesus, how much money is that?
It was $7,000. He won the 50-50
insane.
twice in a month. How's that possible?
Good for him.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah, I told him I was like, I'm not mad at you, but I kind of hate you, but congrats. Wow, we've never had a dual winner in the same year? Holy shit.
You know the drill.
You know the drill.
Brandon, when was the last time like a good thing like that happened to you?
1989.
What was it?
I won the West Point Central School. We had a raffle, and I won a Polaroid camera.
Nice.
Yeah.
Has Mississippi State ever played in a SEC championship game?
Yes, 1998.
That was pretty good.
That was awesome. Yeah. We were up 14-10 in the fourth quarter with 8 minutes to go, and then the refs got involved. Yeah. Phantom holding call.
Peyton Manning?
Nope, T Martin.
Oh, T Martin.
Peerless
Price.
Peerless Price, yeah.
They won the national title. You were up 14-10?
We were up 14-10 in the fourth quarter. We were down 10-7, and then Kevin Prentice had a 79-yard punt return for a touchdown.
Did you cry?
I was on the verge of tears, and then they immediately scored. They scored seconds, and then we turned the ball over, and they scored again. It was 24-14 final. But we got there. Yep, we got there.
Fuck.
I said, bitch, I ain't never had no pumpkin pie.
There he is.
I love it. Brandon Mack.
I'm going to start wearing the suits.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just way oversized.
Yeah.
Can you, please?
I guess I can try.
Okay. That's all I ask.
Fridays?
Bernie Mac Fridays?
Yeah.
I think I'm committing to the character full time, though, so.
Oh, so every day.
Yeah.
Trying to think of who I would if I had to cover a comedian.
I want you to be Ralphie May.
Trying to think of who.
Dane Cook.
Yeah.
He's alive.
Oh.
Yeah, he is alive.
Does it have to be a dick?
I think it has to, no, because they're not
Has to
using
be
the jokes
dead
anymore.
person.
Okay, all right. So somebody's.
Shit.
Sam Kettle's
Yep. Yeah, that would be good.
Yeah, I killed that, I think.
You nailed it.
You did.
Gallagher.
Oh,
Gallagher would be good.
He's dead?
Yeah, he's dead. Super dead.
Dude, we do one of those. Yeah, you guys do one of those shows at the Laugh Factory and come out and just smash a fucking watermelon to set the tone.
Second.
Oh
Actually,
my God, the
they
place would erupt.
They smashed Gallagher's body at his funeral.
That's right.
Like a watermelon. People in the front 2 rows were covering up.
Say that as Bernie Mac.
Well, I don't know if they were friends.
Just do it.
No, I have to copy
true to
something
your
he
art.
said
Yeah.
before.
Is smashing a watermelon as enjoyable as eating pussy?
Don't make no more fucking sense.
Brandon, what was the poll you put up last night?
I saw it on Twitter. Somebody put up a picture of, and I didn't know this. I didn't know that we in the South had our own name for this particular thing. It is a small dirt mound where ants live. That
What do you call that? Where you live and grew up, what do you call that thing?
I wasn't really referring to that.
Anthill.
Yeah, I don't think
Anthill.
We called it an anthill.
Anthill would work.
Anthill.
We call it an ant bed down south.
Yeah,
it's not a bed.
It's an ant bed.
Bed would be more of a valley, right?
That's an ant bed.
I saw ant pile. That if someone said ant pile, I would know, but ant hills.
All the Southerners are on my side. It's an ant bed.
This is a tough one for you.
Yeah, it got pretty dominated. But
how often were you saying ant beds?
Every time I see an ant bed.
I guess I just never really would point.
And the old people don't even say ant; they say ain't.
Ain't bed.
Ain't bed. Yeah.
They say ain't.
They say fire ain'ts. Yeah.
That's an ant bed.
Fire ain'ts.
Okay, well, it's a regional dialect thing.
It is. And I asked West Virginia. You said anthill.
Anthill.
Philadelphia anthill. Anthill is ubiquitous for everybody else.
Yeah.
But again, I don't remember ever. I don't know what in referring to.
Is it?
T-Mobile added a 35% increase on their dividends. Lock in, chat. Time to lock in. Lock it in. Time to lock in. I'm going to use the restroom really quickly.
I don't think we're there yet. 75, 380, 75, 380, 75. So much that I think that there's a huge market reaction coming from a Fed meeting. It probably will come one way or another from the next set of data.
Kathy, as you know, it's not just about 25 or 50. It's the package. It's a three-part act. We've got a statement, a decision, forecast, and a news conference. I want to talk about the complete package here. If this is a low-conviction meeting, how can we expect this Federal Reserve to provide any clarity about the outlook whatsoever? This is a market price for a return to neutral, not just 25 or 50 today, but a one-way trip towards 3 percentage points. And I struggle to see how we get a full understanding of where the Federal Reserve is going when they failed to commit to whether they were going 25 or...
Well, let's see. We're going to get the summary of economic projections, my guy. So we're going to see where the year-end target is, next year's year-end target, things of that nature. Lock in, y'all. It's time to get it. Listen, congratulations for the ones that took the long down here on the Qs and or SPY. Congratulations. I'm happy for you. Double bottom, we called it and said, hey, you might want to swing long for the revert back to the mean. All right, congratulations. I'm happy for you. You fed yourself, you did your job. And if you got in here, right back where we open like we always do. All right, that's a very nice trade. So let's see if we get a bit of profit taking. Okay, look for a bit of profit taking. And remember, volatility is going to kick up. It's going to kick up like a mug. So be prepared. Here's the thing. I wouldn't say front run the move. I wanted to. Front running the move would have been getting this double bottom long when we talked about being long down here. Okay, so maybe you can take advantage of it. Maybe you, again, use the triple Qs, okay, with like the TQQ. All right, the SPY, I think, is, the SPY is like, I forget which one it is, but TQQ and SQQQ are really liquid, so maybe you think about catching a long and then taking profits on the volatility and having it, the SQQQ for the downside, right? A smaller position. So you're covered both ways and you're able to take advantage of the volatility. I'm going to be looking for contracts into tomorrow. Please hit the like button, subscribe. It's game time, guys. It is game time. It's on. All right, it's on. So I'm going to use the restroom really quickly. And I'm going to use the restroom really quickly, and I'll be right back.
speed maybe of the, are we taking the fast road or are we going to take the slow lane? Maybe that is in question right now, but I don't think that the direction or the destination, so far as it's been laid out, is really that unclear, at least as far as the market is concerned. So we have priced in a lot, and I think that that's a reflection of the estimates that we've had so far and some of the communications we've had so far. So, in an uncertain world, you can express uncertainty, and I think that that's okay. Markets can deal with it.
Hey, Kathy, it's good to catch up as always. Kathy Jones there of Charles Schwab. I'm
Take
so
notice
pleased
of the
we've started to
gap
talk
fill.
about the ECB. This is old ground. We've talked about this a few times. But TK, can you...
Take notice and know that that gap fill is up there. Let me use the restroom and I'll be right back, guys. Sorry. I just want you guys to know about this gap fill that's up here for the bull case. Bro, what is going on with my charts? Like, for real. Oh, my God.
Some free time or something, getting ready for Jets Patriots. And Mohammed said, you know what? This isn't about us. He didn't mention the ECB, but he did mention the Bank of England and the Bank of Japan watching. This is a global meeting, John.
Mohammed?
It is, and I think what we're going to see this week is dispersion within the general theme of lower rates. So I suspect I know the Fed will cut today. The question is by how much. I suspect the Bank of England will not cut tomorrow, and I suspect the Bank of Japan will hike on Friday. And just be a reminder that while we talk about a global cycle, there is dispersion within this global cycle.
Back-to-back decisions into Thursday, the Bank of England on Friday, the BOJ ahead of the Fed, 7 minutes away. Joining us now is Aditya Bave of Bank of America Global Research. Aditya, let's just start with the base case. What you're looking for from this Federal Reserve, the decisions, and the kind of changes to the forecast you're looking for in about 7 minutes' time.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. So we're in the 25 camp. I think Mohammed made the case a lot more articulately, honestly, than I can, but let me give it a shot and keep it simple. Before the blackout period, after the jobs report, the Fed nodded towards 25. That was our opportunity to tell us we want to go 50. They could have laid that case out. They chose not to. During the blackout period, the data we got were sticky housing inflation, solid retail sales, strong industrial production. So that should make the case for 25 stronger, not weaker. Obviously, we've gotten some nods towards 50. Those are from voices outside the Fed. I think it would be concerning for the Fed from a credibility perspective if they give the impression that those voices are now more powerful than Fed speakers.
That said, Aditya, some people argue that the Fed is far above neutral in terms of their benchmark rate, and that if they're going to cut and they're trying to get back down to neutral, given where inflation is, the slower they go, the more restrictive, in a way, they actually are. Economically, does that argument hold water to you?
It's a reasonable argument, and they could have made that case for 50, right? So here's what they could have said. They could have said, this is very similar to the mid-cycle adjustments of 1995 and 2019. It's just that we're significantly above neutral, as you said, Lisa, and so we need to come down in iterations of 50 rather than 25. If they had communicated that clearly, they would have potentially been fine, right? Now the risk is that the market keeps pushing you to do more. So if you do 50 today, everything could still work out fine, but the risk is the next time you get some weak data, and that's inevitable when the economy is slowing down a bit, the markets could push for 75.
Aditya, the economist Brian Moynihan 6 months ago lectured Jay Powell that just possibly the consumer may slow down. We're waiting. I'm talking 4.8, 5% nominal GDP. Is the consumer slowing down?
The consumer has been remarkably resilient. We had a bit of a softer patch at the start of the year, which is probably what was being referred to. But if you look at the last 3 or 4 months, even to our surprise, there's been a rebound. Retail sales over the last 4 months have just been very, very solid, right? So that's been very helpful, because usually what you would see in a labor-driven slowdown is that eventually the consumer collapses under the weight of labor income loss, and that's not happened so far.
Aditya, I understand the arithmetic that leads to the hypothesis that we are very restrictive because we're way above neutral. I don't know a single indicator of financial conditions that doesn't flash very loose financial conditions. So can you reconcile the two for us?
Yeah, I think neutral could be higher, right? So what do we know about neutral really, to be honest? I think we can say with some conviction that it's somewhere between 2.5% and 4%. Beyond that, I don't think we can say a lot with conviction. So then it's going to come down to, we'll learn where neutral is as the Fed cuts based on what the economy does. And if they are able to soft land this economy, if they're sitting at 4% rates 3 months, 6 months down the line, depending on how far they cut, then I think the assessment has to be that maybe R star has gone up. So even if the dots for R star don't go up this time around, they might go up in the future. On the flip side, if we do go into a recession, which is not our base case, then you would say, okay, we were actually a lot more restrictive than we thought, and neutral is lower.
Aditya, appreciate your insight as always. Looking for 25 in 3 minutes' time. Aditya Bava there of Bank of America Global Research. I'm pleased we got to this discussion. Equity markets close to all-time highs. Bond yields are low. Spreads are tight. Tight. We've had a round trip through the whole of August. And think about the demand we're already seeing for debt worldwide, across Europe, here in the United States as well, both sovereign and corporate. And look at what's happening with mortgage applications in America. Before we've even seen the first interest rate cut, we're already starting to unlock a lot of activity. Big move higher, TK. Big move higher this morning.
Which to me just highlights the reason why people treat the markets as though they're an adolescent looking for more, and you give them a little bit and then they're looking for even more. This idea that if the Fed says, fine, you guys can have your 50 basis points, then they're going to keep going with that, and that's going to create much easier financial conditions.
Quickly, Peter Orszag at Brookings with terrific 3 essays, Mohammed, on what the pandemic did to our microeconomics of our system. Are we still in the pandemic?
No, I think we've mostly exited, with the labor market being the last sector to adjust.
Do you think we're in bubble territory here? What do you
All right, guys, so I'm going to leave them playing, but I don't know why, I always have trouble finding the damn... Like, I don't know how I freaking consistently, as many times as I have done this, I still forget where to go to click on the stuff. We have 1 minute, so I'm just going to let the Squawk Box let us all in on the summary of economic projections. And we'll let Bloomberg talk us through it too, and I'll see if we're able to click on that. We have 1 minute.
With where it is right now. And that, I think, is the key. If you're storytelling, stocks actually make more sense right now than the story that is the bond market.
What did you say this morning? This is a market where logic comes to die. Isn't that what you said?
Yes, that is what I said.
That's my line of the month. My line of the month. This is the countdown to the Fed decision. It is literally seconds away. Going into it, your scores look like this in the equity market, firmer by about 1/10 of 1% on the S&P 500 on an 8-day winning streak. In the bond market, 2-year, 10-year, 30-year, your scores as follows. Your 2-year yield in America has been moving lower over the last month. Your yield 3.65. Your Fed decision with Mike McKee.
It's 50, and the promise of another 50 basis points in cuts by the end of the year, and another 100 basis points in 2025, which would put the nation's benchmark rate at 3.4%. It's projected to fall another 50 basis points in 2026, which would put the rate at 2.9%, which is now the Fed's median forecast for the neutral rate. That is up 1/10 from June. The consensus is GDP will rise 2% this year, down 1/10 from the June forecast. Growth will be the same in 25 and 26. Unemployment will hit 4.4% this year. That's an increase from the June figure. It will fall to 4.3% in 2026. PCE inflation of 2.3% this year falls to 2.1% next year and hits the 2% target in 2026. Though inflation remains, quote, somewhat elevated, the statement says they cut because they now have greater confidence. Inflation is moving sustainably.
So you heard that about the inflation part. So let's go over this. How is that? Blah, 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 blah. So there, like again, I didn't know if they were going to go slow to bigger or big to slow. So just like they came in, they're going to go out the same way they came in. Okay, so change in real GDP still sitting around 2.8 projected. Core PCE inflation 2.8. All right. So 2025, 2.3. So they're still saying it's going to be sticky here. We'll see what that actually turns out to be. Unemployment rate, they're saying, is only going to tick up to like 4.1, 4.3 in 2026. 4.4, 4.2 in 2025. The median. Okay, 4.2. Guys, if we see the unemployment go above 4.5 to 5 for 2025, make sure you're putting down these projections, because that means they may have to loosen up more. All right, 2.1, and watch GDP. In my opinion, yeah, I think GDP is not 2 is low, but they don't have no type of declining GDP. I don't know why. Right, longer run 1.8. Like, they don't have it going negative at all, or flat. So this is going to be important. I'm telling you guys, your unemployment rate, GDP, and inflation, if it ticks above any of these, and for GDP below, then you got to revert back to this, and then to think, hey, the Fed's going to have to lower rates, possibly even more. The market is, or the economy is not doing what the Fed is projecting. That's how I would take it. Okay? People are going to forget about this. They're going to forget about it. So we'll see. Does the unemployment rate get to 5.5 or 4.5 to 5 in 2025? Because then you're already past 2026 projections. What if GDP really starts to go down? You know, and if it doesn't, so so here's the dot plot again, which you could just use the top boxes for all these. This kind of just shows you not who, but how many are where in their thoughts. All right, so how many, let's see here, midpoint, FOMC, let's see. I want to see where they think GDP is going to be. I want to see the dot plot for GDP. They do have it, correct? They just have it for rates? Okay. Uncertain. Change in real GDP. For 1924, they don't have an outlook past that. Okay. See, we are on our way, guys. Look at this. GDP is not doing so well. I mean, I get that's their expectation and targets. Uncertainty and risk projected Fed funds rate, midpoint target, medium 70% confidence interval.
As direct as I can, is the great unknown here a dollar weakness that anybody without gray hair doesn't know?
That may not know. I think we've seen it before. I remember periods of dollar weakness.
So they're telling you they want to stop at 3 if unemployment doesn't do something to that, or something unforeseen. All right, so unemployment and GDP is going to be on my top watch, unless PCE comes in crazy for whatever reason. So that's what I think the market is going to move on from now on, is unemployment and GDP.
Rates, and now there's this very, and now there's changed.
The speech in Sintra, Portugal at the start of summer, very different to what we're hearing from the FOMC just several months later. Joining us now to discuss is Bob Michael of JP Morgan Asset Management. He joins us out of London this afternoon. Bob, we just want your first impression to the decision. What do you make of it?
It hit on pretty much everything we were looking for, probably a little less dovish than we thought in two instances. One, there was a descent, so it wasn't a slam dunk, and we would have liked to have seen the median dot for the end of next year, somewhere around 2 3/4 to 3%. But otherwise, as we had been guided over the last week, nothing to quibble about.
Bob, which bond series or individual bond provides the most information right now? Is it a real yield? Is it the nominal full faith and credit? What's of the most value to Bob Michael right now?
Credit spreads. Credit spreads will tell us whether investors believe the economy is in dire shape and this was an emergency 50 basis point cut, or whether this is just a Fed a long way from neutral, perhaps, as Mohammed hinted, a meeting or two away from where they should have started the cycle, so they're starting to get towards neutral. All is well.
Okay, all is well. And yet what we saw earlier this morning was an increase in mortgage applications. What we've seen is already the bond market pricing in all of this and then some, and basically the statement only encourages that even more. Do you not see a risk of potentially reignited inflation, Bob, that we could potentially see expressed in the long end? As Mohammed was mentioning, we are seeing that yield curve steepening in a way that hints that something else is amiss, especially when paired with gold.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. We're a long way away from that. We're looking at the 3-month annualized rate of core PCE running at 1.7%. So that's not inflationary. There's signs of disinflation everywhere. When you look at the labor market, they talked about full employment. Well, the low in unemployment was 3.4%. A couple months ago, it was 4.3%. That's up 0.9%. You only see that when there's threat of recession. That's characteristic of that. They've highlighted to us that the neutral Fed funds rate is somewhere around 3%. That's a debate we could have for a long time, but it's nowhere near 5.25%, 5.5%. So they can start taking pressure off of businesses and households without reigniting inflation.
Bob, I know they call you Bob Michael, but you told me earlier it was Bob Michel, so I'm going to stick to Bob Michel.
All right, here we go.
Bob,
Mohammed, I came to London because I thought we were going to QPR Millwall on Saturday. Now you're in New York on me?
I'll be in London tomorrow.
Is that a failed new high?
All right.
So Bob, speak a little bit to the revisions in the projections, and particularly unemployment. What do you make of that?
I didn't catch them. What did they do?
They pushed it up.
Yeah, I think they have to. I think they have to acknowledge that we're at a challenging time, that there are new entrants to the labor market, but those are still unemployed U.S. workers. And they have to acknowledge that we're not below 4% anymore. We're heading a little bit higher. And that's why you need the policy response to start with 50 basis points. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, but Bob, I think we've got to talk about this a little bit more. And I'm pleased we went to unemployment. Unemployment right now in America is at 4.2%. These are the Fed's projections out in 2024 year end, out to 25 and beyond. They've got projections of 4.4%, the median projection for unemployment this year. Next year, they've got it at 4.4%. Given the move we've seen over the last 12 months, Bob, how aspirational is that? How realistic is it that we just kind of pause around these levels for the next 18 months?
Well, we very well could. If we get 225s.
We're going to listen to what he says, but I think the Fed understands that there's still more COVID money coming out. There's still more COVID money coming out that's going to employ people.
Queued up to buy homes. So bringing rates down could bring those buyers into the market.
And that's another good point. Let's see what else he touches on.
They don't fund themselves in the public bond market. They fund themselves through bank loans, through private credit. Those are floating rate loans. Those are anywhere starting with SOFR at 5 3/8%. You take 100 basis points off of that, that could help to stabilize things as well. Just because unemployment has headed up over the last year doesn't mean it has to keep going. It can certainly flatten out here if the Fed does its job.
Hey, Bob, appreciate catching up as always. Bob Michael there of JP Morgan Asset Management. There's a couple of moves in this market that I think are very, very interesting. We've just gone 50, and in some ways the dot plot is validating what we were pricing in this market ahead of time as well. And what you're seeing at the long end is the long bonds sell off and yields climb by 2 basis points. It's not a big move, but it's notable. We're up by 2 on 10s, on 30s we're up by 3, and at the same time we've got gold at all-time highs. What is this market sniffing out?
Well, it's sniffing out on the margins a greater inflationary risk than otherwise priced in. Look, I could make an argument about how it might mean that we're going to suddenly get run away into 70s-style inflation. That's not what it's saying. But what it is saying is that on the margins, the idea of a bigger and, frankly, a dovish 50 basis point rate cut really highlights how inflation is still back on the table, at least on the margins.
They're talking about a dual mandate imbalance. Mohammed, your impression is that it's a single mandate central bank now. And you don't think we should take our eyes off the other side of the mandate. Do you think the market's speaking to that, just on the margin, this afternoon?
I think at the margin, yes, but I do think that this is the reaction of a single mandate Fed right now, especially if you believe 2% is your inflation target.
Let's cross over to Dan Swank and bring her in of KPMG. Dan, we'd love your thoughts on the decision, and then we can get into the nuances. What do you make of the 50 instead of the 25?
This was a huge victory for Jay Powell, who really laid out at his Jackson Hole speech that he was worried about employment. And that is what this is about. And Mickey Bowman doing a dissent, Powell willing to take a dissent among the board members as opposed to among a president. That is how much he wanted this 0.5% rate cut. And I think that's very important. I think you're going to see it couched and explained within the context of several participants at the July meeting thought they were ready to go ahead and cut. So this is a bit of a catch up to that. And so that should help temper a little bit this dovish read on it. I was surprised that they kept the risk balanced, although clearly the focus is now on employment and not allowing the situation in employment to become much worse. Remember, we're at 116,000 payroll gains, 3-month moving average as of August. That's not statistically different from zero. Combined with the downward revisions we saw on August 21st, the day before Powell gave his remarks at Jackson Hole, those downward revisions, record downward revisions, even if they're not as large as they appeared because of some immigration that we're not capturing, they're still large, and it means the birth and death rate, the death rate of firms has picked up, and their small businesses aren't hiring as much as well, which could mean actually the payroll data for this year also gets revised down, and that's what they're worried about.
Diane, your work out on LinkedIn has been just hugely beneficial, a really holistic view of the U.S. economy. I have a Dow Jones Industrial Average, bottom of the pandemic, up 128%, 21% per year. I've got debt and deficit that Hal Bronner and Bernstein never dreamed of. Diane Swank, is this a Fed just dealing with our stimuli? Is this a Fed just dealing with debt and deficit to the sky?
Let's see, are we going to test this
we've
20-day?
had everything you could possibly imagine pushed up inflation, and now we're seeing it come down despite the fact that we still have a lot of debt. So, on the margin, yes, we do have high debts, and I do believe we need to deal with that at some point in time, and I don't think we have anyone who's willing to talk about it on either side of the aisle, which is another issue, and we can talk about that at a later date. But right now, we've got a Federal Reserve that's no longer buying that debt, and you've got a Federal Reserve that is seeing inflation come down despite the fact that we have high debt. And that's because on the margin, after we get past the sort of 6 months that we put a whole year budget into, from March into October 1st, you get a continuing resolution at best through year end, and you're going to get more constraints on spending, I think, as we get into 2025.
Diane, one reason why this comes as a surprise, this decision, one reason why is because they could have telegraphed this more carefully. There was no data that really moved the needle between the time when the quiet period began and now that would shift us toward 50. Why do you think there wasn't more clear communication that this was a Federal Reserve ready to cut rates by 50 basis points?
Well, frankly, I don't think that Jay Powell, by the time the blackout period hit, had the votes in his pocket to be able to do that. And I think we saw that in some of the mixed messages, even the day of the blackout period. Chris Waller, governor on the Federal Reserve, had said, he'd be open to a more aggressive rate cut, but he didn't seem to be really ready to do it in September. We saw John Williams come out that same day and sort of talking about more cautious rate cuts, more of a 1/4 point kind of rate cut. So they didn't telegraph it because he hadn't corralled the cats, but this really does speak to the fact that he does have an extraordinary ability to actually do just that.
Let's get to this quote from Neil Dutta of Renmac, just out at the moment. Here's the issue. The balance of risks have changed. In June, most saw balanced risk to unemployment rate. Now, this has completely flipped. Most see risk to unemployed skewed to the upside. This will not be the last time we see a 50, in our opinion. Lisa, your thoughts?
This is basically what's being priced into this year. I mean, how else do they get to more than 100 basis points potentially by the end of this year? And if you think about it, it raises a lot of questions about what they are seeing that suddenly makes that such a consensus, given that we've gotten a...
So I'm watching the September 20th 170 calls. They were just $1. They're now at $1.20. They were at about $1 and some change. So Renmac, here's the issue. The balance of risk has changed. In June, most saw balance risk to unemployment rate. Now this is completely flipped. Most see risk to unemployed skewed to the upside. This will not be the last time we see a 50 in our opinion. I don't disagree. I think it might be a different reason, but it just does unemployment rise above that, or does it not? Right? So keep these GDP and unemployment, and sure, you can look at the PCE as well, but again, come on. I'm going to be focused on unemployment and GDP until, PCE shows itself that it's going a lot higher. So that's just my opinion. And they go, there's 30,
what that means going forward, that maybe they're going to be even more aggressive than the market previously thought, and that maybe it is appropriate to price in even more spread compression, even more yields going lower.
So it would not surprise me if that is the market reaction. It would not surprise me at all, because the market has been conditioned to ask for more and more, and gets more and more. So it wouldn't surprise me if that is what happens. I will go back to the significant dispersion in people in FOMC.
Like I say, maybe do yourself a favor and go ahead and look at Fridays or tomorrow's. All right, give yourself a little bit of time, because that one little backwards move is going to hurt you. You only have a few hours left. All right. So I'm looking at Fridays personally, and you're seeing, Apple, Microsoft's back above that Microsoft. Let's see, it pulled all the way back in. Let's go look here, TSLA. But yeah, the 570s is what I was eyeing up. Let's look at NVIDIA. Apple's up at resistance. Oh my gosh. And we'll have a couple minutes here until we get the till we have the meeting. So you guys have to be careful and watch. Let's go look at NVIDIA. I got to look at the daily chart because I don't know if that 50-day is actually there or not. Okay, 50 and 20 day. All right, I see what's going on here. All right. And how they are priced on their debt. Now on the credit cards, the average credit card rate is about 25%. This is a rounding error on that. All right, so keep your eyes out if you're watching NVIDIA 118, if you can climb above that. When you get into other kinds of loans that consumers take in businesses, middle market through small businesses, it affects. I'm going to play them, and I'm just going to go through a couple charts. I am looking at Friday's expirations for options. Okay, right now SPY is testing 566. See if it can make a new high. It got above it. It could not hold. Now, is this going to be resistance? Watch the volume on the put side. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Look, NVIDIA's holding 1650. It just wicked down into 1650. You should see a pump out of NVIDIA here. It's quite possible. It's quite possible. These are beautiful setups, guys. I'm telling you. Holy cow. That's a beautiful setup. Now, does the SPY hold it? Looks like the SPY did hold it. Come on. Give us one more wick down back in there. I think until we get GDP or unemployment down, then the market will start, or earnings. Because then that's going to change the federal, the summary of economic projections, and that everything could change. All right. It's just my opinion. So I think it's important to don't get sidetracked and to continue to watch unemployment and GDP. Inflation, you can obviously watch it, but I don't think that's going to matter until inflation really goes way over or way under expectations.
Kind of consensus around going 25 basis points from here. I think 18 out of 19 dots showed only an expectation of 2 more 25 basis point rate cuts or less. And so I think Powell can paint this as a one-off. It was meant to right-size monetary policy to a lower inflation environment, ensure that the real rate doesn't rise too much, and to really show that kind of actions speak louder than words in providing confidence on the soft landing.
Matt Lozzetti, the 10-year real yield just printed below 1.50. To me, that's a huge signal coming out of the pandemic. What does a diminished real yield do for American business, American finance, and investment?
Look, I think we should expect that the goal of this is to keep financial conditions easy, to ensure that financial conditions don't over-tighten and put a soft landing in jeopardy. That is ultimately the legacy of Chair Powell, and I think that he took out some insurance against that today. I think that's a good outcome for the economy. Hopefully he can message it in that way, which is they have a positive outlook. This is not the starting of a 50 basis point cutting cycle. And I think if you get that, soft landing prospects improve, financial conditions ease, and we have a very good outcome for the economy.
Matt, one of the stickiest areas of inflation has been the housing market. And what we've seen there has been recently an uptick in mortgage applications, as well as just in general, some of the home lender stocks. How quickly could you see a transition from a market that is completely flat on its back, not shifting around, moving at all, to one that is robustly price discovering to the upside with people given renewed confidence by lower rates?
Yeah, we got mortgage purchase applications this morning, and they did show a tick up, more driven by refinancing activity than purchase activity. It does seem to be lagging a little bit, the move in the mortgage rate so far. My own view is I think that's driven by, when you look at the University of Michigan or Conference Board, so many consumers expect rates to come down over the next year. And so that has to happen, and maybe as rate cuts happen and as mortgage rates fall further, that really does unleash activity in the housing market. That would present upside risks for the economy. I think the reality is, Q2 growth was 3%. Q3 growth is tracking near 3% according to the Atlanta Fed GDP. When you look at consumer spending on a 3-month annualized rate, it's the highest that we've had since 2011. We got a robust retail sales report this week. So, I think Chair Powell should present a picture where the underlying economy and fundamentals are resilient and strong here, but they were taking decisive action today to ensure that those outcomes continue.
Hey, Matt, final round before you go. Question for the chairman in this news conference. What's your number one question?
I think it's all about reaction function. So the fact that they went by 50 basis points today before seeing very weak outcomes for the economy will naturally raise questions in the market about what if you get a weaker jobs report? Do they go by 75 basis points or not? So I think it's all about the reaction function from here. And, how does he respond to that? Does he kind of set a high bar either for another 50 basis point or even higher rate cuts?
Matt Lozzetti at Deutsche Bank. Bob Michael at JP Morgan Asset Management still with us. Bob, you love asking this one too. So I'll ask it for you. What's your question for Mike McKee in this news conference a little bit later on this afternoon?
Has the concept of an equilibrium, long-term neutral Fed funds rate expired? Do we need that anymore? Shouldn't they be talking more in terms of a real Fed funds rate, maybe minus 1% to plus 3%? I mean, for goodness sakes, in my career, I've seen the Fed funds rate at 0 and 20%. So trying to target something like that is nonsensical to me.
Hey, Bob, good to catch up as always. Bob Michael at JP Morgan Asset Management. We get 50 from the Federal Reserve. Your news conference is 5 minutes away. The price action looks like this, up 0.5% on the S&P 500 in the last hour. Lisa printing a new all-time high on the S&P.
Which really is in line with what some people were expecting, although disappointment they did not get. If you want to take a look at whether this is a Fed that can outdove market expectations, it seems like they did. And the projections going forward really highlight how this market likes to run ahead of even where Fed pricing is. Just look at this. If you take a look at Fed fund future pricing, we're actually pricing in a 4.1% Fed funds rate to end this year. So we're talking about an additional almost 100 basis points of additional cuts from here, 150 basis points of cuts, which just, again, points to why a dovish 50 basis point cut has made a difference in this market.
Mohammed, you alluded to this. If they go 50, the pressure will build to go 50 again. Is that what's happening?
That is what's happening, and the market loves this. And it's been the repeated conditioning of the market. Give it something, it will want more.
I look at this late in the press conference, John, when we get to the political questions. Like if I was to parachute John into the Alarian Institute of Behavioral Economics and Policy.
Would you behave?
I would behave, and the answer is there's two United Kingdoms out there, and there's two Americas out there, and he has to address within his neutrality and the political debate those two Americas. It's not just about Bob Michael and the portfolio on Park Avenue trying to figure out what to do next.
How does he navigate some of those issues, Mohammed? How difficult is it to set policy for two very different experiences in this economy?
It's very difficult. It's even more difficult when politicians are shouting,
go 75.
Go 75. It is really difficult. What's not clear to me is if he is actually buying insurance, what is the cost of that insurance? What is the downside of buying insurance? You know, insurance is hardly ever costless.
What's JP Morgan doing?
So what is the downside of having bought insurance for the economy? And that's something we'll only find out over time.
What's the cost of buying insurance for the economy, but also for the Fed and for its political independence and its reputation therein? I just wonder if it's more difficult to make the decision now on November 7th, now that you've had this initial 50 basis point rate cut, and you have a market that's now saying, yeah, you could do another one in November.
Yeah, and that was the argument all along. Start in July. Don't get yourself in this situation. But it is what it is, and they're now going to have to navigate this. I think Powell is going to be very clear. He'll say we are not impacted by political issues, just like he will say that he is blessed, to use his word, by lots of opinions from outside. But ultimately, it's what they decide in that room.
And they will get lots of opinions after this one. In just a moment, 2 minutes away, Chairman Powell will walk into that room and give us a news conference for the next 60 minutes or so. We'll take that in its entirety on Bloomberg TV and on Bloomberg Radio. Lisa, things could be very different on November 7th. We've said that repeatedly. I don't think you can overstate it. Things could be very different. The outlook for 2025 could shape up in a rather different way, dependent on what the complexion of Congress looks like, how divided things are in the nation's capital.
And whether or not we even know at that point, as Anne-Marie likes to say, whether we have a decision. It just will be interesting how much, this is the three-part act, we get the third part of the act coming up moments away, how he characterizes what this insurance policy is really for. Is this because they are seeing true weakening in a labor market that otherwise is kind of hanging in there? And that, I think, is one of the key questions.
How do you expect him to frame it? Is this a one-off mid-cycle adjustment, a wait and see, we'll regroup in November? Or is this the beginning of a one-way trip back towards what they think is neutral?
Could it be both? I mean, right? Is there's basically, can everyone have their cake and then eat it too? Because essentially you have inflation coming down and you have an economy that is in a trajectory that typically does lead to further weakening. Is it history that can actually make sense at a time that has defied a lot of historical precedents? It's going to be a really difficult one for him to really
It's going to be difficult because they're coming out of a pandemic and they're making it up every meeting and every day and every speech, John, as they go. They're making this up as they go. Today they catch up, maybe, is the right way to put it. But the then what of November and into 2025 is real.
We certainly all agree on that. We've said this a few times. We've all been humbled through this pandemic and coming out the other side. Equities right now going into this one just short of all-time highs on the S&P 500. We are firmer by 0.5% in the bond market. This is the yield reaction. On a 2-year, we're down 4 basis points going into this news conference. Just remember, for 7 consecutive Fed decision days, this 2-year has rallied. This yield has dropped, and that continues at least for now. We're down 4 basis points at the front end of the curve. The chairman of the Federal Reserve, after cutting interest rates by 50 basis points, takes the floor.
He's beginning, guys. Let's get it. Listen up. I'll let you guys know what I'm doing.
My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Our economy is strong overall and has made significant progress toward our goals over the past 2 years. The labor market has cooled from its formerly overheated state. Inflation has eased substantially from a peak of 7% to an estimated 2.2% as of August. We're committed to maintaining our economy's strength by supporting maximum employment and returning inflation to our 2% goal. Today, the Federal Open Market Committee decided to reduce the degree of policy restraint by lowering our policy interest rate by 0.5 percentage point. This decision reflects our growing confidence that with an appropriate recalibration of our policy stance, strength in the labor market can be maintained in a context of moderate growth and inflation moving sustainably down to 2%. We also decided to continue to reduce our securities holdings. I will
Oh,
have more to say about monetary policy
okay.
after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. GDP rose at an annual rate of 2.2% in the first half of the year, and available data point to a roughly similar pace of growth this quarter. Growth of consumer spending has remained resilient, and investment in equipment and intangibles has picked up from its anemic pace last year. In the housing sector, investment fell back in the second quarter after rising strongly in the first. Improving supply conditions have supported resilient demand and the strong performance of the U.S. economy over the past year. In our summary of economic projections, committee participants generally expect GDP growth to remain solid, with a median projection of 2% over the next few years. In the labor market, conditions have continued to cool. Payroll job gains averaged 116,000 per month over the past 3 months, a notable step down from the pace seen earlier in the year. The unemployment rate has moved up but remains low at 4.2%. Nominal wage growth has eased over the past year, and the jobs-to-workers gap has narrowed. Overall, a broad set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are now less tight than just before the pandemic in 2019. The labor market is not a source of elevated inflationary pressures. The median projection for the unemployment rate in the SEP is 4.4% at the end of this year, 0.4 higher than projected in June. Inflation has eased notably over the past 2 years, but remains above our longer-run goal of 2%. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.2% over the 12 months ending in August, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.7%. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 2.3% this year and 2.1% next year, somewhat lower than projected in June. Thereafter, the median projection is 2%. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. For much of the past 3 years, inflation ran well above our 2% goal, and labor market conditions were extremely tight. Our primary focus had been on bringing down inflation, and appropriately so. We are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. Our restrictive monetary policy has helped restore the balance between aggregate supply and demand, easing inflationary pressures and ensuring that inflation expectations remain well anchored. Our patient approach over the past year has paid dividends. Inflation is now much closer to our objective, and we have gained greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. As inflation has declined and the labor market has cooled, the upside risks to inflation have diminished and the downside risks to employment have increased. We now see the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals as roughly in balance, and we are attentive to the risks to both sides of our dual mandate. In light of the progress on inflation and the balance of risks, at today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by a 0.5 percentage point to 4.75% to 5%. This recalibration of our policy stance will help maintain the strength of the economy and the labor market, and will continue to enable further progress on inflation as we begin the process of moving toward a more neutral stance. We are not on any preset course. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting. We know that reducing policy restraint too quickly could hinder progress on inflation. At the same time, reducing restraint too slowly could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will carefully assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. If the economy evolves as expected, the median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 4.4% at the end of this year and 3.4% at the end of 2025. These median projections are lower than in June, consistent with the projections for lower inflation and higher unemployment, as well as the changed balance of risks. These projections, however, are not a committee plan or decision. As the economy evolves, monetary policy will adjust in order to best promote our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains solid and inflation persists, we can dial back policy restraint more slowly. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated, we are prepared to respond. Policy is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of our dual mandate. The Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking our questions. In July, you said you weren't necessarily thinking about a 50. You didn't want to be specific, but you said you weren't thinking about a 50. The inflation data last week came out a little firmer than expected. Retail was strong, third quarter GDP running 3%. So what changed and made the committee go 50, and how do you respond to the concerns that perhaps it shows the Fed is more concerned about the labor market? And I guess, should we expect more 50s in the months ahead? And based on what should we make that call? Thank you.
GDP and unemployment.
Okay, a lot of questions there. Let me jump in. Since the last meeting, we have had a lot of data come in. We've had the two employment reports, July and August. We've also had two inflation reports, including one that came in during blackout. We had the QCEW report, which suggests that suggests that the payroll report numbers that we're getting may be artificially high and will be revised down. You know that. We've also seen anecdotal data like the Beige Book. So we took all of those and we went into blackout and we thought about what to do, and we concluded that this was the right thing for the economy, for the people that we serve, and that's how we made our decision. So that's one question. What was the second and third?
How do we make sorry, thank you, sir. How do we figure out in the months ahead, is there another 25 or 50 coming in? Based on what shall we make that call? Thank you.
Sure. So a couple things. A good place to start is the SEP, but let me start with what I said, which was that we're going to be making decisions meeting by meeting based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, the balance of risks. If you look at the SEP, you'll see that it's a process of recalibrating our policy stance away from where we had it a year ago when inflation was high and unemployment low, to a place that's more appropriate given where we are now and where we expect to be. And that process will take place over time. There's nothing in the SEP that suggests the committee is in a rush to get this done. This process evolves over time. Of course, that's a projection. That's a baseline projection. We know, as I mentioned in my remarks, that the actual things that we do will depend on the way the economy evolves. We can go quicker if that's appropriate. We can go slower if that's appropriate. We can pause if that's appropriate. But that's what we were contemplating. I would point you to the SEP as just an assessment of where of what the committee is thinking today, what the individual members, rather, of the committee are thinking today, assuming that their particular forecasts are realized.
Good, Chris. Hi, Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. Thank you.
the projections show that the Fed officials expect the Fed funds rate to still be above their estimate of long-run neutral by the end of next year. So does that suggest you see rates as restrictive for that entire period? Does that threaten the weakening of the job market that you said you'd like to avoid? Or does it suggest that maybe people see the short-run neutral as a little bit higher? Thank you.
I think the way I would really characterize it is this. I think people write down their estimate, individuals do. I think every single person on the committee, if you ask them what's your level of certainty around that, they would say there's a wide range where that could fall. So I think we don't know. There are model-based approaches and empirically based approaches that estimate what the neutral rate will be at any given time. But realistically, we know it by its works. So that leaves us in a place where we expect, in the base case, to be continuing to remove restriction, and we'll be looking at the way the economy reacts to that, and that'll be guiding us in our thinking
banks,
about the question that we're asking at every meeting, which is our policy stance the appropriate one? We know, if you go back, we know that the policy stance that we adopted in July of 2023 came at a time when unemployment was 3.5% and inflation was 4.2%. Today, unemployment is up to 4.2%. Inflation's down to a few tenths above 2.
Falling,
so we know that it is time to recalibrate our policy to something that is more appropriate given the progress on inflation and on employment moving to a more sustainable level. So the balance of risks are now even. And this is the beginning of that process. I mentioned the direction of which is toward a sense of neutral. And we'll move as fast or as slow as we think is appropriate in real time. But what you have is our individual accumulation of individual estimates of what that will be in the base case.
Howard Schneider with Reuters. How close was this in terms of the decision? You do have the first dissent by a governor since 2005, I think. Was the weight clearly in favor of a 50, or was this a very close decision?
I think we had a good discussion. If you go back, I talked about this at Jackson Hole, but I didn't address the question of the size of the cut, left it open, and I think we left it open going into blackout. And so there was a lot of discussion back and forth, good diversity of division, excellent discussion today. I think there was also broad support for the decision that the committee voted on. So I would add, though, look at the SEP. All 19 of the participants wrote down multiple cuts this year, all 19. That's a big change from June, right? 7 of them wrote down 3 or more, 17 of the 19 wrote down 3 or more cuts, and 10 of the 19 wrote down 4 or more cuts. So, there is a dissent, and there's a range of views, but there's actually a lot of common ground as well.
Follow up to that, now that this is in the books, can you give us some guidance as sort of follow up to Steve on the pacing here? Would you expect this to be running every other meeting once we get into next year? For example,
we're going to take it meeting by meeting. As I mentioned, there's no sense that the committee feels it's in a rush to do this. We made a good, strong start to this, and that's really, frankly, a sign of our confidence. Confidence that inflation is coming down toward 2% on a sustainable basis. That gives us the ability. We can, make a good, strong start. But and I'm very pleased that we did. To me, the logic of this, both from an economic standpoint and also from a risk management standpoint, was clear. But I think we're going to go carefully, meeting by meeting, and make our decisions as we go.
Gina. Hi, Chair Powell. Gina Smilik, The New York Times. Thanks for taking our questions. You and your colleagues in your economic projections today see the unemployment rate climbing to 4.4% and staying there. Obviously, historically, when the unemployment rate climbs that much over a relatively short period of time, it doesn't typically just stop. It continues increasing. And so I wonder if you can walk us through why you see the labor market stabilizing, sort of what's the mechanism there, and what do you see as the risks?
So, again, the labor market is actually in
why we say take your money,
solid
manage
condition.
your risk.
And our intention with our policy move today is to keep it there. You can say that about the whole economy. The U.S. economy is in good shape. It's growing at a solid pace. Inflation is coming down. The labor market is in a strong pace. We want to keep it there. That's what we're doing.
right, Nick.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, does today's action constitute a catch-up in action given recent substantial revisions to the employment data? Or is this larger than typical rate cut a function of the elevated nominal level of the policy rate such that an accelerated cadence could be expected to continue?
Okay. Multiple questions there, but so I would say we don't think we're behind. We do not think we think this is timely, but I think you can take this as a sign of our commitment not to get behind. So it's a strong move. So your other question was,
is this about what happened in the employment data between this meeting and the last meeting, or is this about the level of the funds rate, the high nominal level of the funds rate relative to what might be expected if you're trying to maintain equilibrium?
I think it's about. We come into this with a policy position that was put in place, as you know, I mentioned in July of 2023, which was a time of high inflation and very low unemployment. We've been very patient about reducing the policy rate. We've waited. Other central banks around the world have cut many of them several times. We've waited, and I think that patience has really paid dividends in the form of our confidence that inflation is moving sustainably down to 2%. So I think that is what enables us to take this strong move today. I do not think that anyone should look at this and say, "Oh, this is the new pace." You have to think about it in terms of the base case. Of course, what happens will happen. So in the base case, what you see is look at the SEP. You see cuts moving along. The sense of this is we're recalibrating policy down over time to a more neutral level, and we're moving at the pace that we think is appropriate given developments in the economy in the base case. The economy can develop in a way that would cause us to go faster or slower, but that's what the base case says.
And if I could follow up on the balance sheet. In 2019, when you did the mid-cycle adjustment, you ceased the balance sheet runoff. With a larger cut today, should there be any signal inferred about how the committee would approach end state on the balance sheet policy?
So in the current situation, reserves have really been stable. They haven't come down. So reserves are still abundant and expected to remain so for some time. As you know, the shrinkage in our balance sheet has really come out of the overnight RRP. So I think what that tells you is we're not thinking about stopping runoff because of this at all. We know that these two things can happen side by side. In a sense, they're both a form of normalization. And so for a time, you can have the balance sheet shrinking but also be cutting rates.
Colby. Thank you. Colby Smith with the Financial Times. Just following up on Gina's question on rising unemployment, is it your view that this is just a function of a normalizing labor market amid improved supply, or is there anything to suggest that something more concerning perhaps is taking place here, given that other metrics of labor demand have softened too? And I guess in direct follow-up to Gina is, why should we not expect a further deterioration in labor market conditions if policy is still restrictive?
So I think what we're seeing is clearly labor market conditions have cooled off by any measure, as I talked about in Jackson Hole. And but they're still at a level. The level of those conditions is actually pretty close to what I would call maximum employment. So you're close to mandate, maybe at mandate on that. So what's driving it? Clearly, payroll job creation has moved down over the last few months, and this bears watching. Meant by many other measures, the labor market has reduced 2019 levels, which was a very good, strong labor market, but this is more sort of 2018-17. So the labor market bears close watching, and we'll be giving it that. But ultimately, we believe, with an appropriate recalibration of our policy, that we can continue to see the economy growing, and that will support the labor market. In the meantime, if you look at the growth in economic activity data, the retail sales data that we just got, second quarter GDP, all of this indicates an economy that is still growing at a solid pace. So that should also support the labor market over time. So, but again, it bears watching, and we're watching.
And just on the point about starting to see rising layoffs, if that were to happen, wouldn't the committee already be too late in terms of avoiding a recession?
So our plan, of course, has been to begin to recalibrate. And as you know, we're not seeing rising claims. We're not seeing rising layoffs. We're not seeing that, and we're not hearing that from companies that that's something that's getting ready to happen. So we're not waiting for that, because there is thinking that the time to support the labor market is when it's strong, and not when you begin to see the layoffs. There's some lore on that. So that's the situation we're in. We have, in fact, begun the cutting cycle now, and we'll be watching, and that'll be one of the factors that we consider. Of course, we're going to look at the totality of the data as we make these decisions meeting by meeting.
Michael McKee with Bloomberg TV and Radio. To follow up on that, what would constitute for you and the committee a deterioration in the labor market? You're pricing in basically by the end of next year 200 basis points of cuts just to maintain a higher unemployment rate. Would you be moving to a more preemptive monetary policy style rather than, as you did with inflation, waiting until the data gave you a signal?
No, we're going to be watching all of the data, right? So if as I mentioned in my remarks, if the labor market were to slow unexpectedly, then we have the ability to react to that by cutting faster. We're also going to be looking at our other mandate, though. We have greater confidence now that inflation is moving down to 2%, but at the same time, our plan is that we will be at 2%, over time. So. And policy, we think, is still restrictive, so that should still be happening.
I'm just curious as to how sensitive you'll be to the labor market, since you forecast we are going to see higher unemployment, and it is going to take a significant amount of monetary easing to just maintain it.
So, what I would say is we don't think we need to see further loosening in labor market conditions to get inflation down to 2%. But we have a dual mandate, and I think you can take this whole action as take a step back. What have we been trying to achieve? We're trying to achieve a situation where we restore price stability without the kind of painful increase in unemployment that has come sometimes with disinflation. That's what we're trying to do. And I think you can take today's action as a sign of our strong commitment to achieve that goal.
That's your keyword right there. We got
Hi,
you back.
Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post.
To
Thanks
the
for taking our
markets.
questions.
You
You're
should tick
describing
higher.
this view that you don't think you're behind when it comes to the job market. Can you walk us through the specific data points that you found to be most helpful in the discussions at this meeting? You've mentioned a couple, but would you be able to walk us through what that dashboard told you as far as what you know about the job market now?
Sure. So we'll start with unemployment, which is the single most important one probably. You're at 4.2%. That's, I know that's higher than we were used to seeing numbers in the mid and even below mid threes last year. But if you look back over the sweep of the years, that's a very healthy unemployment rate. And anything in the low fours is a good labor market. So that's one thing. Participation is at high levels. It's, we're right adjusted for demographics, for aging. Participation's at pretty high levels. That's a good thing. Wages are still a bit above what would be, their wage increases rather, are still just a bit above where they would be over the very longer term to be consistent with 2% inflation, but they're very much coming down to what that sustainable level is, so we feel good about that. Vacancies over, per unemployed is back to what is still a very strong level. It's not as high as it was. That number reached 2 to 1, 2 vacancies for every unemployed person as measured. It's now below around 1, but that's still a very good number, I would say. Quits have come back down to normal levels. I mean, I could go on and on. There are many employment indicators. What do they say? They say this is still a solid labor market. The question isn't the level. The question is that there has been change, particularly over the last few months. And so what we say is, as the risks, the upside risks to inflation have really come down, the downside risks to employment have increased. And because we have been patient and held our fire on cutting while inflation has come down, I think we're now in a very good position to manage the risks to both of our goals.
And what do you expect to learn between now and November that will help inform the scale of the cut at the next meeting?
More data, the usual. Don't look for anything else. We'll see another labor report. We'll see another jobs report. I think we get a second jobs report on the day of the meeting, I think. Or no, on the Friday.
Watch TLT. Keep an eye on risk, solar, things like that. Gold turned around.
Question of look at the incoming data and ask what are the implications of that data for the evolving outlook and the balance of risks.
I think we can go higher, but
and
the market's reluctant.
Go through our process and think what's the right thing to do. Is policy where we want it to be to foster the achievement of our goals over time? So that's what it is, and that's what we'll be doing.
Thanks. Hi, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. We've only been running a little above 100,000 jobs a month on payrolls the last 3 months. Do you view that level of job creation as worrying or alarming, or would you be content if we were to kind of stick at that level? And relatedly, one of the welcome trends of the last couple of years has been labor market steam coming out through job openings falling rather than job losses. Do you think that trend has further to run, or do you see risk that further labor market cooling will have to come through job losses?
So on the job creation, it depends on the inflows, right? So if you're having millions of people come into the labor force, and you're creating 100,000 jobs, you're going to see unemployment go up. So it really depends on what's the trend underlying the volatility of people coming into the country. We understand there's been quite an influx across the borders, and that has actually been one of the things that's allowed unemployment rate to rise. And the other thing is just the slower hiring rate, which is something we also watch carefully. So it does depend on what's happening on the supply side. And on the beverage curve question, yes. So we all felt on the committee, not all, but I think everyone on the committee felt that job openings were so elevated that they could fall a long way before you hit the part of the curve where job openings turned into higher unemployment, job loss. And yes, I think we are. It's hard to know that you can't know these things with great precision, but certainly it appears that we're very close to that point, if not at it, so that further declines in job openings will translate more directly into unemployment. But it's been a great ride down. I mean, we've seen a lot of
look, there goes
tightness
TLT.
come out of the labor market in that form without it resulting in lower employment.
What she does.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Edward Lawrence, Fox Business. So we've heard some speculation that you may be going with the federal funds rate to 3.5%, maybe under 4%. And there's basically an entire generation that has experienced zero or near zero federal funds rate. Now some think we're heading in that direction again. What's the likelihood that cheap money is now the norm?
So this is a question. You mean after we get through all of this? It's just great question that we can only speculate about. Intuitively, many people anyway would say we're probably not going back to that era where there were trillions of dollars of sovereign bonds trading at negative rates, long-term bonds trading at negative rates, and it looked like the neutral rate might even be negative. So there was people were issuing debt at negative rates. It seems that's so far away now. My own sense is that we're not going back to that. But honestly, we're going to find out. But it feels to me and that the neutral rate is probably significantly higher than it was back then. How high is it? I just don't think we know. We only know it by its works.
And one more. How do you respond to the criticism that will likely come that a deeper rate cut now before the election has some political motivations?
Yeah, so this is my fourth presidential election at the Fed, and it's always the same. We're always going into this meeting in particular and asking what's the right thing to do for the people we serve, and we do that, and we make a decision as a group, and then we announce it, and that's always what it is. It's never about anything else. Nothing else is discussed, and I would also point out that the things that we do really affect economic conditions for the most part with a lag. So nonetheless, this is what we do. Our job is to support the economy on behalf of the American people. And if we get it right, this will benefit the American people significantly. So this really concentrates the mind. And it's something we all take very, very seriously. We don't put up any other filters. I think if you start doing that, I don't know where you stop. And so we just don't do that.
Jolene.
Thank you, Chair Powell. I'm Jolene Kent with CBS News. My first question is, very simply, what message are you trying to send American consumers, the American people, with this unusually large rate cut?
Oh my God.
I would just say that the U.S. economy is in a good place, and our decision today is, more specifically, the economy is growing at a solid pace. Inflation is coming down closer to our 2% objective over time, and the labor market is still in solid shape. So our intention is really to maintain the strength that we currently see in the U.S. economy, and we'll do that by returning rates from their high level, which has really been the purpose of which has been to get inflation under control. We're going to move those down over time to a more normal level over time.
Just a quick follow-up to that. Listening to you talk about inflation moving meaningfully down to 2%, is the Federal Reserve effectively declaring a decisive victory over inflation and rising prices?
No, we're not. So inflation, what we say is we want inflation, the goal is to have inflation move down to 2% on a sustainable basis. And, we're not really, we're close, but we're not really at 2%. And I think we're going to want to see it be, around 2% and close to 2% for some time. But we're certainly not we're not saying mission accomplished or anything like that. But I have to say, though, we're encouraged by the progress that we have made.
Hi, Katerina Saraiva with Bloomberg News.
I
just would love to know kind of how the committee is thinking about the persistence we've seen in housing inflation. Do you think you can return to 2% with housing inflation where it is? Yeah.
So housing inflation is the one piece that is kind of dragging a bit, if I can say. We know that market rents are doing what we would want them to do, which is to be moving up at relatively low levels. But they're not rolling over. The leases that are rolling over are not coming down as much, and OER is coming in high. So, it's been slower than we expected. I think we now understand that it's going to take some time for those lower market rents to get into this. But, the direction of travel is clear. And as long as market rents remain, relatively low inflation over time, that will show up. Just the time it's taking now, several years rather than just one or two cycles of annual lease renewals. So I think we understand that now, but I don't think the outcome is in doubt. Again, as long as market rents remain under control, the outcome is not in doubt. So I would say it's the rest of the portfolio, or of the elements that go into core PCE inflation have behaved pretty well. They all have some volatility. We will get down to 2% inflation, I believe, and I believe that ultimately we'll get what we need to get out of the housing services piece too.
Some of your colleagues have expressed concern that with starting to cut rates, you could reignite demand in housing and see prices go up even more. What's the likelihood of that, and how would you react to that?
The housing market, it's hard to game that out. The housing market is in part frozen because of lock-in with low rates. People don't want to sell their home, so because they have a very low mortgage, it'd be quite expensive to refinance. As rates come down, people will start to move more, and that's probably beginning to happen already. But remember, when that happens, you've got a seller, but you've also got a new buyer in many cases. So it's not obvious how much additional demand that would make. I mean, the real issue with housing is that we have had and are on track to continue to have not enough housing. And so it's going to be challenging. It's hard to find, to zone lots that are in places where people want to live. It's all of the aspects of housing are more and more difficult. And
sorry, but I don't have any issues finding a home. If I go online right now, there are plenty of homes for sale.
But I think as we normalize rates, you'll see the housing market normal.
They keep saying it. We don't have enough houses. No, we don't have enough people that make enough money to purchase these homes.
And getting the housing cycle normalized, that's the best thing we can do for householders.
Maybe
and then
I'm wrong.
The supply question will have to be dealt with by the market and also by government.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. Just following up on some of the labor market talk earlier, monetary policy operates with long and variable lags, and I'm wondering how much you see being able to keep the unemployment rate from raising too much comes from the fact that you're starting.
I only say that because I'm using the median 50,000 mark. We'll say 40 to 50,000. Even if you have a wife, a partner, whatever, you're still underwater with average homes being $500,000, $250,000, 350, 400,000 for a 5-acre, not even 2-story home. 285 to 350,000. Like, what?
I mean, business people who are actually out there doing business. So I think our move is timely. I do, and as I said, you can see our 50 basis point move as a commitment to make sure that we don't fall behind. So you're really asking about your second question. You're asking about July, and I guess if you ask, if we'd gotten the July report before the meeting, would we have cut? We might well have. We didn't make that decision, but we might well have. I think that's not. That doesn't really answer the question that we ask ourselves, which is let's look. When at this meeting we're looking back to the July employment report, the August employment report, the 2 CPI reports, one of which came, of course, during blackout. And all of the other things that I mentioned. We're looking at all of those things, and we're asking ourselves, what's the policy stance we need to move to? We knew it's clear that we literally everyone on the committee agreed that it's time to move. It's just how fast do you go, and what do you think about the path forward? So this decision we made today had broad support on the committee, and I've discussed the path ahead.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. Mortgage rates have already been dropping in anticipation of this announcement. How much more should borrowers expect those rates to drop over the next year?
Very hard for me to say. That's from our standpoint. I can't really speak to mortgage rates. I will say, that'll depend on how the economy evolves. Our intention, though, is we think that our policy was appropriately restrictive. We think that it's time to begin the process of recalibrating it to a level that's more neutral rather than restrictive. We expect that process to take some time, as you can see in the projections that we released today. And if things work out according to that forecast, other rates in the economy will come down as well. However, the rate at which those things happen will really depend on how the economy performs. We can't look a year ahead and know what the economy is going to be doing.
What's your message to households who are frustrated that home prices have still stayed so high as rates have been high? What do you say to those households?
Well, what I can say to the public is that we had a burst of inflation. Many other countries around the world had a similar burst of inflation. And when that happens, part of the answer is that we raise interest rates in order to cool the economy off, in order to reduce inflationary pressures. It's not something that people experience as pleasant, but at the end, what you get is low inflation restored, price stability restored.
Guys.
And a good definition of price stability is that people in their daily decisions, they're not thinking about inflation anymore. That's where everyone wants to be, is back to what's inflation. We just keep it low, keep it stable. We're restoring that. So what we're going through now really it will benefit people over a long period of time. Price stability benefits everybody over a long period of time just by virtue of the fact that they don't have to deal with inflation. So that's what's been going on. And I think we've made real progress. I completely We don't tell people how to think about the economy, of course, and of course people are experiencing high prices as opposed to high inflation, and we understand that's painful.
Greg.
Hi, Chair Powell. Greg Robb from MarketWatch.com. I was wondering if you could go through, you said just at the beginning that coming into the blackout, there was like an open thought of 25 or 50. You know, the Fed could move either 25 or 50. I would sort of argue that when we had those two last speeches by Governor Waller and New York Fed President John Williams, that they were sort of saying that maybe a gradual approach was going to win the day. I mean, I sort of want to ask a 7-part question about this, but I mean, could you talk, would you have cut rates by 50 basis points if the market had been pricing in like low odds of a 50-point move like they were last Wednesday? You know, after the CPI number came out, it was a really small probability of a 50-point cut. Does that play in your consideration at all? Just talk a little bit about that. Thank you.
We're always going to try to do what we think is the right thing for the economy at that time. That's what we'll do. And that's what we did today.
Simon.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Simon Rabinovich with The Economist. You've mentioned how closely you're watching the labor market, but you also noted that payroll numbers have been a little bit less reliable lately because of the big downward revisions. Does that put your focus overwhelmingly on the unemployment rate? And given the SEP projection of 4.4 basically being the peak in the cycle, would going above that be the kind of thing that would trigger another 50 basis point cut?
So we will continue to look at that broad array of labor market data, including the payroll numbers. We're not discarding those. I mean, we'll certainly look at those, but we will mentally tend to adjust them based on the QCEW adjustment, which you referred to. There isn't a bright line. It will be the unemployment rate's very important, of course, but there isn't a single statistic or a single bright line over which that might move that would dictate one thing or another. We'll look at each meeting, we'll look at all the data on inflation, economic activity, and the labor market, and we'll make decisions about is our policy stance where it needs to be to foster over the medium term our mandate goals. Yeah, so I can't say we have a bright line in mind.
Matt Egan.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Matt Egan from CNN. I know that you discussed earlier how the Fed does whatever the right thing is and nothing else factors in. But, in general, can you talk about whether or not you believe a sitting U.S. president should have a say in Fed decisions on interest rates? Because that's something that former President Trump, who obviously appointed you, has previously suggested. And I know the Fed is designed to be independent, but why? Can you tell the public why you view that so importantly?
Sure. So
legally,
countries that are democracies around the world, countries that are sort of like the United States, all have what are called independent central banks.
Can we just ask ourselves and ask the real question? How did we get here that these are the questions? Right? Could you tell the people at home why they're independent? Because politicians aren't economists.
That favors maybe people who are in office as opposed to people who are not in office. So that's the idea, is that, and I think the data are clear that countries that have independent central banks, they get lower inflation. And so we do our work to serve all Americans. We're not serving any politician, any political figure, any cause, any issue, nothing. It's just maximum employment and price stability on behalf of all Americans. And that's how the other central banks are set up too. It's a good institutional arrangement, which has been good for the public. And I hope and strongly believe that it will, continue.
Kyle.
I want to know how we
Kyle
got
Campbell
here.
for American Banker. Thanks for taking the questions, Chair Powell. A couple regulatory developments in the past week that I want to ask you about. First, last week, Vice Chair for Supervision, Michael Barr, outlined his views for the changes to the Basel III Endgame. I'm wondering if you are in alignment with him on what those changes should be, if those have support on the board in a broad way that you're looking for, and if you think the other agencies are also fully on board with that approach. And then yesterday, other banking regulators.
You know what? Hold the second question.
Okay, sure.
Let me we'll give you the second question. So, the answer to your question is that yes, those changes were negotiated between the agencies with my support and with my involvement, with the idea that we were going to repropose the changes that Vice Chair Barr talked about, and then take comment on them.
What do you guys think? Long or short?
Yes, that is, that's happening with my support.
And is there a date for that?
That's not a final proposal, though. You understand? We're putting them out for comment. We're going to take comment and make appropriate changes. We don't have a calendar date for that. And as for the other agencies, the idea is that we're all moving together. We're not moving separately. So that I don't know exactly where that is, but the idea is that we will move as a group to put this again out for comment, and then it'll come. The comments will come back 60 days later, and we'll dive into them, and we'll try to bring this to a conclusion sometime in the first half of next year.
Right. And then yesterday there were merger reform finalizations from the other bank regulators. What does the Fed have to do to align itself on merger?
I would bounce that question to Vice Chair Barr. It's a good question, but I don't have that today. Thanks.
Jennifer for the last question. Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. You said earlier that the decision today reflects with appropriate recalibration strength in the labor market that can be maintained in the context of moderate growth. Even though the policy statement says you view the risks to inflation and job growth as roughly balanced. Given what you've said, though, today, I'm curious, are you more worried about the job market and growth than inflation? Are they not roughly balanced?
No, they are balanced.
No, I think, and we think they are now roughly balanced. So if you go back for a long time, the risks were on inflation. We had a historically tight labor market, historically tight. There was a severe labor shortage. So very hot labor market, and we had inflation way above target. So, that said to us, concentrate on inflation.
She's coming from a mind that is perceiving it to get worse. She doesn't know it's good. We're talking about right now and what we have. Okay?
Concentrate on inflation, and we did for a while, and we kept at that. The stance that we put in place 14 months is cooling off the economy. A cooler labor market, in part because of our activities. So what that tells you is it's time to change our stance. So we did that. The sense of the change in the stance is that we're recalibrating our policy over time to a stance that will be more neutral. And today I think we made a good, strong start on that. I think it was the right decision, and I think it should send a signal that that we're committed to coming up with a good outcome here.
Is the economy more vulnerable to a shock now that could tip it into recession?
I don't think so. I don't. As I look. Well, let me look at it this way. I don't see anything in the economy right now that suggests that the likelihood of a downturn is elevated. Okay, I don't see that. You see growth at a solid rate. You see inflation coming down, and you see a labor market that's still at very solid levels. So I don't really see that. No, thank you.
That wraps up a news conference that probably should have wrapped up 15 minutes ago, live from New York City this afternoon. Good afternoon. For our audience worldwide, welcome to the program, a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance on a Federal Reserve decision. The decision as follows, a 50 basis point cut with a sprinkle of dissent. Your equity market on the S&P 500 still just about firmer, but rolling over in that news conference. We're now firmer by just 0.25%. On the Russell, still elevated up by more than 1 full percentage point. Straight out of the gate in that news conference, framing policy recalibration, something he said multiple times, a process that evolves over time. Take a listen to what the chairman had to say on the path forward.
I do not think that anyone should look at this and say, "Oh, this is the new pace." You have to think about it in terms of the base case. Of course, what happens will happen. So in the base case, what you see is look at the SEP. You see cuts moving along. The sense of this is we're recalibrating policy down over time to a more neutral level. and we're moving at the pace that we think is appropriate.
Recalibration on repeat. Lisa, looking forward, meeting by meeting, this is not the new pace. That's something he put some weight on, some emphasis in that news conference.
And if you were basically judging his news conference based on the stock reaction, there was a little wobble after that statement, and even more of a wobble after he really addressed the idea of a neutral rate. He called it a sense of neutral, whatever that may be, and he said that my own sense is we're not going back to that Nehru time or that negative rate, very low rate time. Neutral rate is probably much higher. You saw a reaction there, but then people shook it off and said, hey, he's got our back.
I look, John, I strapped a Fibonacci across this from where we were to the midpoint of the pandemic low is 2 7/8. He is correct. It's just a nudge in the distance to travel just to get back to the midpoint, call it normal. It's a lot longer than the jawboning in the press conference that we just saw.
We're lucky to have Mohammed alongside us. He won't say mission accomplished. He refused to say it in this news conference, but we've got to ask, isn't it implied? Listen to this. The labour market conditions are pretty close to maximum employment. Retail sales, GDP show the economy is growing at a solid pace. We're not seeing rising layoffs or hearing it from companies. It's time to support the labour market when it's strong. That's what we're trying to do. Is that mission accomplished? Isn't it implied?
Yeah, I mean, Jason Furman put it as well as anybody can when he said, if you look at the projection, and now if you listen to the statement, it is, and I'm quoting him, just about the closest thing to mission accomplished banner that you can imagine them unfurling. So I think it is. The hard thing for Powell is that we're not just recalibrating policy, we're recalibrating what we mean by a 50 basis point cut. You don't start a 50 basis point cycle with a 50 basis point cut and say at the same time the economy is in a good place. And that's what he had to navigate all the time. If the economy is in a good place, why are you starting with 50 basis points? And it was harder for him to reconcile the two because he didn't want to acknowledge that keeping rates unchanged in July was a mistake. So that's the tension that played throughout the press conference.
He did mention that if they had that jobs report before that meeting in July, that maybe they would have gone 25 at that meeting. What did you make of that?
I made of that this idea that what does he mean about the totality of data? And he didn't talk about data dependency in quite the same way. When he was asked by our own Michael McKee about what he was looking for and how much he seems to be reconciling something, he didn't have a really clear view on that. What is the data we're looking at now? Is it basically revisions to the jobs numbers that we're getting, as well as potentially the beige book?
You've said this a few times, revisions. Seems to be more weight now in revisions. And I think over the last few news conferences now, he's basically said whatever payrolls is, he thinks is overstating jobs growth in this country.
Which has been just the truth over the past couple of months and frankly more than a year. Typically when you get a weakening labor market, the data that you get initially is stronger than what you get on the revisions downward. But just to build the idea of mission accomplished, he kept saying that the only reason he could really make a commitment to 50 basis points is we are committed to coming up with a good outcome. He came up with lots of, he went to the thesaurus about soft landing, but that was really where he was heading.
Joining us now to discuss, to continue the conversation, Bill Dudley, the former New York.
This has got to be it. All right, you're rejecting, if you reclaim this level, now you're going to start reclaiming support and turning, it's either we're going to turn the support into resistance, just like we did here, right? All this support up here, right? Support, break it. Resistance, we get up there, try to hold it, support, and then we break. And then what do? We circle all the way back around, bang, resistance. Try to hold, fell. What are we doing? Make it resistance. If we recapture it, bada bing, bada boom, to the upside. There we go. It's got to hold, though. It's got to hold. And look at that, a wick. Wouldn't you suspect anything otherwise? This sucks, man. I feel like we're stuck. Feels like the Qs are trying to get a little bit of bounce, but let's go. Fuck. Alright, I got long, guys. Oh my god. I can't believe I paid so much. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my God. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Tech's really going. What did I pay? What did I pay? What did I pay, man? I really got chewed up on that. Let's go. What time is it? All right, guys. I am long. I am long. I am long. I am long. What did I give? I am long. I am long. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Come on. 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 Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Come on. Yes, nice job. Let's go. 174 to 196. Let's go. Let's go. I'm sorry. 74 to 74 to 96. I don't know what was going on there. I didn't even see any. The asking price was like 90 something. Look, they took it and ate that up. Eat it up. I don't care. There's your resistance zone anyway. I think we're going higher, guys. You recaptured it. I think it's time to go higher. I just had to take it. I had to take it. You know what I'm saying? I had to cut some of that off. I didn't want to go any I didn't want to put any more size on it because I felt like we were already at the top, and like now let's see if we pull back and hold this area down here as support. Now we look at things in the reverse. All right, so there's your resistance. Now what do? We got to make these, we got to start recapturing these levels and turning them into support. And look at that, $1 all the way down to 88 cents. Imagine if you didn't take profit, my guy. All right? Nice job, nice job, nice job. Let's go. This is why people say options are a scam, because they don't take their money when they get paid. Like they should. And another failed break, but I don't think it is because 563 should hold. We got to watch this for this to hold here. Keep an eye on solar names, guys. That's going to be important. Solar names. Oh my God. Here we go. Let's see if it can hold and climb up.
November 7th will be the next meeting. We might have a decision in hand by the American public as to who they'd like the next president of the United States to be. We might know the makeup of Congress as well. We might have a better idea of what policy looks like in 2025. Bill, you've lived this. You were on the FOMC back in 2016, I believe. Can you walk me through your experience back then and whether the same applies this time around?
I would be very surprised if the election outcome affected what the Fed does over the near term, because, you know, an election outcome is one thing, but what the incoming president will be able to do with, you know, a closely divided Congress remains very uncertain. And so I think the Fed reacts to the world as it is, as opposed to speculates about how the world could be. So I would be very surprised if the Fed doesn't cut rates at the November meeting. I mean, if they don't cut rates at the November meeting, it's because the economy is bounce back and very strong, or the inflation news is, you know, really bad between now and then. And that's not something I expect at this point. I don't think that Powell expects it. I think, you know, the odds of a 25 basis point rate cut in November are very, very high. And, you know, if the economy shows, you know, more weakness, then maybe even 50 basis points.
Hey, Bill, appreciate it as always. Bill Dudley of Bloomberg Opinion. The Fed should go big now. I think it will. It did. It did about an hour and 30 minutes ago. Let's bring in Michael McKee. He was in the news conference. Mike McKee, I want your thoughts on that press conference, where there was a little bit of tension for you. How did you walk out of this one?
Well, I don't think there was a huge amount of tension, except for the fact that, as you were just talking about with Bill Dudley, the idea that there is probably more risk to the Labor Department, to the labor market, than the Fed is letting on. And that's the concern. And to get to my question that Lisa mentioned, the Fed was data dependent until they were confident that inflation was going to be down to target. But how can they be data dependent on the unemployment rate? We don't know what it's going to be. And as Bill suggested, it could go up rapidly. Do we get a rapid response then, especially since policy works with a lag? It's a little unclear what their reaction function is going to be going forward.
Mike, looking forward to catching up with you tomorrow. Lots to talk about. Plenty more data just in the next week or so. Equities right now on the S&P, Lisa, firmer by 0.4%. The outperformance on the small caps, as you might expect.
Yeah, and the Fed basically gave this market what it was looking for and then some. A question now of just how much this market has moved ahead of what the Fed has said. Mohammed, I would love your thoughts on what the new data dependency actually is, given the fact that people are looking for a litmus test to understand what the reaction function is of a Fed that kind of is playing with what they get, which is the same lack of clarity that we have.
Yeah, I think the data dependence all comes down to the labor market, and he went through in detail a number of indicators he looks at. And when he says the totality of the data, I think he really means it when it comes to the labor market. Lisa, I'm surprised you haven't picked up on the fixed income market and what has happened to treasuries, that they're now higher on the day. There's been quite a move. Yes. When the statement was announced, the 10-year went down to 364. It's currently trading at 370.
It's up 6 basis points.
It's up 6 basis points.
What do you think that is?
Exactly.
I think there is some, and the curve has steepened. 2s10s are now 9 basis points. I think there is some concern as what does it mean longer term for inflation. That's the only thing I can think of. But the action has been really interesting. And once again, you end up in a different place after the press conference than you were after the statement.
Yes. No question about that. I think of David Kelly at JP Morgan. You know, John, he's been very good about a vector of non-farm payrolls that gets you to a negative statistic. 3-month moving average, about 116,000. Nobody's modeling in here if this job economy, as Anna Wong talks about, continues to deteriorate.
So what are we saying here, Mohammed? We're willing to accept 3, the high 2s, or we're worried about going back to 3.5, pushing 4? What's the story here?
So we cannot answer that story without bringing in fiscal policy, without bringing in structural reforms. I mean, that's the trap we have all fallen into, that we still think of the Fed as the only game in town, but there's other things happening that speak to what is that rate, and that's why the range is so wide.
You brought this up, actually, when Jay Powell said this. Over time, and we're going to get down to 2% over time. It raises this question, especially as he talks about not mission accomplished, but sort of, you know, wishing accomplished. But this idea that maybe we could end up with some
I'm not going to ask you to say that again.
Please don't ever do that again.
I won't.
No, but this idea that, you know, he's so excited about the idea of a soft landing that it will it's okay for it to take a number of years to get back to that 2% target.
And that's in the projections. I mean, I have him in front of me. He said core PCE right now is 2.7. They're projected at 2.6 at the end of this year, 2.2 at the end of next year, and 2 by 2026. We basically pushed back the target.
I like what you said about mission accomplished, and it's this terror of getting this wrong, whether you're a governor, a president, whether you're the chairman. Jason Furman out teaching Act 10 up at Harvard, and he was lectured by his daughter, John. We got a tweet out from Jason Furman where his daughter walked in and said to Professor Furman, "You were wrong." There's a lot of that going on right now.
A lot of people were wrong. I think we should point this out. The market was priced for something closer to 50 than 25. The overwhelming majority of economists in our survey, and we surveyed more than 100, not even 10% of them saw 50. So shout out Mike Ferroli over at JP Morgan, one of the very few, together with Anna Wong, I believe, over at Bloomberg Economics, who were looking for that 50 today.
Yeah, Deutsche Bank actually did an informal survey also that they put out today, and something like 61%, roughly, plus or minus 0.5%, came out saying that it was 25 basis points. So this really was kind of on the back foot.
I kept it quiet. Nobody cares what I think, but the fact is I was wrong.
Jeff Rosenberg of BlackRock joins us now for more. He wasn't wrong. He's been waiting patiently to give us his views on this. Jeff, let's talk about the bond market, and you can throw in your thoughts on this Federal Reserve decision, the projections and the news conference as well. The bond market's selling off. The 30-year's up 7 basis points. The 10-year is up 6. What do you think that signals, Jeff?
Yeah, I think the important point here is that there's the action and the 50 basis points, and then there's the expectation and what was priced in. And so while the bond market was leaning towards the 50 basis points, it was really more about that segment, Jonathan, of the press conference that you highlighted. I had it written in my notes as well. The interchange where Powell said, don't take that 50 basis points as the new, pace. And he pushed back against, this is going to be followed by, you got several questions on more 50s. The problem, and I think to answer a bit of Mohammed's question, your question to Mohammed in that interchange, is that the bond market was pricing in more subsequent 50s, and into 2025 still is pricing in bigger increases than what you're getting in the S&P. And Powell in the press conference really pushed back against that. So I think you have two things going on.
I need my guy Gunlock. Sorry, I need Gunlock. Jeffrey Gunlock.
I just think the lower than the unemployment rate and the employment risk and the economic risk generally with the consumer.
What do I do as a credit investor? Now let's switch to how to put this into action today. A lot of people are thinking about that now.
Yeah, last meeting I said that you should go from floating to fixed, which is the first time I said that in a long time, because I said the Fed's going to start cutting rates, and certainly that's been a good call. I mean, one of the best performing asset classes since the last Fed meeting and the one before that is actually long-term Treasury bonds. So I think that credit spreads are very, very tight. It depends what index you look at. There's one from Bank of America. There's others. And the high-yield bond market got on one of those indices to a level of 280 basis points of excess yield over the 10-year. It's kind of quietly gone to 320. So they're already starting to widen, which is another reason why I think that underneath the surface of the economy, you have to be careful. Because when credit spreads start to widen, that's a sign that things aren't all that copacetic. Also, I'll point out that the 2s, 10s yield curve is now, it's no longer inverted. And when you get near a front edge of recession, it's not so much that it's inverted that you are at the front edge. It's when it has been inverted, particularly for a long time, and then it de-inverts. Well, that's happened. And we were inverted for a couple of years on parts of the yield curve. Also, remember T-bill and chill? Everybody liked the 6-month T-bill at 5.5%. Well, I said don't do that, because you're going to wake up one day and it's not going to be at 5.5%, and pretty soon I think it's going to be at 4%. So the intermediate part of the credit market is still good. I mean, the middle tier of the capital structure, not the junkiest stuff. I prefer fixed over floating. And now with the dollar weakening, it might be time to start upping emerging markets. And if you're really intrepid in local currencies, I'm not convinced the dollar is going to accelerate to the downside, but I will believe that if we get 2 closes below 100 on the Dixie, and we're basically at 100.5, so we're not very far away. So the currency play might start to get really interesting for dollar-based investors.
You told me yesterday you went from a maximum long on long-term treasuries, that you cut that back a little bit in recent weeks.
Yes.
What do you do from here then?
Well, rates are kind of stabilizing. They're at a not so attractive level anymore. When you could get 5% and you thought the inflation rate was going down to even 3%, they were awfully attractive. But now we're at 3.5% in lots of parts of the market. We've been favoring not so much trying to be long at the long end of the market, which had been good for part of the year, but rather the relationship between short rates and long rates, which has changed from 2s, 10s by 115 plus basis points since we were at the maximum inversion. I think that's going to continue. I think we're going to get the 2-year Treasury rate to go down to about 150 basis points less than the long bond. So there's still a long way to go. And so that's sort of a trade. So what we're doing is it's odd. You're actually taking a more positive position on 2 years, 3 years, perhaps even 5-year Treasuries, and a less optimistic view of the long end. So it's really weird that you can actually shorten your duration and actually benefit from rallies. That's kind of weird, and that's because it's the short intermediate end that's rallying, and I don't think the long end's going to rally much anymore. I think that the easy money's been made on the long bond.
You've also, you've talked repeatedly about the deficit. This idea that you would think, because we're embarking on this cutting cycle, that yields all across the curve would continue to come down. You suggest that could happen, but then on the longer end, certainly you could have interest rates actually go up as the cost of funding the deficit increases.
Yes, well, long-term interest rates on the 30-year Treasury, they've barely changed year to date. There's been volatility, but they haven't gone down, while the 2-year Treasury rate has come down a fair amount. And so this steepening theme and the rejection of recession being a positive for the long bond has been in play all year on a point-to-point basis. So I think that the problem that I worry about is that our responses to recessions have been incrementally more money printing. Yes, COVID is very unusual. We hope we don't have a repeat of something like that. But the amount of money that they were willing to give away is a cautionary tale as to what might happen when the next recession comes. And that's my thesis as to why long rates might actually, after the initial Pavlovian response of coming down, which has already happened to a not insignificant extent, that may get rejected and rates may start to go up. And that would be a real trap. I mean, you could even have like a failed auction or something. Remember when that happened in the UK and the long bonds went up 100-odd basis points in a day. I think we have a chance of that happening if the policy isn't handled correctly. But it's going to be fascinating to navigate through this because none of us know what it's like to have a big bear market in bonds, start from a level, and then will they drop during the recession? Maybe they won't. Where will credit spreads go during recession if, say, junkier borrowers don't have the ability to refinance during recession, which they've had historically because rates go down? Even though spreads widen during recessions, the base rate, the Treasury rate, has always come down quite substantially. I'm of the mind that that might not happen this time. And so there could be a lot of companies that are trapped into fixed rate debt. Thankfully, these CFOs are smart. They locked in very tight spreads and very low rates back in 2021, and they extended maturity. So thankfully it's not an immediate problem. But it's kind of like the rent data or the shelter data in the CPI. It's sort of like we see the new rent rolls are not that robust. There's actually parts of the country where the new tenant rents are declining. But it takes a while for the old rents to kind of get to their roll level and roll over. So I think we have potentially coming our way in 2025 sort of a tailwind on the shelter component coming down on the CPI. I think Jay Powell kind of alluded to that too. He seemed quite aware of this differentiation between new tenant rents and rolling of old tenant rents, and it's happening at a rate that is that's shorter, a timeline that is more extended than most people, I think, are used to assuming when they look at the rent levels and the shelter component. So that's another reason why I think that the Fed is comfortable, much. He says he's balanced. He used that word over and over. What I heard was we're more worried about the employment picture than the inflation picture.
Oh, sure.
And I agree that he's right on that.
You've made the argument that, if people assume that it's going to be, as some have even suggested, that this is going to be a golden age for fixed income because of the trajectory of rates, that it's more nuanced than that. That you need to be more selective and careful than just thinking that way. How?
Yeah. I mean, the golden age for fixed income was a year ago, when spreads on high yield bonds were 500 over and the base rate was at 5%. You could get 10% if you underwrote your credit risk prudently without really trying all that hard. But now fixed income rates are down around 3.5 on treasuries, kind of for most of the curve. And we got these spreads that have widened, but they're still only at 320 basis points on junk bonds. So you've gone from 10 plus to 6 3/4, and the spreads have started to widen. And so I think credit is still fine in single A, triple B, strong double Bs, maybe even some strong single Bs. But you've got to be careful on where you are on the curve. And you want to make sure that you have companies that don't have rollover risk in the very near term.
You've raised a lot of eyebrows, I think, yesterday when you suggested that private credit is a bubble.
Yeah.
Do you want to expand on why you think that's the case?
Yeah.
Trillions, it's a trillions of dollars asset class at this point?
Yeah, private credit is a very cyclical asset class, and it usually gets to a high valuation and a lot of overinvestment when you can look at public markets and find that they're not very attractive by traditional analysis. So for example, starting 2022, in my Just Markets webcast, I pointed out, this was right at the local top of the S&P 500, I pointed out that using conventional decades-long data series of valuation on the S&P 500, so PE ratio, cyclically adjusted CAPE ratio of PE, price to sales, price to book, there's about 25 of these things that you can look at. And versus its own history, forget about other asset classes, just where these valuations were versus decades of the S&P's history, the stock market was really overvalued versus its own history. It was top percentile of PE, CAPE PE, top 3 percentile of almost all of these 25 data analyses. But weirdly, as overvalued as they were relative to the internals of the S&P 500, I said in my Just Markets webcast, they're actually undervalued versus the 10-year. So we've got this way overvalued equity market versus itself, but it's actually cheap to the 10-year because you can compare the 10-year yield to the inverse of the PE, which is called the earnings yield of the S&P 500, and it was below average versus the 10-year Treasury. So I said, this is a bad setup because you've got an overvalued stock market and you've got interest rates almost sure to rise with what we knew was going to be rising inflation from negligible interest rates. So what allocators end up doing is they say, well, I don't like the S&P versus itself. I hate the bond market. It's cheap even versus an overvalued stock market, but rates are going to go up. And so that means that stocks will not have a tailwind. They'll have a headwind of the discount rate of the forward earnings going up. And bonds are going to take the worst losses in the history of the bond market, which is what happened. So what allocators end up doing is they say, I don't want to buy the S&P. I don't want to buy the 10-year for sure. So what am I going to do? And so they turn to things that are more opaque.
You can get down to 560.
Things that aren't so rich in valuation history. And they say, you know what? You're coming to me with a blind pool. You've got a SPAC going on and you're a blind pool, a lockup fund. I'll tell you what. I don't like public markets. I don't like stocks. I don't like bonds. So I'll give you money to allocate to your SPAC under one condition. You don't tell me what you're doing. Because if you tell me what you're doing, well, then I'm going to be able to map over this overvaluation analysis from stocks and bonds, and I'm not going to like what you're doing for me. So they kind of, they kind of hold their nose, close their eyes, cover their ears, and go in, and they hope that it's going to work out. Unfortunately, the promise of a lot of private markets is a little bit of a false promise. It's based upon a Sharpe ratio or volatility argument, which means you get about the same return or hopefully a little bit better than the public market, but you have lower volatility, so you're risk adjusted in a much better place. That's a false promise because they're not mark to market. They're private. Right. It's like saying you never lose money on a CD. Well, you have a penalty if you want to get rid of it, but they don't market to market. And so I think that there's false promises that go into these non-mark-to-market strategies. And I think every speech that I've given in the past 2 years, one of the very first questions is, what about private credit? And I say, well, I guess you must own a lot of private credit. And they, yeah, a lot of private credit. Well, I noticed at Harvard, when they had their problems with their donors backing away, they've got a $50 or $60 billion endowment. They had to tap the bond market for operating money because they didn't have enough liquidity in their $50 or $60 billion portfolio of endowment to raise $1 billion or $2 billion for salaries and for maintenance and so forth. That's telling you a lot, that there's a lot of illiquidity that's built in to some of these large pools. And when they get tapped, they need to get money. Well, they have to liquidate some of the stuff, and it's not at par. It's going to be at a haircut. So I'd be very cautious about being overly illiquid in our market today, because as the economy transitions, if I'm wrong and it takes a year to get into a recession, it doesn't matter. Once you get to these types of conditions, you have to act. You can't just say, oh, everything's okay. Valuations are high, particularly on the magnificent stuff, and spreads have started to widen. This is a fun area for active management. It's great when rates are moving. It's great when the yield curve's changing. You can start to make some clear decisions on what to do. But I would not be allocating significant money at these yield levels to long-term Treasury bonds.
I want to ask you about a couple of other investment ideas, but I want to take a quick break. You stay with us. We're back here at Double Line with Jeffrey Gundlach. We're going to get Mike Santoli's first reaction to the decision in the market zone, which is next.
All right, guys. TLT breaking down a little bit here, ready to test 99. JP Morgan retesting prior day's low. I would like to go short JP Morgan, but I needed that. I should have taken it up here at 210. So that's out of the question. It just feels like chances are we're going to break down. 465. What we can do is just go to the chart, see exactly where we are with the chart. What does the chart tell us? You know, it's the chart over everything except news that hits the tape. All right, charts over a catalyst. Catalyst will beat the chart every time, but normally the chart can show you the catalyst. So daily chart. Again, this is the QQQ, information technology, is what's made the most up of it. All right, so we still have our moving averages down here. Still have moving averages down here. I don't think Powell said anything crazy. I think this is all soft landing stuff. And me personally, I don't think he did. I don't think you can account for anything until you get the data that says whatever it is you're accounting for, from GDP, unemployment. Until you get that data, you can't assume that it's going to be anything. Second, he stated that they reduced their balance sheet. Let's go to the Fed's balance sheet really quickly. I didn't see the amount. Well, let's see. Do I still have it up? Oh my God. Did I delete it? Oh my God. Oh my God. History. Give me the history. Give me some history. Okay, so let's see if they stated how much they cut off their balance sheet, because they said balance sheet runoff. It's one of the first things he said, that they did do that, but we also raised in the 50. So that's gonna mess with liquidity. I love this. I love QT. I'm telling you guys, it is the greatest trading environment for active traders that kind of know what they're doing. It creates an environment that, if you don't know or unaware, it creates an environment where there's not a buyer for every seller or a seller for every buyer. It's not like you go into quantitative easing. The markets don't really move, but they do. They just slowly go up and up and up and up, and there's just liquidity, and there's a buyer for every seller, and a buy, and then you know what I'm saying? It's really boring. So volatility is raised. So with them taking more liquidity out of the system, what does that mean? Could have, along with Japan.
We're back in Los Angeles for the Closing Bell Market Zone. CNBC senior markets commentator Mike Santoli is here to break down the crucial moments of the trading day. Of course, Double Line's Jeffrey Gundlach is still with us. Michael, you're looking at the markets here. We're at the lows, I guess, for the Dow and the S&P. It's really dangerous, though, to judge what's going to happen in the markets by a knee-jerk reaction an hour after a decision.
Yes, usually a hazard to extrapolate too directly. In fact, the pattern is often just a weak close on Fed day. There is a sort of mild rotational force underneath the surface. You know, there's a bid in regional banks. It was an attempt to try to push up the small caps. Consumer cyclicals doing well, but it's really getting swamped by just a general maybe sell the news response. Also, the first rate cut in a cycle often is greeted with a little bit of indifference by the market. What I would say, too, is Fed decides to go bigger rather than smaller on the first cut, but Powell actively tried to withhold
any promise that therefore it's going to be an accelerated easing cycle. There was a higher implied neutral rate, so the destination is a little bit higher. And then when you guys were talking about Treasury yields response on the long end, especially going up, and I think that's kind of made the message a little bit staticky here in the markets. Big picture, we also had a market that seemed already priced pretty well for a soft landing type scenario, bumping up against levels that have capped the market for a couple of months. So let's see tomorrow if there's a cleaner kind of message in this market than we're getting so far.
Jeffrey, you see at the bottom of our screen here, gold hits an all-time high. You've been talking a lot about it. What do you think of it here?
I continue to hold gold, and I would dollar cost average into it at these prices. I mean, we're close to the highs of all time. And so, but the setbacks are very small. It's symptomatic of a market that is in accumulation mode. And I think that the path of least resistance for gold continues to be up. And I think also that one thing that's interesting about gold is I kind of pioneered this thing, the copper-gold ratio using the commodity market. And it used to be a very, very good starting point for where the fair value is for the 10-year Treasury. Divide the price of copper by the price of gold. And it worked very, very well for many, many years, and now it doesn't work at all. It says that the 10-year Treasury should be somewhere like 2% or something, now up at 4%. And basically, I think it's because the reasons that people own gold have gotten to be less speculation and more kind of permanent holding or insurance policy once again, because there's growing mistrust of the political system and the global economic order and the global geopolitical risks. And these lead to a bull market trend for gold that I believe is firmly in place.
Interesting. Michael, I guess one of the hot debates is going to be going forward what the small caps are going to do. You know, not a great lift today, although obviously the Russell is in positive territory. You've heard the arguments like I have that it's not really safe to buy small caps until you actually get the rate cuts. Yeah. But we have a delicate balance.
Listen. Iran talking about attacking.
Run into the meeting too, right? And once we started having the chatter about a half-point cut today, Russell was outperforming going into today's decision. So, you know, they're digesting some of that. I think it's more interesting to see financials, how they're going to respond here. You know, especially large cap financials, that would be a little bit of a message about whether, in fact, the soft landing scenario is going to be preserved. You know, big picture, we talk about it all the time. Historically, you want an easing cycle to be deliberate, not rushed, not urgent. Powell did everything he could today to say this is about being preemptive. It's about trying to maintain a strong labor market, not to save one that's already eroding in a worrisome way. Whether everybody sees it that way or not, that's definitely the operating assumption that they're going with. We can hope that that's true. Even with that, they're saying they're going to be cutting rates significantly through next year.
Even with markets getting ready to close, I'm not going to do much here. Thank you guys for joining us. Please, again, if you haven't done so, hit the like button, subscribe. I love you guys. Get to 1,000 subscribers. Follow me on Twitter at Ivy League Trades. If you want a one-on-one, if you want to contribute and give back to the stream, donation contribution links, go to the stream and not me. That link is down in the description. Sign up for a one-on-one. We can help speed you up.
Since 2009, don't fight the Fed.
Really, in my honest, humble opinion, I can help really speed up some of the progress and give you some information on reading charts and being able to read sentiment in the markets. All right. I humbly believe that. So reach out. I could really help you guys get better at these markets.
From the Fed cutting rates, if you go to the Russell 2000,
we've had multiple, not one, not two. We'll stick with the two. Walmart, the Qs, both 200% trades.
Russell 2000 has been relentless. It has rolled over from a double top. And I'm pretty sure that this Fed hiking cycle will create much bigger tailwind for the Russell 2000 than for the S&P 500. So I think that that's an important way to do it. I remember last meeting we said that I said the Fed when it starts cutting and it's going to be good for financial assets. Things have done pretty well since the last meeting. I think it's going to be a little bit trickier because of the interplay between why they're cutting rates, which is because there's concern about the labor market, and the economy. So it's going to be an interesting time period.
All right. Well, there's the bell. It's going to start ringing in just a second. Jeffrey, thank you so much for having us, and
Thanks
we will
for
see
coming out here. Really appreciate it.
We will see you for the next Fed meeting, and we'll see what happens. But certainly a big day today.
See you guys in the morning. Please do us a big favor and hit that like button.
Maybe a bit of a surprise. Markets are going to close in the red, albeit slightly, and we will see what these next days bring. Look forward to that. I'll send it into overtime.
That's the end of regulation. Avery Dennison ringing the closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange. The U.S. Department of State Bureau of Consular Affairs doing the honors at the NASDAQ. What a day. Stocks giving up initial gains after a 50 basis point cut from the Fed. This was the first rate cut since the start of the COVID pandemic back in 2020.
Maybe we'll have a watch list later on. There was a lot that happened today outside of T-Mobile. Okay, so it sold off probably because of the market. Maybe we'll do a watch list later on. You guys have a great rest of your afternoon. Contribution, donation links in the description if you want to sign up for a 101. Look, 1,030,000 shares. Hot damn. Somebody selling that's 1,030 shares? No, that's 1,030,000 shares. Hot damn. That's probably a market maker there. 196.68. Wow. 1.3 million shares. Nice. Could you imagine? You know what I'm saying? 10,000 shares, 5 cents on 10,000 shares is $1,000. Think about that. How many times you got 10,000 into a million? All right, guys. Love you guys. Hit the like button, subscribe. Links in the description. Follow me at Twitter. Reach out if you guys want some help in the markets. I would really, really like to be able to help you guys out. Another green day. That's 3 green days. 200% on the Qs Monday, 250% on the Walmart puts yesterday. A lot of setups, man. There's been a lot of trades this week, a lot of charts that have brought some opportunity if you know where to look and know how to read them. Anyway, I'm talked too much. I've talked all day. I'll see you guys on the morning. Peace out.